Welcome back, everyone. While we're keeping an eye on the presidential race, we want to give you an update on some breaking news that we're just getting into our newsroom. Defense Secretary Mark Esper has prepared a letter of resignation. That is according to 3 current DoD officials. They tell NBC News that Esper prepared the letter because he is one of the cabinet officials expected to be pushed out after the election. Esper also at odds with President Trump for issues like helping members of Congress draft legislation that will strip names of Confederate leaders from military bases. NBC News will continue to follow this breaking news. Once again, defense officials telling us that Secretary of Defense Mark Esper has prepared a letter of resignation. Meanwhile, even though votes are still being counted at this hour, the Biden-Harris campaign has already unveiled its website for a potential transition in January 2021. Joining me now is Chris Liu, who served as the executive director of the 2008 Obama transition. He is now a senior fellow at the University of Virginia Miller Center, and PBS NewsHour White House correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. She is an MSNBC political analyst and contributor. Great to have both of you with us. Chris, let me begin with you. Maybe use this news perhaps from the Mark Esper possible resignation letter being drafted there to jump off in this conversation. One of the things that we expect in any transition is this kind of cooperation. Forget the symbolism for a moment, but the cooperation from one outgoing administration to a new incoming administration. Should everything go according to plan for the Biden campaign, do you anticipate the Trump campaign, the Trump presidency, this administration would cooperate with the Biden team as they transition to the White House?
Well, I certainly hope there is that level of cooperation. We've been doing presidential transitions in this country for 200 years, and we've pulled it off whether it's in a time of depression or in war because outgoing administrations and incoming ones cooperate. That's certainly what happened for us in 2008. I do think the Biden team, should they prevail, face a series of challenges that we frankly did not face in 2008.
Like what?
It's not just the recession we're in right now. It's also a pandemic. It's potentially an election that may be contested for a lengthened period of time. And then an administration that, frankly, hasn't shown its commitment to a peaceful transfer of power. And that should really concern all Americans, because it's not just the success of the Biden administration going forward, but it's continuing national security, homeland security threats that our country will face and that foreign adversaries will try to use this period of time to exploit.
Let me ask you theoretically for a moment, is it even possible to transition into a new administration without the cooperation and the help with the previous one? I know that there would obviously be setbacks, but just physically speaking, is it even possible?
It is possible, and I think if there's somebody who can do that, that would be Vice President Biden. This is a person who knows government very, very well. He's surrounded by a team of advisors who have spent a lot of time in government, but it's not ideal. You can certainly read a lot of information, whether you're looking at, budgets or reports or policy proposals, but there's really no substitute for actually getting into these federal agencies, having conversations with career employees and seeing what happened. So it's possible, but it's not ideal. And so I certainly hope if and when President Trump ultimately loses, that he decides to put aside his animus and try to cooperate.
Yamiche, what are you hearing from your sources on both sides? Is the Biden campaign ready for a rocky transition, or do your sources expect that ultimately, even if the president himself does not come around to it, he will allow the rest of the executive branch and members of the White House to pave the way in the same way that previous presidents have?
Based on my reporting, talking to both the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, as well as people who are outside of the campaigns who have looked at this and studied this for a long time, right now things are going smoothly. A lot of this is career officials talking to other career officials at different agencies. But Eamon, what we're talking about is 4,000 political appointees, 1,250 of them confirmed by the Senate. And if the Senate is controlled by Republicans, that could be rocky. So apart from what President Trump is doing, there's also this idea that you're going to be dealing with a Senate that has to be confirming a lot of these people. What we're seeing here is that the president, of course, is already saying that he's aggrieved, saying that the election's being stolen from him with no evidence. So you can see a universe where President Trump tries to slow things down. But again, when we're talking about career officials, they have an incentive to want to try to transfer power peacefully. And the bedrock of American society and American democracy really is a peaceful transition of power. So from my understanding, both campaigns, including people who are close to President Trump feel like the transition will go as smoothly as it possibly can. But a reminder here, the Trump campaign didn't really show up for their transfer of power. When it was time to have meetings with transitions, to talk about different agencies, a lot of their people did not show up. Remember that Chris Christie was the head, and then he was taken out, and it was someone else. Yeah. So really, you have to remember that it was a rocky when the Trump campaign came in of their own doing.
Yamiche, any names being bounced around that you've heard about for some of these key positions? I mean, we were talking to Representative Clyburn. He said he'd like to see someone like Cedric Richmond in a cabinet position.
No definitive names. I've had people that I've been talking to about that. They are quite tight-lipped on that. I think it's because the Biden campaign is really, really wary of starting to talk about who's going to get what job when, of course, Joe Biden hasn't gotten the big job of being president just yet.
And Chris, final thought on who you think we might see in any potential cabinet position going down the road. If not even a specific name, what kind of cabinet do you think we're going to see?
Well, look, Joe Biden worked very closely with President Obama's cabinet when he was vice president. So he certainly understands the importance of finding good, qualified, experienced people who make a good team. And I think those are the characteristics. People he knows that are experienced and can run government.
All right, Chris Liu, Yamiche Alcindor, thank you both for joining us this hour. Appreciate it. That wraps up this hour for me. I'm going to see you right back here at 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. on the West Coast with Katie Tur for our special extended election coverage. You do not want to miss that. Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace starts right after this quick break.
Hi there, everyone. We're almost there. It's 4 o'clock in the East. We are laser focused at this hour on the few key races that could officially determine the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. With Joe Biden inching his way toward that 270 electoral vote threshold, Donald Trump's plausible pathways to victory are dwindling, but so much obviously still on the line, with neck-and-neck margins in the handful of races where every last vote is going to matter. Fewer than 50,000 votes are left to be counted in Georgia. The final tally set to come in any time now in Georgia's Fulton County, which encompasses the Atlanta metro area. It's a much anticipated vote count in the largest county in Georgia that could go a long way toward closing that razor-thin gap between Donald Trump and Joe Biden in that state, where Trump still maintains a small lead. Over to Pennsylvania. We could know a winner by the end of the day or night. Pennsylvania's Secretary of State saying the final 500,000 or so votes are being counted right now as we speak. Arizona releases numbers tonight at Maricopa County that could signal whether Joe Biden is going to be able to hold on to his slim lead in that state. And we're still waiting on Nevada, and it's 6 electoral votes. Biden's lead there has widened a little bit today, but state officials say we could be waiting for days before we have a declared winner there. Donald Trump doesn't appear to like the direction that this race is going for him. This morning he tweeted, "Stop the count," even though if the count stops now and it's over, Joe Biden wins. Trump's lawsuits, some of them over just a few dozen ballots, now outnumber his viable pathways to an electoral victory. And Trump's completely baseless accusations of fraud remain unfounded, unproven, without any credible evidence to speak of. Joe Biden's team is dismissing Donald Trump's legal avenue out of hand, calling that strategy meritless and doomed to fail. As the campaign projects confidence, Joe Biden's campaign manager tells NBC News today, quote, "Our data shows that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States." Let's go straight to MSNBC's, and we've all been up a lot. Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, you've sort of put the whole thing on your back, and you're carrying it more than just one long, long night. I know it's becoming a long, long week, but take me through, when you're done talking to all of us, you pour over pages and you get on the phone with your producer, Adam. What are you doing when you're off camera right now?
We're looking at the Pennsylvania Secretary of State's website. We're looking at county websites where they're releasing votes sometimes ahead of when we get it. We're trying to find out from people in some of these key counties that I think everyone at this point knows the names of that we're waiting on. We're trying to find out, this is always the hardest part, when are they going to release the next votes? I think that's been the biggest part of this, is just trying to figure out I think we have a sense generally of the places to look and a sense of how we think those places are going to go. But having that sense and seeing it, that's the thing. And we're trying to find out the when of it right now.
What is the latest? My understanding from the Biden campaign is they don't expect anything until much later tonight. Are you expecting anything possibly earlier than that?
Yeah, this is sort of the fool's gold of all sort of protracted election periods. You get the county or the city that tells you, guess what, folks, in an hour, we're going to release our votes. And then the hour comes and goes, and then the next thing you know is 12 hours later. You know, when they tell you we're going to release a lot in an hour, it usually means you're actually going to get a little 6 hours from now, maybe. So that's really the reality with how these things go. So I just say, everybody, temper your expectations. That said, if you look at, for instance, Pennsylvania here right now, and I think since we came on the air, we did just get an update. I think that Trump lead came down about 5,000 votes. And if my producer can say in my ear exactly where they came from, if he happens to see it, I will show it to you. But a 101,000 vote advantage there for Trump over Biden statewide. Again, here is, we say, I think everybody knows this by now, but just to show you on the map. Where are we waiting for vote in Pennsylvania? The bigger the circle, the more votes we're waiting on. The biggest circle, by far, Philadelphia, right here. You know, and if you look in Philadelphia, Biden's winning overall 80% of the vote in Philadelphia. But remember, what we're counting here specifically, what we're looking at, are the absentee ballots, the mail ballots. Those are the ones in Philadelphia and elsewhere. People sent them in days, weeks ahead of the election, and they couldn't do anything with them until, in some cases, even after the election. That's what's being tallied now. And the mail ballots in Philadelphia are going for Biden at like a 90% rate. And we think there's somewhere in the order of 90,000, 100,000 mail ballots still to come just in Philadelphia, just in that biggest bubble there. So you can kind of do the math a little bit. If Biden's winning these things at a 90% clip, if there's 90,000 left, 100,000, the exact number there is a little elusive. But you see, if he's down 100,000 now, statewide, once those are all counted, that's going to go a long way towards putting him back in contention with Trump statewide. And then you see a couple of other of the big bubbles here. There's Delaware County, that's suburban. You know, it's right outside Philadelphia. Biden doing very well there overall, and even better among the mail-in ballots. There's Bucks County, you know, very competitive. Bucks, you know, usually is very competitive overall, but Biden doing better when it comes to the mail ballots. I'll give you a dramatic example of this. Check out Carbon County, very small county, Trump County. Look, he wins this basically 2-1, Trump does in Carbon County. We just got, in the last couple of hours, a mail ballot update from Carbon County. We got 4,000 votes released to us, mail from Carbon County. Biden got 2,800 of them. Deep, deep red county. It's going to go for Trump. So that's what I'm trying to say. When I keep trying to drive home this idea that there's the mail ballots and there's the same-day ballots. The same-day ballots are the ones that favored Trump. They were counted on election night, and in a place like Carbon County, they're going to give him the win in the county overwhelmingly. But the specific mail portion here, even in a red county like Carbon, Biden's winning them. And so that's Biden's got Philadelphia, he's got these other dots, and then even red counties like Carbon County, where you're getting mail ballots, Biden seems to be doing very well on the mail ballots. So, you know, Biden's challenge is he's got to be winning, I think, I'll show you statewide here. He's got to be winning, if I can get this thing off the screen, of the remaining votes in the state. Now we're down to 97,000. We just got another update as I've been on the air here. And again, if I couldn't, this is a needle in a haystack. I got to go look at the computer here to see. But 97,000 statewide. Biden's got to be winning 63, 64, 65% of all the remaining ballots. But so far, he's been doing that and more with the mail ballots. So we just continue to see the trend. Again, we have a sense, I think, of where that trend is going. We just got to keep seeing it.
You know, Steve, you are my guide through numbers, but the two campaigns where their reads of where they stand intersect, I've always found that highly credible. And the two campaigns seem to have a similar read on where the outstanding vote is in Pennsylvania. To the degree that they are focusing all their efforts on their legal shenanigans in Pennsylvania, does that also bear out in terms of what you're seeing and what you're expecting to see based on the patterns in the data?
Yeah, I mean, again, taking you through what I'm looking at there, it just like you're in a situation where there are no great Trump areas for mail ballots in Pennsylvania. You know, in some other states, this pattern is basically held across the country where, to some degree, mail-in voting has been, you know, a stronger source for Biden, and same-day voting has been a stronger source for Trump. It varies by state. I think Pennsylvania is the most extreme difference between the two types that we've seen of all the states. It's just a state where Democrats, they offer mail-in voting for the first time this year. It's not been a widespread thing in Pennsylvania before. I think the issue of, do you want to vote by mail, became a political issue. It became something Democrats were encouraging their voters to do. It became something the president was telling his supporters not to do. And it also became a thing where the president was telling his supporters, I do want you to go and vote on Election Day. And I think that's what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. That Election Day vote just so favorable to Trump. Trump voters want it. That's the message. And the mail vote so favorable to Democrats. Again, that's the message. And so it's just, again, when you look at what's left there, it's not on a normal election map. I'd say, here's the Trump county, here's the Trump county, here's the Trump county. He could offset a loss here. He could offset a loss there. Even in the Trump counties overall, the mail vote is Biden.
Yeah. It's so interesting. It just sort of pulls the curtain right off of their legal strategy. Clearly, a Hail Mary political strategy. Steve Kornacki, I could do this for the whole 2 hours, but I know you have many miles to go before you sleep. Do me this favor, though. If something changes dramatically for you, wave your arms and we'll zoom right back to you if you have time for us.
You got it.
Thank you, Steve Kornacki. Let's bring into our conversation NBC's Mike Memoli, who is live at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. And in Nevada, Mr. Nevada, John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent. Also joining us, MSNBC contributors Alexi McCammon of Axios and former Florida Congressman David Jolly. Mike Memoli, obviously, Steve Kornacki has got a county-by-county understanding of where all the vote is, and there are other states we're watching. But it's my sense that both campaigns are right now watching Pennsylvania, because if there's a call tonight, that could be the whole ball game for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. And every time Steve Kornacki goes to the big board and shows that margin's shrinking, Joe Biden takes a proverbial step closer to taking that stage behind me to potentially speak to the country as the president-elect. In fact, just a few seconds ago, we heard a sound check happening behind us on stage, something that we didn't see yesterday. So the Biden campaign, short of final results, though, we're seeing them operate on two tracks, really. On the one track, we're getting these regular updates from Biden campaign officials, both about what they're seeing in terms of the data, their confidence that when all the votes that are outstanding come in, he will be in position to win in either one big state or a combination of those states to put him over 270 electoral votes. Also talking about the legal strategy, of course, dismissing what we're seeing from the president. And then on the second track, we're seeing Joe Biden really begin to act as if he is somebody who's going to be taking over as the president of the United States. Yesterday, you saw in this hour the former vice president speaking to the country, hailing the election results, talking about the need to bring the country together after what has been a long and divisive campaign in 4 years, frankly. Today, he's just finishing up a briefing in downtown Wilmington that he's had with both his economic advisors and his health advisors, clearly getting ready to tackle the two enormous challenges that will confront him as president in January. And so this is obviously, as we saw also yesterday, the transition website being launched. So this is a campaign that is clearly projecting nothing but confidence, and a former vice president who's projecting that he's ready to become president.
Those moves that you make in the first days after an election, whether it is known yet or not, are so important. They're the earliest signals you're sending to the whole country that you're about to lead. And I know that's something that seems to be important to Joe Biden. How is this team holding up? We've talked a lot about their stoicism. We've talked a lot about their, sort of being able to withstand the early setbacks in this Democratic primary, where I think Joe Biden went 0 for 3 in those first 3 contests. This is, having been on a recount, this is one of the most brutal tests for even the most disciplined campaigns. How are they holding up?
Yeah, I mean, Nicole, this has always been a trust the process campaign, even in the darkest of times after New Hampshire, especially confidence both in their plan in the primaries and their plan to win in the general election as well. I can tell you, having spoken with a number of aides, last night a lot of them got caught up on sleep just a bit. There wasn't much expected in terms of the vote count, so many of them took that as an opportunity to really begin to put the past long sleepless nights behind them and get ready for what they expect potentially to be a celebration in the next few days. And then, you know, what's been interesting is we know that this is a team that's also fairly well separated from the work that's ahead. There is the campaign proper, and then there is a transition team that's been being assembled, ready to begin taking on the very difficult work ahead of them. And there's been a lot of seamless cooperation in anticipation of this moment, Nicole.
And Mike Memley, I'm sure you have to leave us because I just heard in my ear that Joe Biden is getting ready to speak this hour. Any sense of what those remarks are about? Are they about the COVID briefing? And is that separate and distinct from what may or may not happen with some of that setup and the sound test behind you?
No, that's exactly right. I mentioned to you the briefings that he was getting downtown from his team of advisors, both on the economy and on the COVID crisis. I would expect that that is now going to be the sort of tone and tenor of what he speaks. He's not speaking here. We expect that those remarks are going to be at the Queen Theater in downtown Wilmington, where he's been doing a number of these addresses over the course of the last few weeks. Remember, you know, we've talked a lot about his schedule over the last few weeks, Nicole, and those days in which he was not on the campaign trail, but here in Delaware. That was one of the locations he's been using. So it's a place that's going to be familiar when we see him speak here, perhaps in the next few minutes.
All right, Mike Memley, I will let you go back to your reporting, keeping us informed of this most extraordinary phase of the presidential campaign of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Mike Memley, thank you. Let me bring into our conversation John Ralston. We started talking about Pennsylvania because, as I said, there's some indication and some expectation that there might be some counted votes, a better sense of that vote count that Steve Kornacki's talking about, the mail-in ballots and the absentee ballots, which have the potential to close the gap between Joe Biden and Donald Trump in that state. But equally of interest and I think anxiety-inducing is the great state of Nevada. What is going on there?
Well, thanks for equating us with Pennsylvania. Our little state will be happy. Listen, you know, there still are a lot of ballots out in Nevada, and there's been some conflicting reports, which I've just managed to clarify. I think there are a little under 200,000 ballots left in the state, but most of them, almost all of them, maybe as many as 175,000 are from Clark County, which is the Democratic stronghold here in Nevada, and where Joe Biden has done very well. Those mail ballots up until the election day, Nicole, went more than 2-to-1 for the Democrats. So it's almost impossible to see any way for Trump to make up even the relatively small deficit of 11,400 votes in Clark County with those mail ballots. There was a batch of them released this morning, about 14,000, and Biden won those 2-to-1. There's no reason to believe that that trend is going to change that much with the other 150, 160,000, whatever's left.
I understand that there are some top political figures from Trump world who are in your time zone, in your state. What would they be doing? I mean, is there any, because it seems so cut and dry in terms of ballots that have been cast, where those ballots are. Do you think they're just wanting to have their presence serve as an intimidation factor? Or what could you do in Nevada at this point on the ground?
I think you hit on half of it there, Nicole. Intimidation is part of it, but much more important, what they're trying to do, and this is a really insidious thing they are trying to do and have been for weeks, is to try to undermine the process, to try to sow distrust in the system. There was a remarkable press conference this morning in Las Vegas, and Jacob Soboroff was there, and he really got a sense of it, with Adam Laxalt, the former attorney general who was the co-chairman of the Trump campaign here, and Rick Grinnell and Matt Schlapp from the American Conservative Union. Rick Grinnell, the former Trump cabinet official now on their campaign. They made all kinds of claims about potential voter fraud, said they're filing a federal lawsuit. And Nicole, this was the key part of it. They refused to present any evidence and refused to take any questions. And so that's, as we poker players like to say, is the tell. If they're not going to present evidence or take questions, this is designed for public relations, designed to try to cast doubt on the election results, because they know what I just told you earlier, Nicole, that the election is going against them here in Clark County and that Biden is likely to widen his lead by tomorrow morning.
Well, I'll add to the mosaic. I know both men well, neither known for their legal acumen, both known as political bulldogs, both having made the full leap into sort of Trump's version of reality, which has nothing to do with any sort of normal Republican reality anymore. So their presence in your state is in and of itself a statement. And I appreciate my colleague Jacob's reporting on their activities, and I know you're going to be covering it as well. If you need to jump and do some reporting, I do not want to keep you, but I'd love to keep you around while I bring in some other folks, because I think these questions about what the Trump campaign is doing, the fact that no one can really answer it in a reasonable way, other than intimidate, other than try to delegitimize the result, seems to be a national strategy. So, John, if you can stay with us, I'd love to keep you around for a few more minutes. Okay. Alexi, let me bring you in on this. I have been hearing similar takes on where things stand from both sides, that Donald Trump is driving this legal strategy because he's the client, that there isn't a thoughtful approach to asking any legitimate questions, and that the fact that it's Matt Schlapp and Rick Grinnell sort of bears that out. What do you understand about the end game for this legal phase for the Trump campaign?
Well, it's so good to see you on such a historic week, Nicole. So thank you for having me. But look, you know that Donald Trump has spent his entire adult life really in the courts, in litigation, settling these personal scores through lawsuits. But the big picture strategy that is very clear in the way that not just the lawsuits that they're pursuing, but the way in which the president is speaking and tweeting and sending out statements is that it's just to cast doubt on the legitimacy of a potential Biden victory, which is really kind of interesting and ironic when you think back to 2016 and the worries about a legitimate victory that President Trump had after he lost the popular vote but won by the Electoral College. And we saw the way that inspired his fixation on a big crowd size during his inauguration. So it's really just to cast doubt and make people believe that Joe Biden wasn't elected fairly.
Alexi, let me just interrupt you. Let's watch Joe Biden together. We'll pick this up on the other side.
Crisis facing this nation. And we're reminded again of the severity of this pandemic. Cases are on the rise nationwide, and we're nearing 240,000 deaths due to COVID. And our hearts go out to each and every family that has lost a loved one to this terrible disease. In America, the vote is sacred. It's how people of this nation express their will. And it is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So each ballot must be counted, and that's what we're going to see going through now, and that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well, but that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon. So thank you all for your patience, but we have to count the votes. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
It was Joe Biden in Wilmington, Delaware, doing what Mike Memley describes as in an abundance of optimism and prudence, I have to say. All signs point to a very likely victory for Joe Biden at the end of all the counting. But Alexei McCammon, Joe Biden already getting to work on the two biggest problems vexing this country: a pandemic raging out of control while we were up all night waiting for vote counts. This country passed its broke our own record for the most cases in a single day, surpassing 100,000, which was Tony Fauci's nightmare scenario, that heading into winter, that would be our rate of new infections. And obviously, you didn't need the election results and the sort of polar views on how to deal with the pandemic to understand that economic anxiety still courses through every corner of this country. What do you make of his approach, Alexei?
You know, what is so interesting, Nicole, is that Memley earlier was talking about how the Biden campaign has kind of always been slow and steady and methodical and comfortable and careful. But you're seeing that reflected in the way that really over the last several months, no matter what was going on in the election, no matter what President Trump was trying to lob in Joe Biden's direction, he consistently made appearances virtually and in person talking about two things: the COVID-19 pandemic and the economy. And that just shows that he is showing the American people that he's focusing on the issues that are affecting their lives the most. And that's also reflected in the polling. Joe Biden isn't president. He doesn't have a hand in how the country is handling the coronavirus, yet the polls suggest and show that the American people trust him to handle this better, which is a hypothetical situation that they're seeing and hearing compared to what they're actually seeing from the sitting president. And Donald Trump isn't talking about the new single-day cases, over 100,000 new coronavirus cases for the first time yesterday. That's a big deal. He's not talking about the fact that we're about to enter the winter season. Over 100,000 restaurants have already had to shut down because of this pandemic. Businesses are going to be slammed and shut down because of this for months or permanently, and our entire way of life in the winter is going to change. Joe Biden, between the transition website yesterday, the way that he's getting out and giving these brief remarks to talk about the issues that are affecting people at home, in spite of the lawsuits and the legal challenges and the stress of this election, he's showing that he's focused on leading the American people forward and past this moment. And that's a huge contrast that we've seen over time, but a consistent one that I think has really helped him in the polls.
You know, it's such a good point. And David Jolly, I've been waiting to talk to you for a couple of days now, my friend, because I feel like Joe Biden is it's almost like that American president scene where he says, you know, I'm Andrew Shepard and I am the president. And Alexei makes such a good point on the poll question of whose handling of the pandemic do you approve of? Well, we haven't seen yet how Joe Biden would handle it, but we do know that he would marshal the resources of our scientific and medical and health community and not attack them on Twitter and troll them on 60 Minutes.
Yeah, it's very true. Look, you're seeing the contrast between a steady hand in Joe Biden and an erratic disruptor that has been unsuccessful in proving to the American people why erratic, disruptive leadership is to their benefit. You know, Nicole, it's often overlooked in this moment, but Joe Biden is somebody who has been seeking the presidency for 32 years. He started in 1988 with an eye towards how he may govern this country. He tried again in 2008 and now in 2020, and very methodically came through a Democratic primary where, you know, he was left a little bit on the sideline as we were having this Democratic debate over some of the more progressive issues. When he emerged out of South Carolina, remarkably, he coalesced the Democratic Party. And to the party's credit, they decided to put aside some of the ideological debate within the party and focus on the main goal here, which was to defeat Trumpism on the national and the world stage. He is on the cusp of doing that. And I think what you're seeing now is what would a President Biden begin to look like? It's that stable, steady hand capable of governing a nation following on 4 years of chaos and erratic presidential behavior.
I mean, you just articulated, I think, the big story that some people like me sometimes miss when we're staring, as Steve Kornacki said, at names of counties and states that haven't come in yet. And I just want to stay on this for a second because everything you said is true. And if those of us who were so devastated by watching Donald Trump's disdain for the norms and traditions of the American presidency and the American political process, everyone who felt that way, by and large, cheered on Joe Biden, and he pulled it off. And as you said, he went 0 for 3 in the first 3 Democratic primaries. He was not where sort of the energy is on the left. The energy is around more progressive figures. But he put one foot in front of the other. None of those political setbacks, I think, compared to any of his personal tragedies. So they never seemed to derail him or that campaign. But you put your finger on, I think, what this story turns into once a result is known, and if it heads in the direction that, again, both campaigns seem to believe it's heading in with a Biden victory. How he governs in the way that he ran seems to be of national importance. What do you think sort of the civic obligation is when you think about just how difficult it was to break through this disinformation climate? Donald Trump's refusal to play fair, Donald Trump's refusal to participate in a debate in the way it's supposed to be held, and his ongoing efforts to now delegitimize Joe Biden's presidency should he come out on top this week.
Yeah, in many ways, it's remarkable Joe Biden has emerged in this moment, given the body politic, given the state of the two parties. He was very disciplined, but he also took some significant risk. Recall the first debate when he was challenged by Trump about the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren platform, and Biden said, "I am the Democratic Party." That would have sidelined a Democratic candidate perhaps in the past, but we saw Democratic unity. In the second debate, when he said, "I beat those guys," talking about his Democratic opponents, his unwillingness to flirt with packing the court, no, he's not going to defund the police. Those were risks for this president-elect, possibly President-elect Joe Biden, but it reflected how he intends to govern. And I think the big challenge now, 2 challenges, I think that the power couple, should everything hold right now, is going to be Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. What can they agree upon to get through the Senate? Because Biden will have a friendly House to work with, but there will be a challenge in the Senate. And I would also say between now and should Joe Biden secure the electoral votes and face an inauguration, Nicole, there is one option left to Donald Trump, and it's the nuclear option that none of us really like to talk about. But right now he kind of has a vote strategy that seems to be going against his way. He has a narrow way just through vote counting to get there. He's got some legal strategies and he's got the PR strategies. None of them are really working. But I think what he is building to, Donald Trump, is a decision point whether to pull the nuclear option. And the nuclear option would be to legally challenge the certification of results in certain states. Now, good attorneys would tell you it would be a meritless claim, and they are right. But it still is a claim that he could push through the process. And from a public affairs and democracy protection standpoint, it could really begin to tear at the unity that Joe Biden's trying to achieve going into the inauguration.
You just guaranteed another sleepless night in my household, David Jolly. Thank you for that. No, look, I mean, I think I have not heard that scenario, but I have heard from folks in contact with this president that he is calling the shots, that this legal strategy, if it looks haphazard and knee-jerk and shallow, it's because he's directing it. So it certainly sounds within the realm of possibility what you're talking about. John Ralston, David Jolly, thank you so much for starting us off today. Alexi's sticking around. We are keeping Steve Kornacki very close by. Should we get any more developments on the vote counts in the next 2 hours? But when we come back, as Donald Trump's path grows narrower, his threats of legal action get louder. Trump's scattershot and confusing calls of fraud to stop the counting, keep the counting, doesn't make sense. And that legal blitz today shows signs of falling apart. And the Biden campaign calling that nothing but political theater and part of a, quote, broader misinformation campaign. Plus, the pandemic still raging on Donald Trump's watch. It hit another tragic milestone, as Biden addressed in his remarks a few moments ago. All those stories and any and all election updates when we come back. Don't go anywhere. So today, the reality of Donald Trump's political desperation is revealed in his attempt to have the courts come in now and save him. He's putting up baseless fights in several states that all appear to have been requested by him based on whether or not he's winning. The Biden campaign calls these lawsuits meritless and doomed to fail. Already this afternoon, Donald Trump's legal team lost battles to stop the counting of ballots in Michigan and Georgia. Their latest attempt in Nevada, where he's behind Joe Biden in a race that's still too close to call, is through a filing today in federal court in Las Vegas that claims thousands of improper votes, despite any evidence of improper votes and despite the presence of election observers from both parties inside. Today, Washington Post headline says this, quote, Trump and his allies boost bogus conspiracy theories in a bid to undermine vote count, as his scattershot approach appears to be confusing even his own loyal followers. While Trump tweets and sues to stop the counting of ballots, hundreds of his own supporters chanted, count the vote. Overnight in Maricopa County, Arizona, Biden leads the state by more than 67,000 votes. While it remains too close to call, if Donald Trump wants to win, they need them to keep counting, not stop counting. Joining our conversation, New York Times chief White House correspondent and MSNBC political analyst Peter Baker's here, and Neil Katyal, former acting Solicitor General and MSNBC legal analyst. Peter Baker, I talked to an outside advisor of the president's who said that it is the president who is ordering these seemingly scattershot and non-sort of themed lawsuits in states where he fears a defeat. Is there anything more to it that we should know?
Well, Neil, of course, is the constitutional expert and a lawyer, and I'm not. But I think there's a term for this in law schools called throwing the spaghetti against the wall. And they're just throwing every possible lawsuit they can out there to see if anything sticks, right? To see if they can get traction on any argument in any state somewhere. And there doesn't seem to be any luck so far. It's a rather scattershot, I think, as you put it, approach there. You know, in one state they say we want to stop the vote. In another state we want to keep the vote going. You know, there's really not any evidence of widespread fraud or anything else that would change the outcome that they're alleging, even though the president keeps saying things like that. And so I think it has confused their own supporters. And you're not seeing a lot of the president's, Republican allies, joining him in this call. In fact, you even just saw one of the president's sons just tweet this afternoon his frustration that the potential 2024 candidates aren't out there helping his father, and that they're going to remember who helps them and who doesn't. So I think that they're feeling more isolated, more alone, and more, whistling against the tides as they're heading in the other direction.
That is so interesting, Peter Baker. And I thought about this last night, and someone remarked that whatever you think of how the 2000 Florida recount ended up, it drew on both sides former secretaries of state, future Supreme Court justices. You wrote the book on James Baker. He headed up George W. Bush's side. The late Warren Christopher headed up the Gore-Lieberman side. And it was a legal battle. It took place in the state courts. It took place in local. I mean, this is clearly, you've got two people with the last name Trump and Rudy, fresh off his Borat tour, as the legal team representing an incumbent president. I mean, I guess it just doesn't look serious, Peter.
Well, you saw my colleagues Annie Carney and Maggie Haberman report in the paper this morning that Jared Kushner was going around looking for a James Baker-like figure to lead their case, and they haven't found one. Well, I spoke to the real James Baker this afternoon, and I asked him what he thought of it. And he says that it makes the point that they never asked for the count to stop before it had even been done. Back in Bush v. Gore in 2000, there was a full count of all the votes first before there was any court fight. In fact, there was a machine recount before there was any court fight. It was only after those counts were made that they start arguing about ballots that hadn't been included. And so Jim Baker, the one that people are holding out as the example, says, look, you shouldn't be arguing not to count the votes. That's just not an easy decision to defend in a democracy. Now, he said the president may have some legitimate arguments, and he has every right to pursue them through the legal means, either courts or through the recount process, but that he should wait until the votes are counted and not try to stop the process before it's even gotten that far.
Neil Katyal, I want to ask you if all of the confidence on the legal front being projected by Bob Bauer and by the Biden campaign is the whole story, because it's very reassuring. But are you sure there isn't some weaselly little legal maneuver that the Trump team could put before a friendly judge?
So far, Nicole, the answer is no. No legal maneuver is going to work. I mean, you know, Trump is not a great legal strategist. He's lost repeatedly in the Supreme Court. And here, I think Peter's absolutely right. He's throwing some bad spaghetti at the wall. And there are, I think, three basic problems with his legal strategy. The first is the theory of them is just fundamentally un-American, and it's always a losing strategy in the United States. And this is what Jim Baker was saying that Peter is reporting. It's always a losing strategy to try and block the counting of votes. And if you just think of the contrast, Biden is saying, as he just did a moment ago, count every vote. And Trump is basically saying, throw the votes out that are against me on a technicality. And Biden sounds like an American president, and Trump sounds like a despotic, you know, abnormal one. That's one problem. The second is that all he's got is a bunch of tiny complaints. Like literally in Georgia, he's complaining about 53 ballots being moved off a table. In Pennsylvania, he's fighting about 93 mail-in ballots. And when you have over 100 million votes cast, you can always point to some irregularities. The question is, does it make any difference? And this is the Trump modus operandi generally. He finds one immigrant who did something wrong and he tries to blow it up, or one DACA recipient or whatever. But voting is different because, Nicole, you and I and all of us actually did it. Well, over 100 million of us did it, and we have more personal experience with it. So that kind of Trump maneuver won't work. And then just the last thing is it going to matter? Is it going to make any difference anywhere? Because it's not just one state now, it's more than one that Trump is likely going to have to contest if the projections hold. And, you know, that's different than Bush versus Gore, where it was just one state, Florida, and the message was from the Republicans, count every vote. He's got the opposite message here.
Well, and you hit on something that has been on my mind. I mean, he was always attracted to dictators and autocrats. He now seems to be refusing to accept what appears to be a likely imminent defeat, like a Democratic leader. I mean, you look at the way George H.W. Bush left office. I mean, losing a run for the White House is soul-crushing. I have worked for people who have won. I have worked for people who have lost. But there seems to be no capacity to understand how it's done by the good ones and how it's done in a way that's good for the country. And I'm not saying that I'm surprised, but it's still very painful to see, Neil.
Yeah, no, I mean, you and I have talked in the past about how when we served in government, it's just so inspiring because the mission's always about something more than yourself. I mean, it's about a system. It's about sitting in a chair that legends have sat in before. And there are all sorts of things you can always do, of course, in government to benefit yourself, but you don't do them whether you're a Republican or a Democrat because you care about the good of the system. And Donald Trump's never behaved that way. And he's just showing his colors now once again.
Peter Baker and Neil Katyal, two of our friends whose wisdom was needed more today than ever. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Up next, as we wait for more states and ultimately the whole race to be called. We don't know when that'll be, but we do know that Joe Biden is pressing ahead with the nation's business, receiving a briefing today on the coronavirus pandemic, which has obviously not gone away while we've been waiting for election votes, as Trump said it would. How much did that factor into people's votes this week? We'll talk about all that next. As we await results in critical states from an election in which the pandemic was a top issue, the United States has hit a devastating record in the number of new cases. More than 102,000 new infections were reported on Wednesday. It is the very first time since the pandemic began that the United States has reported a six-figure number. The number of deaths at more than 1,100. The highest since July. It is the nightmare scenario that experts like Dr. Fauci have been warning us about, all happening amid uncertainty over the outcome of the presidential contest. Joe Biden saying today that he received a briefing on the pandemic. No word on what Trump has done this week on the COVID crisis, if anything, happening on his watch. Joining us now, Nick Confessori, New York Times political and investigative reporter and an MSNBC political analyst. Alexi is still with us. Nick, I want to show up put up some of the exit polls for our viewers. We haven't done too much of this because obviously the race isn't over, but we know some of it was on voters' minds when they headed to the polls. So 51% of voters believe COVID efforts are going badly in this country. 35% of them saying very badly. But it would appear that there was some success on Donald Trump's part in making it seem like a choice between taking care of the health of the country and dealing with the pandemic and taking care of the economy. Let me show you where that broke out. So if you voted for Biden, containing the coronavirus, 79% of the Biden voters thought that was the priority. 17% said rebuilding the economy. And if you voted for Trump, it was almost the exact inverse. If you voted for Trump, containing the virus, only 19% of Trump's voters said that was most important, and 71% said rebuilding the economy. Now, here's the truth. Whether you voted for Trump or Biden, they cannot be disaggregated. The only way to heal the economy is to deal with the pandemic. But it would seem, Nick, that the disinformation and this effort to make it a false choice between opening up and having the pandemic rage and closing as a way to cure it seeped into enough of Trump's voters.
Well, look, Nicole, after every election, a person in my shoes has to step back and think about what we were missing and what went wrong in the analysis to have some of our assumptions kind of upended. And I think one that's important here is that the president's messaging on this was more potent than some people, including me, thought it was. I think the appeal of a return to normalcy was high for a lot of people. People miss their jobs, their workplaces, their friends, their grandparents, their family. And so if the president is out there every day downplaying the enormity of the pandemic and saying it's fine and hope is near on a cure, and Democrats and the media are exacerbating it for political purposes, it's easy to see that would be fertile territory now looking back for a certain number of voters. And I think we'll find out in the coming weeks and months as we have more data to look at, that we'll have a sense of really how that cut into Biden's advantage on this issue in terms of his handling of the crisis.
I am so glad you opened this door because I'm just gonna dish here. I said on Tuesday night around 4 in the morning to Brian Williams that I think we completely missed the maybe hidden anti-taking care of public health vote, or the sort of pro get back out there vote, or whatever you want to call it. I think that people want to be told that we can do both. People worry about their kids. My little boy is at home. I worry about him every day. I'm doing my best to get him through math and reading, but I'm no replacement for a teacher and friends. People feel despondent about being separated from their family and from their friends, from their peer groups and from their work colleagues. And there is an austerity and there is an elitism to saying, oh, we can just, recreate our little bubble in our homes. That is not reality for a lot of people. And to your point, if the sort of things stay on the trajectory that, again, the Trump and Biden campaigns seem to expect they will, that Joe Biden will get to 270 first, how does that figure into, and I have to say for Biden's part, he always makes an effort to talk about the economy. He never separates them, but it's clear from this data that has not been heard by the Trump voter.
Well, look, it's clear if you're not economically secure and you don't know a lot of people who have been sickened by the virus, which is still a lot of people, right? I mean, it's a pandemic, but it's possible to not have a family member who's died of it right now. And if the choice is to lose your job and your livelihood or take what might seem to be an intangible risk, it's understandable that some people might say, you know what, I'm not sure I don't want to take that risk if my livelihood is on the line. And the second thing, in some ways we talked about in this show, how the president has partisanized mask wearing, which is dumb and unfortunate. Yeah. But he also partisanized opening schools in the other direction. And he kind of, in calling for schools to be opened, I think he shut down some debate on the left about teachers' unions and the openings of the schools and what the real risk of reward ratio was there. And he shut it down because people said, well, the president wants it. It's got to be bad and a scam. But actually, as you pointed out, for a lot of parents, especially people who are not well off, This is a huge tragedy that can't work. The kids aren't in school, and that's a real thing that we have to grapple with as reporters and in politics.
Nicole, can I jump in on this?
Commissary, you're hitting all my hot buttons. Yes, please, Alexei.
I can't help but think about these focus groups that we do that I've talked to you guys about so many times, but I did one last night virtually with Florida voters who went for Obama in 12 and switched to Trump in 16. And a couple of men in this group said things that I've heard along these lines in other focus groups we've done in Midwestern states. And it's so deeply personal to them, this economic piece of it, in a way that I just personally didn't know, because on the East Coast, people aren't talking about their personal financial situation, right? Like where I live in D.C., you're not hearing about other people's financial struggles because it's kind of a taboo thing to talk about. But I heard from this man last night, this Florida voter who supported Trump, who said he supported Trump because he's put the most money in his pocket. But what he meant by that is because he lost his job during the pandemic when everything was shut down, and he liked the way that Trump was being really aggressive about reopening it. And to me, I just thought about how I've heard this similar refrain from other voters in different states around the Midwest and, of course, in Florida, who, while they're hearing President Trump downplay the virus to the point where they don't take it that seriously, so they're not really thinking about the public health aspect of it, what they do feel and do see is their salary going completely away because they're losing their job or they're struggling to make ends meet. And that's happening because of this pandemic that they don't really believe is real, or they don't give legitimacy that it deserves because of the way that their preferred president and candidate is talking about it. And, you know, Donald Trump talks a lot about the economy, but he's not necessarily talking about the economy after the coronavirus pandemic. And that is the one curious thing that I hear from the folks who even voted to reelect him. They can only point to the economy pre-COVID, but the economy post-COVID will be forever different. It'll be decades before we get to the pre-COVID economy. And that's something that I think Donald Trump has done well about not really allowing those folks who are still sticking with him to even understand that reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the most important point to end on. It is not reality, but I think what some of these exits show, and I think what you're getting at, Nick, is understanding what people's sort of feeling about what their reality was and what their existence was and what the choice was. Such an interesting conversation. I'm so grateful to both of you for having it with me here. Thank you so much. Up next for us, another trip to the big board for a look at where the race for the presidency stands at the top of the hour. We'll be back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
In America, the vote is sacred. It's how people of this nation express their will. And it is the will of the voters, no one, not anything else, that chooses the President of the United States of America. So each ballot must be counted. And that's what we're going to see going through now. And that's how it should be. Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world.
Hi again, everyone. We're almost there. It's 5 o'clock in the East. The entire nation waiting with bated breath as results trickle in and the picture of this race slowly becoming clearer. All eyes at this hour on the state of Pennsylvania. The Secretary of State has indicated that the winner of its 20 electoral votes could be announced by the end of the day or night. We'll be hearing from her in about 15 minutes with an update on those efforts. We'll go straight to it when it happens. Donald Trump's lead in that state is shrinking as more and more of that absentee vote is counted. It's a phenomenon we're seeing out of Georgia. And in Arizona and Nevada, Joe Biden holds on to his narrow leads there. With the electoral votes from 6 states still undetermined, each side is projecting optimism, saying they will prevail. But what we're witnessing are two very stark displays of how they're handling the waiting game. A confident Joe Biden is urging patience and arguing that their data shows the former vice president will win the race. Notably, they're also the campaign on the side of counting all the votes that were cast. Meanwhile, Trump campaign's message is disorganized, at times contradictory, underscored by the president's switch on Twitter today of what to stop. First it was the counting, and now it's the fraud, which we must underscore there is no evidence of. As Trump's path to victory grows more precarious, he and his team have filed several legal actions across many states, and they're signaling that more are to come. Many of those lawsuits have already been shot down, like this afternoon when judges dismissed lawsuits in Michigan and Georgia because the Trump campaign did not provide any evidence that laws were broken. We begin this hour with a look at where things stand in the races that are too close to call. For that, we check back in with MSNBC's Steve Kornacki at the big board.
Nicole, we just got, I think, just about the final votes out of Fulton County, Georgia, Atlanta. We've been waiting for this one. They just came in. You can see Donald Trump's lead in Georgia now under 10,000 votes, 9,525. It's because of Fulton County. There may be a few absentee ballots left here, but the bulk of it is now done in Fulton County, it would appear. And again, that does dent the Trump lead further for Biden, 95-25. Let's take a look at where the vote is remaining in Georgia now. And if folks I've been showing this throughout the process, and if you look, maybe you can see it's different now. There used to be a giant bubble emerging from Fulton County. No longer, you see, because most of those votes, just about all of them, we think are in right now. So if Biden is going to erase the rest of this Trump lead, 9,525 in Georgia, where would he look? Well, he would certainly look in this area right around Atlanta, the Atlanta metro area. Still votes to come there. And then the biggest bubble on the map right now is Chatham County, where Savannah, Georgia is. That's the biggest single source now of outstanding votes in Georgia. Now, that's a Democratic area. We expect Biden to do very well there, particularly because it's mail-in ballots. The city of Savannah, I am being told, though, is saying that Chatham County not likely to get those votes done until tomorrow, until Friday. So keep that in mind, because that's a very significant, outstanding piece of real estate right now. But Chatham County, the Atlanta metro area, and I want to say there is a county here you can see right up here. I think I have to unselect this to show it. There is a county right here that Trump is doing very well in. This is getting to North Georgia. And we don't see in Georgia this dynamic I've talked about in Pennsylvania, where the mail-in universe and the same-day universe are just different universes. Not quite so much in Georgia. Yeah. So Trump has the potential in a county like this that I've got highlighted here to actually gain some ground in the mail-in votes there. So this is real suspense here in terms of how this is all going to shake out statewide, whether there really are enough votes here potentially in what I'm showing you for Biden to get over the top and actually take the lead statewide. 95-25. I mean, this looks like it's headed for something right on the line. Maybe it tips over into Biden's favor. Maybe it stays just in Trump's favor. And also so close, 0.2 of a point statewide here. Also, you're in recount territory potentially. That is what's going on in Georgia. Meanwhile, Pennsylvania, we've also gotten some recent updates from Pennsylvania that have also lowered Donald Trump's lead there. That now sits at 90,542. The most significant recent update we just got, this in the last few minutes, from Lehigh County. This is where Allentown is. And you see Joe Biden overall in this county leads narrowly over Trump. He now leads narrowly because the absentee mail ballot count that was just released a few minutes ago, at least some of them, I think there are a few more to come from Lehigh, but Biden, you see, 51% overall. He won 76% of the mail-in votes from Lehigh County that were just released. And we're just seeing this all over the place in counties that don't look. If you just look at this map, you say, oh, that red, it's not favorable to Joe Biden. I'll give you another one we just got in the last half an hour or so. Erie County. Look, Trump is leading this overall by a fraction of a point, but we just got the mail votes reported from Erie County, and Joe Biden got 73% of them. So that's the consistent story across Pennsylvania with the mail-in ballots. And again, if I call this up here, what is outstanding in Pennsylvania right now? We're getting updates like you see, there is still some to come there in Lehigh County. There's what I just gave you, and there's more to come. But that's the story. Everywhere you see one of these dots of any size here, one of these bubbles of any size. The dynamic I just showed you, whether it's a red county or whether it's a blue county, it's going to be a Biden county, it looks like, when it comes to the mail. So all of these represent chances for Biden to make strides in terms of the statewide popular vote. And then there it is, the big one, the biggest bubble. We're still waiting on Philadelphia, where we think it's, 80,000, 90,000, somewhere in that range of absentee ballots still to come. So you can do the math. 90,542 votes. That is Donald Trump's lead statewide. We have established, I think, a very clear pattern here where the mail vote is just so overwhelming for Joe Biden in Pennsylvania that any county we look at, he seems to be winning it. So you see chances for him, to shave that 90,000 vote lead a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there, a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there. You see all sorts of opportunities like that for him on the map here. And then you see Philadelphia, where he is winning in the last batch of mail votes we just got from Philadelphia. Joe Biden won 91% of them. So you're looking at potentially 80,000, 90,000 votes from Philadelphia, just from Philadelphia. If he gets 90% of those and is pocketing votes in all these other places, the path to overcoming a 90,000 vote deficit, it seems like a very doable path for Biden. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, and I think, Steve, whenever you say you can do the math, my circuits in my brain blow because I can't do any math. But what is the total number of votes that have not been counted in your totals?
Right. So, again, the biggest piece of suspense here, I think, like let's see here, let's call up Lehigh County. There's still, it would appear, we just had a release there of 94. We just had a release of 9,455 votes in Lehigh County, and we still think there's about 6,000 left to come from there. So, but the biggest piece of suspense, it's Philadelphia. It's how many is it? Is it 75,000? Is it 100,000? Is it 90? Because it's just by far the biggest source of votes, and Biden's winning 90% of them. So, like I say, if you took Philadelphia off the board right here and you're trying to see from all these other counties, could Biden erase this lead or is he going to be left short? I don't know. But you put Philadelphia on there and you can really see the path, provided there are that many votes out there. And honestly, getting that exact number has been a challenge for everybody.
Steve Kornacki, we are heading into this press conference in a couple of minutes. If we learn something new, and if you learn something new, let's regroup on the other side of that, my friend.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Let's now bring into our conversation some of our favorite reporters and friends. Michael Steele's back, former RNC chairman and senior advisor to the Lincoln Project. Also joining us, Washington Post national political reporter and MSNBC political analyst Bob Costa's back, and Juanita Tolliver, national political director for Supermajority. Bob Costa, I have to start with you. What I have heard is that there is a sense of not acceptance, nowhere near acceptance, but acknowledgement that the path to 270 is highly unlikely for Donald Trump. Is that what you're picking up?
Well, publicly, the Trump campaign is sounding a different tune. Privately, top Republicans are telling me that well, right, it's different privately, clearly. But what I'm hearing, Nicole, is that they feel like Arizona is going to have to flip, and they're keeping a close eye on Fox News, whether Fox News will reverse its call in Arizona at some point, along with the Associated Press. Their fingers crossed in Arizona that Maricopa County is going to somehow tilt it toward President Trump. But we've seen Maricopa County, I just spoke to the mayor of Phoenix an hour ago, has been trending more purple in recent years, getting behind someone like a moderate Democrat in Kristen Sinema. And they're all paying attention to northeastern Pennsylvania and southeastern Pennsylvania. As Steve was laying out just now, it's going to come down to Philadelphia and the suburbs there, but especially the city of Philadelphia. If it's huge turnout in these final votes for Biden and the Democrats, it's going to be hard for the president to hold on to Pennsylvania. And, of course, all eyes on Nevada.
Michael Steele, I have, I think as this becomes clearer and clearer, and as Steve educates the nation in more and more granularity about where the outstanding vote is and how some of that outstanding vote shapes up for both sides, and the fact that people close to both these camps see this race pretty similarly. The Trump campaign wasn't confident that they had a level of support in PA to win it before Election Day. So the idea that that's somehow changed is hogwash. They're hoping to sue their way to some sort of margin in that state. Where do you think this is right now, and how much longer do you think we sort of exist in this suspended reality? You know, Michael Steele, we lost you. We're going to fix your audio. Can you hear me, my friend?
Did you mute?
Okay, there we
never
go.
mind.
There you go. Start over. The whole thing from the top.
You know, let me just say, everybody understands. We try to be good doobies because if you don't want to make a noise that gets picked up by the mic, and you turn the daggone thing off and forget to turn it on. Anyway, to your question, the reality of it is the Trump campaign at this point, as Steve has just very cogently laid out, is throwing out a lot of spaghetti, legal spaghetti, to try to get something to stick on a variety of walls, including and especially Pennsylvania. But the truth is, if the state of Pennsylvania and the Board of Elections releases this number tonight, given what Steve has laid out there is no path. Those 20 electoral votes, when they land, it's over. It doesn't matter what happens anywhere else. So that's right. The truth of it. All of these forward efforts to try to push people in a direction to get all excited and all frazzled and angry and protest and screaming and shouting. I thought the Democrats, according to Trump, the Democrats were going to be doing that after November 3rd. But it's the Republicans who are doing that at his insistence. And this is all the last gasp of the last episode in the last season of this presidential reality series that we've endured. So may the lights go down very quietly into that good, we know not quiet night, so that the rest of us may get some sleep and move on to a better morrow with Joe Biden.
I want you to be right so bad, but do you promise? Our old colleagues, Matt Schlapp and Rick Grinnell, are on the ground in Nevada, stirring up a cauldron of I'll just quote John Ralston, intimidation on the ground. Do you promise?
Yeah, because the country's going to rise up. Trust me on this one, Nicole, and I really believe this in my heart about the good people of this country, that when a president is announced, all right, when it is official, this country will come together behind that president as in a way as we've seen in the past. Will there be those screaming in the corner, trying to put their head through the wall? Yes, let them. But the reality of it is the rest of us are ready to move on. The rest of us are ready to make the difference right now because 100,000 of our citizens were diagnosed with COVID yesterday. We're at 235,000 of our citizens lying in the ground or in a morgue at the moment. And this president still has not said anything about that. So the reality for us is we need to begin to heal ourselves and move ourselves into a better space. So I'm trusting the American people right now that, enjoy all of this crazy and excitement, but we're ready to move on.
Yeah, look, Juanita, I think Michael Steele has got his finger on it, and he's on the right side of this. From Steve to Bob's reporting, Pennsylvania, what is outstanding is more than enough to put Joe Biden over the edge in Pennsylvania when all the votes are cast. And you have to believe that Donald Trump sees it that way, too, because Rudy and a couple of Trump's kids are there filing largely frivolous lawsuits in the state to stop the counting. Peter Baker reported in the last hour that Jim Baker, who headed the George W. Bush recount, made the point that in Florida, neither side was for stopping the vote. They wanted the first vote to happen. There was an automatic machine recount that happened, and then it was counted another time. And I think news organizations went in and counted it a couple more times after that. So no one has ever overturned an election by not counting. Even the effort to bridge the gap in vote is doomed to failure, it would appear.
I think that's exactly right. I think the underlying premise here is no one besides Trump is working to undermine our democracy. Every single vote should be counted. And honestly, what we've heard overwhelmingly from voters thus far, especially those voters who voted by mail throughout the country, and now we're looking into Philadelphia and other areas in Pennsylvania, is that they're largely going for Biden. So it's absolutely right that Trump's margin is going to continue to dwindle in Pennsylvania as we learn more. And you're about these frivolous lawsuits, similar to what we saw in Georgia and Michigan where they were thrown out, there is no evidence to back it up. All of Trump's claims are unfounded and baseless, and I'm glad to see judges across the country weighing in with that reality, because Trump's behavior is just signs of additional desperation for someone, as Michael so poetically and dramatically put it, grasping at straws on their very last episode and trying to figure something else out. But there is no way around counting all of these votes and what voters decide.
You know, Bob Costa, I thought about your reporting when I've looked at just how disciplined Joe Biden has been and his message of running as a proud Democrat, but being a president for all Americans. I want to read from your piece. The headline is "Election Reveals Deeper Divides Between Red and Blue America." I think this was about Wisconsin specifically. The urban-rural divide illustrates the pronounced polarization evident in preliminary 2020 election results. The split underscores fundamental disagreements among Americans about how to control the coronavirus pandemic, or whether to even try, how to revitalize the economy and restore jobs, how to combat climate change, or whether it is an emergency at all, and the roles of morality, empathy, and the rule of law in the body politic. Each one of those so loaded. We could spend the rest of the hour on this, but just talk a little bit about how that manifests as someone tries to lead the whole country, as Joe Biden has said he would try to do.
Working with my colleague Phil Rucker yesterday, we were thinking through the Biden speech and what does it really signal about this country and where his possible presidency could go. And as much as he said he wants to be a president for all Americans and not just a president for Democrats, the political map and the results from Tuesday present significant challenges to him should he sit in the Oval Office next year, because this is a country not just divided on issues like the economy or the pandemic. It's a country that, as Cornell Belcher, the pollster, puts it in the story, is tribal. And the rural and ex-urban voters, mostly white, are now more significantly with the president and Republicans. Suburban voters more with the vice president at times, and urban voters even more with Vice President Biden. And that divide, more than the red-blue divide, is something that's going to confront him as president.
It's so interesting. And when you add over, we talk a lot about Fox News, but there's an entire conservative media information ecosystem that, to me, sort of looking at how that has changed the existence of a Republican president with a totally subservient Republican Congress, the fact that it appears Joe Biden won in that climate is to me a real political feat that we'll be talking about for a long time. But that's to say nothing of the task of governing. Michael Steele, Robert Costa, Juanita Tolliver, please stick around, stay with us, because when we come back, we're going to talk about this dwindling path to 270 electoral votes for Donald Trump and his allies making baseless accusations without any evidence about fraud that officials say does not exist. They're also ratcheting up their legal assault to try to block a Biden victory, but so far that plan is running into roadblocks just about everywhere. And we continue our wait for the Pennsylvania Secretary of State to hold a news conference about where things stand in the vote count in her ever-important state. We'll bring that to you live when it happens. Our election coverage continues after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Okay, so Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar is holding a news conference right now about the vote count in her state. Let's listen in.
Eagerly awaiting, and I can tell you the counties are too. They are really taking their time, making sure that every single voter in the Commonwealth who has cast their ballot is having those ballots accurately and securely counted. So, as you know, we're going to keep counting. Military and overseas ballots, I think, are coming in. Those will continue to be accepted through next Tuesday. There are obviously provisional ballots that will have to be counted as well after the initial round of ballots. And, you know, I think whatever the outcomes are, I can tell you that I'm so proud to work with the 67 counties, the election officials who are just doing an amazing job getting these counted accurately and securely. So I am happy, I think, with that, to take your questions. Yes.
The integrity of the election has certainly been questioned quite a bit over the past several days, and it seems to be intensifying now in these final states that we're waiting to hear from. What is your message to the people of Pennsylvania and to the people of the country about the way things work here in Pennsylvania?
So, you know, as we've been talking about for months, Pennsylvanians have more choices on how they've been able to vote this year than they've ever had in the history of the Commonwealth. And no matter how they voted, what's critical here is that we have very strong processes in place that make sure that that voting integrity and security are constantly followed by every county in the state. So, for example, we talked about, I think it was yesterday, voting by mail in Pennsylvania. So the processes we found, though it's new under Act 77 that we can all vote by mail, it's the same processes that we've used for decades for absentee voting. So voters have to apply. They're checked against either the Social Security database or the PennDOT database. They're checked against their voter record to make sure that they're a qualified voter and they are who they say they are. They cast their ballot, and then they're checked again when the ballot is received that they were actually an approved voter. Very secure. There's really, like, the strength of the integrity of this vote is really unparalleled. Same when you vote in person, right? You have to be registered, you go in, you sign in the poll book. All these things are tracked. Our voting systems and our databases make sure that no voter can cast more than one vote. It literally has a hard stop should anybody even try. And the counties, again, as I've talked about, the amazing county election officials, they take this so seriously. They are such professionals. So, you know, I can just say, really, no matter how you chose to vote this year, and so many Pennsylvanians have, and it looks like it's really going to be great turnout when we finalize the numbers, that every method is incredibly safe and secure. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Secretary. Hey, you've said, if I understand it correctly, that enough results may be coming in tonight for people to have a handle on who the winner in the presidential race is. What's your basis for thinking that? Can you put a finer point on it? How long? What makes you say that?
So the counties are continuing to count. And so obviously, depending on how close the race is, that impacts whether so you know, the final results are not certified until 20 days after the election, right? So I want to be clear, there's no final results happening now anyway. What's happening now is having enough ballots counted to actually see who the winner is, right? The farther apart that is, the easier it is to tell. So it's very close in Pennsylvania, right? There's no question. And so that means it's going to take longer to actually see who the winner is. But I can tell you that there's several 100,000 ballots remaining to be counted. You can track all that, what counties it remains in, look at our website, and you'll be able to see how we get to the conclusion. But, you know, either way, I want to be clear that these are just the mail-in and absentee votes and the in-person votes, right? The overwhelming majority, like, I think, you know, a huge majority of the in-person votes have been counted. We're in a very good place with the mail-in and absentee ballots, but not quite there yet. But then there's still going to be provisional ballots, the military and overseas ballots, and so forth. So the closer the race is, the longer it takes. But I think what I've said all along is that the overwhelming majority of ballots will be counted by Friday. I still think that we're ahead of the schedule, and we actually already have counted the overwhelming majority of ballots, but because it's a close race, it's not quite clear yet who the winner is. So, yes.
You've mentioned provisional ballots a couple of times. How many of those have been cast statewide? And of those, how many have been counted and reported?
So very few have been counted, and because that usually happens following the counting of the other ballots. So usually, so that you won't see. Counties are not going to start that until after they've finished with the others generally. So we don't know yet. We've been reaching out to the counties. I know I can't remember if it was you or somebody else who asked me both about provisional ballot numbers and numbers of ballots arriving after Election Day, after 8 p.m. on Election Day. So provisional ballots, I think we've heard from, maybe 2/3 of the counties. So I don't have a firm number yet, and as soon as we do, we'll be able to report those numbers.
Can you give me your best estimate?
The provisional ballots, I think it's still early yet. So let's touch base again after I have more than the number that I have so far. Yeah.
No guesstimate at all?
It doesn't. The context matters, right? So if I tell you a number that reflects 41 counties, it could be not reflective of the whole because it matters which counties they are. So we will circle back with you. Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
I know that you stand by the integrity of the election so far. Have you or any of the counties investigated any specific allegations of voter fraud?
No. I mean, I'm not aware of any. I should say you probably heard some weeks ago that there was a gentleman in Luzerne County who tried to apply for a ballot for his deceased mother. I don't know if you heard that, but that was several weeks ago. That was the only incident that I am aware of in this year. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I know that you said a minute ago that you guys have counted the vast majority of the in-person Election Day votes. Can you give us a more specific sense of how many of those are outstanding? Is it fewer than the remaining mail-in votes? Oh, yeah. If you go to our website and the supplemental dashboard, if you look at the pie chart, it's a tiny sliver. It may be that 99% are counted. So whether it's 99 or 98.5, go to the dashboard and it will tell you. More beyond the mail-in ballots that are. No, there's a tiny fraction of precincts that aren't counted yet. Yeah, it's a very, very, very small number. Yeah. Yes.
The outstanding mail-in ballots, does that include counties that have all counties segregated the ballots that came in after Election Day?
Right. So the ballots that have been counted so far are the ones that came in by November 3rd. So all the counties are going to be segregating any that came in after 8 p.m. on November 3rd through 5 p.m. on November 6th. Yes. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, there are 7 precincts in Allegheny County that aren't reporting anything yet. That includes Election Day in-person ballots. Do you know what's going on there?
No, I don't, but I'm happy to check with them afterwards. I know what's going on in some of the other things, but I don't know what's going on in those 7 precincts. So thank you. We will reach out to them. Yes.
Does the department know how many mail-in ballots might still be en route to election offices that were postmarked by the 3rd?
Do we know how many are en route? No. I could tell you that the numbers that have come in so far are a tiny fraction of what came in after the primary. So I don't think, and usually, based on historical numbers, you get the most ballots, the day after Election Day, and then it dwindles from there. So I don't expect it to be a significant amount.
How many mail-in ballots were surrendered at the polls on November 3rd?
Not yet. We will know that because we will know that at once the counties do those because obviously those voter declarations had to be signed, and I think they'll also be able to track the provisional ballot voters, the ones that didn't surrender their ballots. But that will take some time. Thank you. Yes.
Have you and your staff taken any special safety precautions? And should the county workers who are doing the counting be concerned about their safety, given the strong feelings?
So by safety, you mean from the outside world or?
Physical safety, yes.
You know, the counties really are in the best position to assess that. I mean, as you might imagine, you know, we have a great Commonwealth, a lot of diversity from, you know, very rural counties to urban counties. So it's really not a one-size-fits-all assessment. We certainly talk to the counties and issue guidance and directives on security of, you know, the voting systems and the locations and, you know, all those things. But I think the physical security of the staff, I would defer to the counties on.
What about you and your staff? You taking any special precautions?
Yes.
Can you talk about those at all?
I mean, we have security. We make sure that we are safe, and we make sure that where operations are secure and safe. Yes, thank you. Yes, Jan.
Well, I was going to ask you about the late arriving ballots, if you have any kind of idea of how many there are, but based on these questions, I get a sense you don't know. But you did tell CNN today that it was anywhere from 0 in some counties to hundreds in others. So, I mean, can you be a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's actually it's a lower it's significantly lower number than we thought. But I think we've heard from, I apologize, I forget exactly how many counties, so it's not a full picture yet, but it's a much less significant number. It's like a fraction of what we saw in the primary. So I think we saw 60,000 in the 3 days following the primary. It's not going to be anywhere near that. So once I have the full, again, I think I have maybe, you know, 2/3 of the counties, and so I just want to make sure before I give. But what I said was true. There are some counties that got 0 the day following, and there are some counties that got in the hundreds, you know, maybe 500. But so that's the range that I have now, but I just don't want to give an overall picture until I make sure I have every county in. Thanks. But it really is smaller. Yes.
Sorry, if I could just double back on mail-ins, uncounted mail-ins. I think you said in your opening remarks that there were several 100,000 outstanding. And we've heard some, you know, varying numbers on that. Can you put a finer point on that at all? Just what kind of figure we're looking at?
So go to the website and go to the dashboard. It's constantly changing, and so it just seems like as soon as I give a number, there are county results that get updated, and it's different than what I just said. It's a moving target.
What's the last number you were aware of?
I think it was in the 300,000, the 350,000 range. But again, as soon as I say that, you're going to go into the dashboard and it's going to say it's lower than that. So,
difficult topic,
yeah.
And thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I'll get to.
So on election night, results in Lancaster County were showing an amount well above the amount requested and then nearly double the amount returned. Could you explain why that happened and if that was county specific?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Sure. Yeah, in Lancaster County on election night specifically, it was showing results for mail-in ballots that was well above the amount returned and the amount requested. Can you explain how that happened?
You know, I can't remember Lancaster County specifically. What I can tell you is that some of the counties, and Lancaster, I'm thinking it probably had to do, so they're one of, I think, the 2 counties that have hard voting systems. Each voting system vendor has the way they translate with the data has worked slightly differently. And as you know, this dashboard and even the website, it's the first year that we broke out provisional ballots, mail-in ballots, and in person. So some of the reporting, if the county's files were not done perfectly, it might merge to the categories, it might put things in the wrong category. So we've been working out all those quirks. Like I know, for example, York was off for a little while, but that is now corrected. So that may have explained what was going on with Lancaster. There's just been, most of it has been the county, the way they sent us the files, the data was just not in the right place, basically.
To ensure voters that it was handled and taken care of, is there a way that you can do that?
Well, it's fixed. I mean, it's fixed on the website, and you can also. So, I mean, I think I've said this at priors of these, but you can always go to the county websites. You can look and see. You know, it's an easy way to double check. Yes, Dennis.
Secretary, some tweets have surfaced, admittedly from a couple of years ago. Your tweets suggesting negative things about Donald Trump. What do you say to people that say, geez, you're the person overseeing this election and you have clearly partisan views on the matter? Well, what's your response to that?
So my response is, look, these were 4 years ago. And at the time, I was not in the administration. I was not in any public service. I was a private citizen. It was a personal Twitter account. And, you know, so that, and then when I became Secretary of State, I took an oath, Dennis, and I took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and the Constitution of the United States. And partisan politics have no place in the Pennsylvania Department of State or any county elections office for that matter. I mean, we work for voting rights and for effective election administration, and I can tell you that I will do everything in my power to make sure that every voter, every candidate, and every party have access to a fair, free, safe, and secure election. And I don't care what their background is, and I don't care what my background is. That's what we do at the Department of State. Thank you.
We have been listening to a news conference from Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Boockvar. It says Joe Biden continues to chip away at Donald Trump's lead in Pennsylvania. Let's bring into the conversation MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing, who is live for us in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Chris, what is the state of the count there?
So it's been tightening all day long, and it's been heading toward Joe Biden. This morning, around 9 o'clock, it was about 160,000. Now you look at the difference, it's just over 90,000. That's exactly what was expected. And then there was a big headline from Kathy Boockvar, the Secretary of State, today, because she suggested in an interview that there would be a winner tonight. Well, as you heard her, she seemed to be backing off of that a little. But the one thing that isn't changing is the basic numerology, right? Because she talked about provisional ballots. In Pennsylvania, this is one of the states with the lowest number of provisional ballots, unlikely to make a big difference. She talked about the military and foreign ballots. Those are always, by law, allowed to come in until next Tuesday. Again, a number in the fairly small thousands of those. The big number is those several 100,000 outstanding mail-in ballots. And this morning, I talked to a couple of Democrats who had just gone into a briefing, and what they said was, it doesn't matter where those mail-in ballots are coming from. It can be from a red state. They're trending heavily toward Joe Biden. That's why we feel so confident. And as you've seen with Steve at the big board, that's exactly what's being borne out.
That's right. NBC's Chris Jansing, where a lot of the attention is this evening and all week long. Thank you so much, my friend, for joining us. Let me come back to you, Michael Steele and Robert Costa, just on what we heard. Does that change any of your expectations about timing? Because I caught that too. I wrote that down because it caught my ear. I thought, Tuesday, I'm going to be here in this chair until Tuesday. She said, we're going to keep counting military ballots until next Tuesday. But as Chris Jansing is saying, the big chunk of outstanding vote to be counted are those absentee ballots and the mail-in ballots. Is that right, Bob Costa?
That is correct. But the takeaway in my notebook is that the count will continue. This is a state government in Pennsylvania that knows they're under pressure to get this right, to make sure the election in the state has integrity, that every vote is counted. And while Democrats in Pennsylvania and nationally would like to see this election called sooner than later, Pennsylvania is going to make sure that mail-in balloting is considered in every way, in a judicious way. And so it may take some time, and you may see certain news organizations hold off. Others may move forward if it becomes clear the ballot's heavily Democratic and mail-in voting.
You know, Michael Steele, it's so interesting because obviously what Bob Costa said is absolutely correct, but only one of these campaigns is for that happening. The President of the United States has used his Twitter feed, which the White House has told us to treat as reporters, as citizens, as official statements from the White House. So the United States head of our government is for stopping the count, for doing the opposite of what Bob Costa just said in the state of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, you know, I think that's expected. I mean, Donald Trump is going to make as much noise as he can. Turn the sound down, folks. I think Bob put it exactly right, and we heard it from the secretary. It's going to take some time. They want to do it right. They want to be methodical because they know what this means. They know they've got, banshees at the door screaming, stop the count, and they're like, dude, I got to do my job. And so they're trying to, isolate the noise as much as possible. And that goes back to what I was saying before, Nicole, before the secretary came on. That's where we, the people, can help in this. We can just turn down the noise on this and just ignore this kind of interference, because these folks want to get this right. And if it takes till next Tuesday, they know what the window is. We can wait. We will wait, count every ballot, do it cleanly, do it fairly, do it transparently, and you won't have any issue with us. Now, I can't speak for those other folks, but from the rest of us, you won't have an issue. And so far, there is no issue. And that's what galls Donald Trump the most, because there's nothing he can pick at here, because in every state where these ballots are now undergoing the last throes of being counted, it's clean, it's transparent, and there's nothing he can get at.
Yeah, and just a couple more headlines from the Pennsylvania Secretary of State, Kathy Boockvar. She did acknowledge that she and her staff have security, that there's security where they're working, and that they all have security to keep them safe. And then when challenged to think of an incident of voter fraud, she had to go back, I think, several weeks or maybe even months, and thought of one instance and pledged to the journalists assembled there to let them know if there were anything else. Certainly that stands in stark contrast to the claims coming from the president and his allies on the ground in battleground states right now. Michael Steele, Bob Costa, thank you so much for spending so much of this hour with us. We're grateful. When we return, the Trump campaign strategy of trying to win this election through the courts already showing signs of falling short. We'll be back with that after a quick break. More legal fights and more legal fails today for Trump, who's likely fearing his re-election chances just might be crumbling before his eyes. Today, he says he will win and promises to legally challenge, quote, all of the recent Biden claim states. But in just the last few hours, his team lost its request to stop the counting of ballots in Michigan and Georgia, while their newest attempt in Nevada to stop the tallying of thousands of, quote, improper votes is backed by zero evidence. Zilch, nada. Biden still has a lead in the state of Nevada. Joining us from North Las Vegas, NBC's Jacob Severoff. Jacob, I have been watching you all day long, my friend. Take me through your experience on the ground there. What is the Trump campaign even trying to do?
It's a good question, Nicole, and zilch and nada are the perfect descriptions for the amount of evidence that they have for any voter fraud. We know widespread voter fraud is a myth. But here in Nevada, now they're leveling specific allegations. Thousands of improper, is the exact word that they used, ballots. And they are suing in federal court here in Nevada to stop the counting of the votes. And Rick Grinnell, the former acting DNI, was here today along with Matt Schlapp, put those allegations out into the ether. And I wanted to ask him, what is the evidence? Where are you getting this information? We still haven't seen the lawsuit. They still haven't filed it. All they've had is a press conference. Let's take a look, Nicole, at what Grinnell had to say. It took a little effort. Watch this. Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the clerk.
No.
Which you haven't done yet.
You guys just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grinnell, former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI, where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Where's the evidence?
They've presented no evidence of fraud, Craig. So we're live on MSNBC. You've said thousands of illegitimate ballots. Thousands of illegitimate ballots. Where are they? Where's Matt Schlapp? Where are the illegitimate ballots? Where are the illegitimate ballots? So with a 12,000 vote margin here, thousands of fraudulent ballots is a serious allegation, but there's no evidence. What's happening inside this building is the deliberate slow counting of those votes, and we'll find out on Saturday. And if the Trump campaign has a legitimate lawsuit, we'll find out in federal court. But right now, we don't have any evidence of that.
NBC's Jacob Soboroff on the ground for us in Nevada. Thank you so much, my friend. Joining us now, Joyce Vance, former U.S. attorney and an MSNBC contributor, and Washington Post White House reporter and MSNBC political analyst Ashley Parker is back. So, Ashley, let me just start with something Ben Ginsburg has been saying for really weeks now. Ben Ginsburg, I think the Republican version of the most respected and longest-serving election lawyer that our party has really ever seen, worked for every former Republican presidential campaign and president, has come out and said that this hunt for voter fraud has been a Republican mission for decades, and it has never turned up anything. And in fact, the only person committing felony voter fraud is Donald Trump by asking his voters, I think it was in the state of North Carolina, to vote twice. So now the big lie that Ben Ginsburg is certainly qualified to diagnose and report to us about is being carried on and carried out by Matt Schlapp and Rick Grinnell in Nevada. What is the end game for them?
Well, there was something incredibly amateurish of what they were doing today. And I think that clip of Jacob kind of pressing them on the fact that they made a pretty serious allegation with no evidence demonstrates that. But one of the things that the Trump team is doing is they are trying to keep the president calm, and they are trying to dissuade him from doing what he woke up today angry and defiant wanting to do, which was go out, speak publicly, and again, prematurely and quite possibly falsely declare victory. And one of the ways they have managed to calm him down so far is by stressing to him all of the people who are out there fighting for him and briefing him on these legal strategies, although, as you point out, they have not been wildly successful yet. So I want to be clear, the legal strategies are, on the one hand, they are real. The campaign very much does want to challenge a lot of these states and a lot of these ballots in ways that they think could help them. But part of it is also, again, for that most important audience of one, trying to convince the president to stay calm and convince him to believe that there is hope to fight another day.
And this fight is drawing such meager talent and numbers, Joyce Vance, that the president's kids were, having tantrums on Twitter, basically crying and having hissy fits, begging people to come and help their dad steal an election. So is the state of Donald Trump's efforts. And as Ashley points out, I am certain accurately, it isn't really a political strategy. It definitely isn't a winning legal strategy without evidence. It is sort of the campaign version of giving him some Xanax, it would appear.
It has the feel of a final desperate appeal to the base. Like you say, there's not much legal strategy at play here. Usually, if you've got good claims, you go straight into court. You don't let your former DNI roam around announcing claims that can't be backed up. And that's the meat of this. This is a president who's struggled to find voter fraud to support any problems that he has at the polls, really since before he was elected the first time. You'll remember that in 2017, he notoriously stood up an election integrity commission that was supposed to search for allegations and for complaints of voter fraud. And it had to fold several months into its operations, not only because it couldn't find any fraud, but because there was concerns that it was actually in the process of collecting voter information that could be used to suppress the vote in future elections. So here again, we have this boogeyman of voter fraud that the president is going to try and trot out to explain his loss to his base. But it's unavailing because there is no evidence of voter fraud.
Joyce Vance, Ashley Parker, thank you so much for your wisdom, Ashley, for your reporting, for your calm. It is what the whole country needs. It's great to see you both. I will be back at the top of the hour. Let me tell you what's happening next. Brian Williams, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, Steve Kornacki, and I kicking off night 3 of MSNBC's special election coverage. Don't go anywhere. We're not.
From MSNBC, Decision 2020, Election Night. Live from Democracy Plaza. Here now are Rachel Maddow and Brian Williams.
Well, good evening. Brian Williams here with you from NBC News Global Headquarters in New York. Here we go again. Let's try this one more time. Night 3 of our ongoing election night coverage. All eyes on the 5 battleground states. Too close to call. At least some of these expected to report results in the next few hours. Indeed, results that could get one of these candidates, if not all the way to 270, then a heck of a lot closer. At the top of that list is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where we expect officials to release enough results tonight to give us a clearer picture of where this race is headed. So far, Biden's been gaining votes there just about every time new vote totals have been announced. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, that's 270. He will be the president-elect of the United States. As if on cue, the Trump campaign just a short time ago announced yet another new lawsuit, this time aimed at stopping the vote count in Philadelphia and in Georgia. With 98% now of the vote in, Trump leads Biden by just 9,500 votes, with more vote totals expected to be announced today. We're also expecting new votes to be reported in the next few hours in the state of Arizona. We will talk to Arizona's Secretary of State live just moments from now. And thankfully, and as always, I am joined by my friend and colleague, Rachel Maddow, who's a hell of a long distance away from here. Hey, Rachel.
It does feel quite too far. Thank you, Brian. With me here in my nook of the studio at just exactly the right distance is my friend, the great Joy Reid. Our friend Nicole Wallace is joining us as well. Our very own Man of the Year, Steve Kornacki, is at the board. He has a lot of pairs of those pants. It's not the same pants every day. Don't worry, we will beat you, Steve Kornacki, in just a hot second. Meanwhile, the Biden team is saying that they believe a victory is, quote, imminent, something we heard from former Vice President Biden today himself.
Democracy is sometimes messy. It sometimes requires a little patience as well. But that patience has been rewarded now for more than 240 years with a system of governance that's been the envy of the world. And we continue to feel, Senator and I, we continue to feel very good about where things stand. We have no doubt that when the count is finished, Senator Harris and I will be declared the winners. So I ask everyone to stay calm, all the people to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed, and we'll know very soon.
I ask everyone to stay calm. The process is working. The count is being completed. We will know very soon. Once again, no sign of President Trump today. He has not been seen in the flesh since about 3 a.m. on election night. That said, he has just announced that he will speak from the White House in roughly half an hour, and we will carry that when it happens. Until now, the president has been making his state of mind loud and clear over his favored medium, which is Twitter, saying today, stop the count and then stop the fraud. You see the warning label that Twitter put on the stop the fraud tweet. As is often the case with the president's Twitter feed, in addition to that warning, nobody's quite sure exactly what he's talking about in these tweets or to whom exactly these commands are directed, but he means them emphatically if the all caps key he used to write them is any indication. That's where we stand tonight on everything but the numbers. For the numbers, we go to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what do you think is most important for us to understand at this point in the night, just after 6 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, I think there are two things. My answer to your question will be there's two things. But I want to take you through both of them because we're getting vote updates in Georgia and Pennsylvania. And let's just give some clarity to what we're looking at here. And first of all, in Georgia, Donald Trump's lead fell in the last hour under 10,000 votes against Biden. The big thing here that happened was Fulton County, where Atlanta is. We got pretty much their final votes reported out. It brought that Trump lead under 10,000. Still more votes here to come. Let me show you where in Georgia right now. The bubbles represent the outstanding vote. Now, some of these areas here are heavily Democratic. For instance, I can show you Clayton County. Look at this. Joe Biden's winning at Atlanta Metro here. Joe Biden's winning it with 85% of the vote. You know, and we think there are still something on the order of 7,500 mail ballots to come out of there. So there's opportunities here in a place like Clayton County, in a place like DeKalb, Gwinnett. There are some, here's the big one too, by the way, excuse me, Chatham County, where Savannah is. There are some obvious opportunities here for Joe Biden to gobble up major chunks of votes here and potentially overtake Trump. There are some Republican and Trump-friendly areas here that also have votes. You could see a circle here. You could see a circle here. And the one thing I would just point out that we've been seeing in Georgia that's a little bit different than in Pennsylvania, which I'm going to talk about in a second. In Georgia, you do have the disparity there where the mail-in votes are more friendly to Biden than the same day. So these mail-in votes are more friendly to Biden. But it's not on the scale of what we're seeing. They're just gulfs, universes, worlds apart in Pennsylvania. What I'm trying to say is Trump may do well in some of these counties with outstanding mail vote in Georgia. And so there could be an opportunity for him to offset potential Biden gains. And so when you start to look at that statewide picture here in terms of what's left, in terms of what Biden's trying to overcome, again, a little bit less than 10,000, that could be tight. That could land in a very tight place, and also that could land well within that 0.5% recount zone. It's a recount that a candidate could request if it's within 0.5%. So I think there's a little bit of a complicated picture in Georgia. I want to show you Pennsylvania now, because what's happening here, and you can see Trump's lead now has fallen to 78,000. It was over 90,000, I think, about 30 minutes ago. And what happened here was we just got a big report of absentee votes, of mail votes, and it's from Cumberland County. And I actually think Cumberland County tells the story of what's happening all across Pennsylvania right now. This is a Trump county. Trump leads Joe Biden overall in this county by 12 points, you can see. But what we just got reported out were 30,000 absentee ballots, and Joe Biden, I want to make sure I got the number right here, Joe Biden won them with 69% of the vote. Oh. You can read that. This is what's the scale of difference in Pennsylvania. I can't underscore this enough. Between what we see in terms of the results of the mail votes and what we see in terms of the results of the election day, there's massive difference between the two here. And that's what's now happening. On election night, you got those election day votes tallied up right away, and it's why Trump jumped to such a huge lead, seemingly, in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, in counties like Cumberland, the absentee ballots, the mail ballots, just sat there. And only now are we finding out how they voted. And Democrats, Biden supporters, were much more likely to use the absentee ballot, the mail ballot, than Republicans were. And so this is the story in Pennsylvania. On a sort of a normal election night, all right, I would be telling you, like, oh, Cumberland County, outstanding votes, there's a chance for Trump to make up ground. There's a chance for Trump to gain votes. That's not happening here. Everywhere there is outstanding mail vote in Pennsylvania, Biden's winning it. The only question is by how much. And he's not just winning it. Again, he's winning it by very wide margins. It ranges from, as I say, 69% of the mail-in vote. He just won that in a Republican county. Now, take a look in Philadelphia. Let me see if I can move this over to Philadelphia. I have to unselect that to do it. Okay, Philadelphia, Biden is winning the mail-in votes here at a 90% rate. So in a Democratic area, he's getting like 90%. In a Republican area, he's getting close to 70%, but he's winning it overwhelmingly everywhere. Now, what's left here? As you can see, what Biden's trying to overcome is a 78,000 vote gap statewide. In Philadelphia, we think there's probably about 80,000 votes left just there. If Biden's winning these at a 90% clip, you could see very quickly he could erase, let me get the statewide number there, he could erase just about all of that Trump statewide lead from Philadelphia. Now, Philadelphia has been doing these, in increments. We're getting 10,000 votes here. A couple hours later, we're getting 10,000 more votes reported out. They say it's because their processing can only handle so many ballots per hour. That's why there's a protracted delay here. But if you see that number that looks to be left there, about 80,000 or so, that alone could pretty much close the gap. And then I haven't even gotten into, think about the dynamic I just took you through here that we saw. You see that in other counties too. Lehigh County, I think we still have about 25,000 mail ballots left in Lehigh County. Joe Biden won what was reported out today there with 70% in Lehigh County. So again, that's a big batch of votes. The county itself is competitive, but the mail ballots are overwhelmingly Biden. Look at Erie County. Let me go out here. This is 49.5 to 49.1. That's the overall result in Erie County. The mail-in ballots, however, 69% for Joe Biden. So you're just seeing this in county after county. So everywhere you see a dot here of any kind of size is where we have outstanding mail vote. It's where we have outstanding absentee vote. And I haven't found one of these yet where that's meant more votes for Donald Trump. They just consistently mean more votes for Joe Biden. So you got the, and by the way, I don't know, take a close look here at Philadelphia. If I call that back up there, I'm trying to just get this thing off the screen so you can see it. There are bubbles within bubbles here. See, there's Philadelphia is the big bubble, but then there's Delaware County right outside Philadelphia. It's already a Biden county. So if he's winning the overall vote with 62, you can imagine the mail-in vote is going to be. You got votes still in Bucks County. You got pockets of vote all over the place, and they are all going to Biden, it appears. And so the opportunity for Joe Biden, I did this contrast with Georgia and Pennsylvania for a reason. In Georgia, I can see potential trade-offs. Trump gains votes here, Biden gains votes here. Who ends up ahead? Let's see. In Pennsylvania, you just see opportunity after opportunity for Biden to gain. You see hundreds of thousands of votes that are still out, and a Trump lead that's now just sitting at 78,000 statewide.
Steve, I have what I think is an easy question for you about Pennsylvania, a slightly harder question about Georgia. In Pennsylvania, what I hear you saying is that unusually, even in the what counties that look like Republican counties, the vote that is likely to still come in may still benefit Biden, even in the most Republican counties that have still to report. Yep. Let me just make sure that we understand that every one of those bubbles, every county in the state that has yet to report all of its votes, all of those remaining votes are mail ballots? That's true everywhere in the state?
That's our understanding of it, and I'm going to just check the spreadsheet right here. That is our understanding. Well, now I should say, I want to be clear on this too. There are provisional ballots. Okay. There are military ballots. So there are some other types of ballots here that could come into play. But essentially, yes, it's mail ballots that are the overwhelming share of this.
Wow. Okay. Now, on to Georgia is a timing question.
Yep.
One of the things that's been frustrating, I think, in trying to anticipate what's going to happen in Georgia is that unlike in states like Nevada or Arizona, it seems like we never have much advance notice, or at least much credible advance notice as to when reports are going to come. Has that changed at all? Do you have any expectation in terms of when all of those disparate counties might turn over their numbers?
Yeah, there's been some reporting that the city of Savannah, okay, this is Chatham County. Savannah is the anchor city right there. This was the biggest single bubble that we had there. And again, this is, Biden, you can expect, is going to get a big boost here when those mail ballots report. The city of Savannah is indicating tomorrow. So there could be, and again, and also the thing I think we've learned this week, or maybe relearned if you've been doing these for a few cycles, is, when they tell you 2 hours, double it, triple it in your head. There's a lot of just delays in these things, and they report when they report is often what happens.
My last question on Georgia is, in addition to trying to figure out when these numbers are going to come in from all these various counties, do you have a clear idea of exactly how many votes are outstanding in each of these counties? Or again, is that sort of a round numbers guess?
Yeah, no, so the state did put out a list here at the start of the day. We've kind of been working off at the start of today. There were 61,637 outstanding votes in Georgia. And again, Fulton County comes off the list now. That takes about 10,000 off of there. We're probably down here. Let me see if we're I'll give you an example here. Chatham County, I got it called up. So we're waiting on Chatham County. It's the biggest outstanding piece here. Chatham County was looking at 17,000 at the start of today that were outstanding. So that is expected to be, as we say, a Biden one, 17,000 outstanding mail-in votes from there, and that was your biggest bubble that was on the map by far.
With the Trump lead under 10,000.
Right.
Just remarkable. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much, and thank you for indulging my pedantic questions there.
You got it.
All right, Brian, back over to you.
Rachel, thank you, and to the indefatigable, animated, and now we learn multiple pant-owning Steve Kornacki. Our thanks, as always. Pennsylvania continues to be the drama at this hour, and I want to go to Wilmington, just south of Philadelphia. That would be Biden headquarters, and this would be correspondent Mike Memoli. Mike, we're hearing, I'm tempted to ask you what they know that perhaps we don't, but we're hearing signs of shuffling and movement there. What can you tell us?
Well, Brian, greetings from the most heavily secured and closely scrutinized parking lot in America right now. Just about 15-minute drive from Joe Biden's home outside of Wilmington, Delaware. And, really the Biden team has been on the edge of their seat all day, knowing that one state or a combination of state calls could make Joe Biden the president-elect of the United States. Now, we've seen, as you mentioned, some activity behind us throughout the day. We heard a sound check. We've seen them doing some lightning checks, getting the podium ready. Clearly, if there is a moment at which at least one network or all of the networks, news organizations call Joe Biden the president-elect, they're preparing for the possibility of Joe Biden coming here to address the nation tonight. But that's a big if. It depends on timing as well. But I can tell you, I just spoke with an elected Democrat in Pennsylvania who has been regularly texting with the Biden team. And the latest guidance that this person got was get ready to celebrate, but then get ready to work because there's a lot to do. So clearly, the Biden team is very closely anticipating potentially a big moment tonight. Now, we should mention we did see the former vice president earlier today. He was getting a briefing from his team, both on the economy and the pandemic, but it is possible we do see him again.
All right, Mike Memoli, keep an eye on everything, and we'll come back to you if you see any further signs of movement in Wilmington. Let's go further west, Harrisburg, PA. Our senior national correspondent, Chris Jansing. Chris, we all watched the briefing with the Secretary of State. We're all trying to read the same tea leaves, but we're also all interpreting the incoming votes and data individually.
Yeah, and I think the message from Kathy Bookvar was simply, let's let that data speak for itself. And ultimately, it's going to be those confirmed votes that are going to speak for themselves, because trends do not an outcome make. Having said that, she had gotten people pretty excited earlier today when she said in an interview that she thought we might have a winner tonight. She seemed to back off on that a little bit. But look, the trends absolutely are clear. This morning, a couple of Democrats said they had been in a briefing with what they call the top numbers cruncher, and they told me exactly what Steve is saying is borne out, which is that they said it didn't matter which counties those mail-in ballots were coming from. They were going to favor Joe Biden. It's exactly what we're seeing. Simultaneously, Brian, there was both a call and a press conference on the Republican side. They were asked where their optimism was coming from. They simply said they thought they might do well in some red counties, but didn't detail what that was. They wanted to talk about what they had put out as a major victory in one of the court cases, which turned out to be that their observers in polling places were allowed to stand closer to observe exactly what was going on. None of these filings that we have seen from them have been anything that, as elections officials have said, will move the needle in any significant way. So I think what we're actually seeing here is, yes, the trends are very obvious. Steve has laid them out for us. That's what we're hearing from inside the Democratic Party. Having said that, with so much at stake, they're saying, take a breath, just what we heard from Joe Biden. Let's let it all play out tonight. So will it happen tonight? We'll see.
Chris, for the folks watching this, kind of a Jansing-Kornacki combination question. The Secretary of State's job is to count, verify, and issue numbers. News organizations with decision desks like ours, though we've seen them publicly disagree, our numbers are different from other news organizations, then do their jobs with the incoming raw vote, and they run it through a series of filters. If and when that determination is made that, say, Pennsylvania has reached a threshold, there's no going back after it, ergo that puts Joe Biden at 270, that's out of the hands of the Secretary of State, correct?
That's right. They won't confirm the vote until well after a decision has been made by organizations like ours. Having said that, obviously, they're the ones who are reporting out the votes. They're the ones that are keeping track of everything. And there are still hundreds of thousands of votes out there. She mentioned some of the other things, Brian, that will still be coming in. We don't know how many mail-in ballots are going to be. Small number. How many provisional ballots? Relatively small number. Military ballots, relatively small number. All of those things are going to continue in the weeks to come. It will be up to us and to other organizations to make the call when they see those numbers coming in. That's right.
Chris Jensing on what is thankfully a beautiful night in Harrisburg, PA. Rachel, over to you.
We're going to bring into the conversation now the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman. Mr. Lieutenant Governor, I know that there's a lot going on in your state right now. You're the center of the universe in a lot of ways. Thanks for making time to talk to us.
Oh, thanks for having me.
You're the former mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, in western PA, near Pittsburgh, a town that has been through its share of the wars, I think in many ways a town that embodies the struggle of Pennsylvania economically and the way that's affected partisan politics. Have to ask your perspective, both as a statewide official now, but also coming from that background and knowing that town so well, how you feel your state is doing right now, especially with all this scrutiny and all this anxiety.
Well, let me tell you, our state's doing fantastic. We just had the largest election in our state's history, and we did that in the middle of a pandemic, and we rolled out vote by mail for the first time in our state's history, and we didn't have a single major issue. You know, the only irregularity we had was the president's campaign rolling up in a clown car in downtown Philadelphia and having an impromptu press conference and saying ridiculous things and making up lies. I mean, that was really the only thing. So we are going to produce a number that you and America and the world can trust is going to be true and is going to be absolutely reflective of the democratic will of this state. And I can confirm exactly what Steve said in his earlier segment. You know, I talked to a close source in Philadelphia, and they have around 80,000 more ballots. And then there's also a modest cache of provisional ballots that were formed when people went to spoil their ballots. And in other words, they had a mail-in ballot. They wanted to turn it in and vote in person, too. So, and I can also confirm those ballots break hard in Biden's favor. And in Philadelphia, more so than anywhere else in the state. He mentioned a 90% rate. That's accurate. In fact, you will not find any segment in Pennsylvania where they don't break for Biden, at least at around the 70% threshold.
Are you anticipating any problems in any of the counties anywhere in the state, red leading counties, blue leading counties, any of them, in terms of finalizing the count, in terms of getting those last ballots processed and reported?
I'm not. In fact, Steve also mentioned Cumberland County. I mentioned Cumberland County several times over the last earlier days because that was a red county that said we're not even going to begin to touch our mail-in ballots until Wednesday at 8 a.m. So those counties, I think there were 7 other ones. They were smaller, but every vote matters. So you're going to have that outstanding cache of mail-order ballots in 7 smaller Pennsylvania counties. And again, every mail-in ballot, no matter how red the county is going to heavily stilt towards Biden.
Last question for you, sir. Obviously, whatever happens as these last ballots come in and however it ends up getting called in the end, it's clear that Pennsylvania is a very evenly divided state in terms of its preferences between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And people who hold those preferences don't tend to be wishy-washy on either of them. They tend to feel real strongly about whichever one of those candidates they support and the righteousness of that candidate's cause. Do you have advice for whoever the next president is, but particularly if it is Joe Biden, in terms of trying to bring people together and trying to make the next presidency feel like it is a presidency that is something that represents people on both sides, even the side that's mad about how it came out?
Sure. Yeah, well, Pennsylvania is an intensely purple state, without a doubt. And that's something that I've always said. One of the things that I would hope that the vice president would focus on is this idea. One of the great tragedies of the pandemic, aside from the lives and the economic toll, is that we became each other's enemy during it, and instead of making the virus the enemy. And what I hope is, and what I believe the vice president could do when he's president, is turn the focus where it belongs, and the virus is the enemy. And we could hopefully stop arguing about things like masks and social distancing and come to an understanding that each other isn't the enemy. Like, we have to eradicate this virus first. We have to control it, and then and only then we can begin to repair families, communities, and our economy. And that's what I believe will be one of the geniuses of Joe Biden is that he recognizes that first and foremost we have to determine who the real enemy is, and I think we could all agree that it's the coronavirus.
Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, sir, thank you for being here. We know it's probably going to be a late night for you as much as it is for us. Thanks for making time.
Yeah, anytime. And we hope to have some news. We can't promise anything, but things on the ground are favorable. I can say that.
Do you think that we're going to have a result tonight in PA?
I'm not trying to be cute or anything. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that what Steve Smash indicated is absolutely accurate. Anywhere there's a bubble, that's 70% at least for Joe Biden in terms of vote breakdown. Mail-in ballots skewed heavily, especially Delco and all those southeastern counties, maybe on margins of around 80 to 90% in the height of Philadelphia, for sure.
Mr. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, Pennsylvania. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Again, what he is talking about there, for context, you've heard this from Steve. I will just reiterate it. Pennsylvania is about 93% in right now. We do not know when the vote is going to come in Pennsylvania. We heard the Secretary of State earlier today say she thought that we could have the bulk of the vote in, the vast majority of the vote in by today. She just held a press conference earlier tonight, which suggested that maybe it won't be today, maybe it'll be tomorrow. We don't know until it is done. But right now, with 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania, it is about a 78,000 vote margin in favor of President Trump. The vast majority of the vote that remains to come in, however, is mail-in vote. And unlike almost anywhere else in the country, mail-in vote favors Joe Biden in Pennsylvania statistically by a very strong margin, even in counties that otherwise look like red counties. So a lot of legitimate drama and suspense tonight in Pennsylvania. And no, I cannot tell you when it will be over, but I can tell you we will be here with you when it happens. All right. Also watching Georgia like a hawk. We got a live report from Atlanta coming up next. We'll also be speaking with Atlanta's mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. Lots coming. Stay with us.
We are joined now by the mayor of Atlanta, Georgia, Keisha Lance Bottoms. Mayor, thank you very much for being patient with us. Thanks for making time with us. As no one needs to tell you, your corner of the world is under a microscope, from Fulton to Cobb to DeKalb and on and on and on. Gwinnett, what do you know about the pace of the vote? How close is Georgia to reporting? What are you expecting?
Well, what we've seen throughout the day is that things have gone a bit more smoothly. There was a disconnect in some information that we were getting early on from the Secretary of State's office and what we were getting on the ground in terms of the number of votes that still needed to be counted. The gap has closed tremendously. The last that I saw, I believe we were at 98% reporting statewide. Chatham County in Savannah is now reporting that they should be finishing up soon. If that's the case, that should close the gap significantly, because what we're seeing across the state is that many of these outstanding votes are in areas that have gone heavily for Joe Biden, and we anticipate that's going to continue. And Brian, as I said over a year ago, I believe that we could take Georgia this year, and I'm looking forward to having the nation see that we've done it. So hopefully it will happen this evening. If not, I anticipate tomorrow.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, how are you? Great to talk with you. A couple of questions. The first one being, there is this Washington Post story that talks about the fact that the U.S. Postal Service did fail to deliver ballots on Election Day to several states that are obviously very important, that we're all paying a lot of attention to, including Georgia. And normally 853 ballots might not make a difference, but we're talking about a race that could come down to something like what Florida was in 2000. We know that was the famous 538 votes. Are you concerned that something like that, something like the U.S. Postal Service, could wind up being a difference maker in the outcome of this race?
I am concerned, and I've heard stories of college students saying that they requested ballots and didn't receive them in time. Those who were able returned to the state to be able to cast their vote, but of course everyone didn't have the luxury of being able to do that. But it is a concern, and Joy, I previously shared with you that the election over the summer, the primary, I requested an absentee ballot that I did not receive. So I know that has been an ongoing challenge. But it's my hope that as we see these numbers come in and as we're able to cure some of the provisional ballots, that that hopefully the margin won't come down to just a few hundred votes. But I think that if it does, it's really going to speak to the failure of the Secretary of State's office in making sure that this was an election that was open and that was fair and that was run in the way that it should have been run.
And a second question, and this is on the Senate race. The two Senate races that now could potentially be going to a runoff. We'd be talking about a January election. We've seen voters particularly in Atlanta, in your city, in Fulton County, really coming through for Joe Biden in a big way and could wind up being the thing that makes the difference in the result of that election. But for these two races, is the energy that we're seeing on the ground in Georgia replicatable for a special election in January? Can this, Stacey Abrams and Keisha Lance Bottoms and all of you that have worked so hard to build up the momentum, particularly of African-American voters and allied voters in the state, can that be reproduced, do you believe, in January for those two very, very important Senate races?
It better be. And when we look at runoff elections in Georgia, we know that historically Republicans outvote us in elections. We've never been faced with this in this state to, one, have an opportunity to elect two senators and also to flip the Senate. So we've got to make sure that we do everything that we can to make sure that people continue to turn out. I will continue to use my voice, and I know everyone across the state will, to stress to people that it matters. We had a lot of first-time voters this election, and we know a lot of people show up to vote and they don't come back. But this year is so different, and it's so important to us. So I know I'll be using my voice. I know Stacey will, and I know everybody else with a voice across the state is going to do the same.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms of the great city of Atlanta, thank you very much for your time tonight. Thank you for joining us tonight. A break in our coverage. When we come back, among the things we're monitoring, first glimpse of the President of the United States since way late Tuesday, early Wednesday morning. He's going to walk into the briefing room. No idea what he might say, but I guess some clues. That and more when we come back. We're looking at a 253-214 race with reason to believe that the numbers may change tonight.
It is just after 6:40 on the East Coast. Now, that's relevant in part because we were told by the White House that to expect to hear from the president at 6:30 East Coast time, but so far no sign of him. We will keep our eyes on him. In the meantime, Steve has his eyes on both Pennsylvania and Arizona in terms of what we're looking at right now. Steve?
Yep, Rachel. Pennsylvania, because we did just get some more vote there in the last several minutes. Small amount, but it comes out of the city of Philadelphia here, and you can see it brought down, it further reduced Donald Trump's margin statewide. It now sits at 75,427. This was an update from Philadelphia of under about 10,000 votes, a little inside of 10,000 votes. So, they seem to be doing them very incrementally. We say, 85,000 votes left out of Philadelphia. They seem to be doing these very incrementally. Part of it, too, I think, in Philadelphia is their capacity to process these ballots through the machine. They can do about a little better than 12,000, about 13,000 an hour when they're processing these things. So even if they get them already, the actual processing through the machines takes some time. But anyway, it comes down to 75,000. Still a lot more to come from Philly, still a lot more to come from other counties in the state. And we showed you the basic dynamic that seems to be at work there. Then also looking at Arizona, because mainly of what is coming tonight, we expect around 9 o'clock Eastern, we're going to get another big report from Maricopa County. Maricopa County, obviously, Phoenix is there, the Phoenix metro area. This is more than 60% of the state population just in this county. The drama in Maricopa County, the drama in Arizona is this last remaining set of votes that Maricopa and other counties in Arizona are all counting up right now. Looks to be a Trump-favorable set of votes. And what Trump needs to be doing is getting, we said this last night if you were watching, probably about 59% of those votes, about 59% when all is said and done of the remaining vote in Arizona if he's going to erase Joe Biden's lead of 65,000. Now, we did have in the last few minutes one of the other much smaller counties, a Republican county. I'm here outside Maricopa, Pinal County. They reported some from this same pile of votes in their county, and Donald Trump got 68% of them there. So again, last night in Maricopa, he was getting 59% with the votes that were released there. Now in a Republican-friendly county, 68%. Basically, when everything gets added up from all these different counties, he probably needs to be above 59% if he's going to overtake Biden and win the state. So I note that the Republican county given a good number there, but I also note Maricopa just dwarfs just about every county in Arizona. It's that big, it's that massive. And so 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll see what happens elsewhere maybe before then, but 9 p.m. Eastern in Arizona, that could be a very big moment because we're going to get a lot of ballots released from the big one there in Arizona.
There's 400 to 450,000 votes outstanding statewide, right? About 300,000 of those in Maricopa.
Right.
Do you have a guess as to how many from Maricopa we will get at night?
So last night we got 2 installments, each one about 75,000, well, a little bit less than the second. We got about 140,000 reported out from Maricopa last night in 2 installments. They are indicating there'll be only 1 installment tonight. So the hopeful side of me says we're going to get the same number of votes they reported out last night, but all at once, 120, 130, 140,000. But it's also possible maybe they're just going to do 1 installment of 60 to 75,000. As always, we'll see.
We'll see when it arrives. Patience. Steve, thank you very much.
You got it.
And Steve, one more number, the amount of outstanding vote in Pennsylvania?
We're looking still at, I think right around 300,000 and, about 80,000 of it right there from Philadelphia and then immediately in those Philadelphia suburbs.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. This hour is normally, of course, occupied by our friend Ari Melber, who happens to be our chief legal correspondent. In addition to the normal host of this hour, he is standing by for us. Hey, Ari.
Hey, Brian, great to see you and Rachel and Steve and everyone. Let's get right to it. I'm joined by the top elections official in Arizona, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. I know it's a busy time. First of all, Secretary, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. I'll mention to you and viewers, we are awaiting something potentially from the White House. If that comes, we'll go to it. But I want to begin with Arizona. As you know, multiple news outlets have called the state. NBC has not. What is your response at this hour to outlets who have determined they believe there's enough votes to make a call?
Well, I'll tell you, 2 years ago, I was sitting in the position 44,000 votes down, and the AP called my race for my opponent. And 10 days later, I was declared the victor. So I'm not in the business of calling races, thank goodness. And I don't know what goes into those calculations, but I would always advise caution. And I think when those calls were made, we didn't have the whole picture of how many outstanding ballots there were here in Arizona. And so, we are where we are right now. I'm on the side of advising caution.
Understood. We've all gotten used to listening to our expert, Steve Kornacki, walk us through these numbers on the board. Of course, we remind viewers his numbers come from people like you. Is there anything you can add for us tonight about these numbers, the ballots left in your state? I think we're going to go right to the president.
Good evening. I'd like to provide the American people with an update on efforts to protect the integrity of our very important 2020 election. If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio.
Okay, here we are again in the unusual position of not only interrupting the President of the United States, but correcting the President of the United States. And Ari Melber, don't go far. given that you are our chief legal correspondent. There are no illegal votes that we know of. There has been no Trump victory that we know of.
That's right. Brian, we just heard the president come out pretty remarkable, as you said. He said, quote, according to the legal votes, he believes he wins. That's false. The legal votes, if you want to use that term, or the votes that have been lawfully apportioned, meaning what we've been following in each of these states, do not show that. They actually show what we've found, which is some states going in both directions, no one to 270. Brian, I'm told we want to resume with the Secretary of State from Arizona. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
Let's bring in the Secretary of State from Arizona. As mentioned, we are following a lot of different stories tonight. I'm curious your reaction, because you are the person in one of the 50 states who can speak to how this works. So your reaction to the president, who we've broken away from, making that claim. Are you aware of any illegal votes that are being counted in your state? How would you give viewers and citizens the facts tonight in contrast to what we heard?
Absolutely not. There are not illegal votes being counted in the state of Arizona, and probably not anywhere. I don't know any of my colleagues across the country who would allow illegal votes to be counted in their states. And so, honestly, this kind of disinformation really just makes our jobs harder. A big part of our jobs is working to help ensure the integrity of the elections and maintaining the public's trust in that. And when people like the president undermine that, it undermines this entire democratic institution. It is extremely frustrating, but we are doing our jobs here in Arizona and continuing to count all of the legal ballots, and we'll do that until we're done.
And Secretary Hobbs, again, for the purposes of education, walk us through, if there is an incident or a situation where a court intervenes, what is the process whereby votes may be altered or excluded? Because in your state, for example, we don't believe that's happened. I know you know the most about Arizona, but as a Secretary of State, can you walk us through that so people understand the difference between someone saying that and the actual times when that can occur and how it works?
Right. So there are party observers allowed in the tabulation centers for the purpose of, making sure everything's going the way it should and it's all on the up and up. And they can call ballots into question. There is the process of reconciling the provisional ballots to make sure that they're eligible to be counted. Those are ballots that could be challenged. But so far, we haven't seen anything that would cause a challenge to be brought. And there are observers in the tabulation centers, and everything right now is going the way that it's supposed to be going.
And walk us through, while we have you, what happens when a state then gets to its final count and goes towards certification and the submission of those electors? Because as we've emphasized to viewers, that's a process ordained by law, not by any particular politician, be they an incumbent or a challenger.
Yep. In Arizona, I certify the official results, which is happening here on November 30th. And then my office will convene the electors for the presidential candidate who is the winner of the election in Arizona. And those electors will meet and cast their ballots for the president, the winner of the presidential contest.
Understood. And Secretary Hobbs, while we have you, there was some controversy on the ground in Arizona regarding protests and other gatherings outside of some of the counting facilities. Of course, individuals have free speech rights to speak or protest. We're looking at some of this earlier today. You can see, as long as they're in safe places at the proper distance. Can you tell us what's happened on the ground and whether, in your view, most of these have been lawful protests, or has anything gotten to the degree of attempted interference?
Well, I think these protesters were trying to get inside the building. They were not allowed inside of the building. Obviously, that many people in the tabulation center would cause massive disruption and keep the people from doing their jobs, which is counting the ballots, which is actually what these protesters are asking for. So, I mean, I think their time is better be spent not counting the ballots. I know that Maricopa County Sheriff's Department was involved in making sure that all of the workers were safe. you can see where they're gathered here, and this is the parking lot of the facility. And so I think there were concerns about people getting safely to their vehicles, and that was all managed and handled by Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And my biggest concern is the safety of these workers.
Understood. Secretary Katie Hobbs, thank you very much for joining us at a busy time for your state and around the nation. I want to toss it back to Brian and Rachel. I'll be on hand for the legal parts of this, but back to you, Brian.
Thank you both. Ari Melber, thank you to you. And Rachel, a number of the networks stayed with the president's comments that he's been cheated out of a victory, that there were phony polls designed to keep people at home. We'll get a readout, a summation of the points he is still making from the briefing room. But Steve Kornacki, we are eager to get any new, no matter how small, tranches of number you're seeing.
Yeah, well then, perfect. That's a great setup for what we got. Erie County, Pennsylvania. Okay. We got a couple thousand more early votes released. It is, again, favored Biden, and you see Trump's gap ticks down again statewide, 73,609 right now. Also, this is an interesting dump we just got in Erie, because you see suddenly Erie County is painted blue. With that update of early votes, it's Joe Biden who now, by the narrowest of margins, leads in Erie County, Pennsylvania. This is interesting because Erie County was one of those, it was a big swing in 2016. This had been Obama by 16 points. It swung far Trump's way in 2016, very tight again, but Biden now moving into the lead in Erie County. And again, given where this vote is going, seems like he will stay in the lead in Erie County and flip it blue. So again, Pennsylvania moves to 73,000. But the big piece of news right now, and I want to update something we talked about earlier, in Georgia, where Donald Trump's margin statewide is now just 9,426 votes. We mentioned this. The biggest piece of outstanding real estate here is Chatham County, which is where Savannah is. Now, the city of Savannah had been indicating earlier today, no release, no vote release until tomorrow. Now, we've got some reporters on the ground there, local reporters who say they are being told by county officials in Chatham County that the vote counting is all done, being uploaded, and set to come out imminently. So let me set the stage for this, because if this does come out, this could be highly significant. We believe that in the state of Georgia right now, there are 36,000 outstanding votes. There are about 36,000 outstanding votes in the state of Georgia right now. Almost half of them are from this county, are from Chatham County. And you can see in the overall vote, Joe Biden's winning this heavily. You can expect it's likely he's going to be winning the mail vote by an even wider margin. And the indication is that they're going to be reporting out probably about 15,000 votes here. So if Biden is winning this by a very hefty margin, that's the wrong. But if Biden is winning this by a very hefty margin, boy, I stole my own thunder there. You could really see that 94-26 shrink here if we get this Chatham County result.
All right, Steve Kornacki, to our viewers, as soon as those numbers come in, we will obviously go to Steve and the board and the numbers. We're continuing to monitor the president, who's still speaking. A break in our coverage. We're back at the top of the hour.
Good evening. It is 7 o'clock on the East Coast, and one of the big things we have been waiting for tonight has just happened. Steve Kornacki with news about a lot of vote that's just come in Georgia from a key county. Steve.
Rachel, this was the biggest one that was outstanding here. Chatham County, this is Savannah, Georgia, we're talking about here. So we were saying we expected that mail, that absentee vote to be coming in. It just came in, and let me take you through what happened and what it means. Let me put a darker color here so you can all see it on the screen. Right now, we just got the vote reported out. Joe Biden picked up 11,148 votes in Chatham County, and Donald Trump picked up 5,578 votes. So you can see the net gain there that Biden takes out of this county is 5,570. Biden netted 5,570 votes from Chatham County. It looks like Chatham County now is basically done, as basically all the votes there have now been counted. So what does that advantage for Biden do to the statewide lead? Remember, it was 9,400 before. Now it's come down to 3,635. The other thing we got to in that time, a couple hundred votes from Clayton County outside Atlanta came in. Again, they overwhelmingly went for Biden. So you add a couple hundred more there. This is now sitting at a Trump lead of 3,635 votes in the entire state of Georgia. That is 0.1%. And of course, I tell you, Chatham County is now all in. So what's now left? We were all waiting on Chatham a minute ago. Let's just pull this one up again. Where's the remaining vote? Here you go. And, you know, I mentioned it. Okay, got Henry County right here. That's not where I'm supposed to go. There we go. We got Clayton County. That's what I wanted to get in there. Clayton County is one we just got a couple hundred votes from. You can see this is an overwhelmingly Democratic county here. Biden just won the lion's share of that vote that just came out there. So there are opportunities right here in the Atlanta metro area for Joe Biden to make further gains. But again, a county like this, let me call this up. Floyd, this is small, and I think... Let me give you the exact number of votes we're expecting here. This is a Republican county, you can see, and Trump may actually do well on these mail ballots here. We'll see. We're expecting 682 votes out of Floyd County, 682 mail votes. So again, if Trump is winning those, if he is able to win those at a good clip, he could make some gains there. So this is a situation here. There are some clear opportunities left here for Joe Biden to make further gains in some big population, heavily Democratic places. There may also be opportunities here for Donald Trump to sort of make gains of his own. So the name of the game right now for either of these, for Trump, it is to stay above just 3,635. Don't let Biden get in front of you. And for Biden, it's to get enough out of the Atlanta metro area right now and maybe perhaps overperform in Republican areas. That's a big question mark here, I think, and to try to get ahead of Donald Trump in that statewide count. But it is, boy, Democrats have been eyeing Georgia for decades. They are 3,636 votes away from actually having a lead in Georgia.
Steve, can I just ask you to go back to those very hard-to-see bubbles?
Yes.
I know it's like dark blue with a gray bubble.
I can actually zoom them in.
Can you? Because what I want to know is what else is in those, is outstanding vote in the Atlanta area beyond, you mentioned Clayton County, but there's a number of other significant size bubbles there.
Yeah, let's take you through these, and I can, okay, good, it didn't move. That was perfect. Clayton County is left, and we just picked up 300 votes from there, so there should still be 7,000 votes or so to come from Clayton County.
Okay.
Now, this, again, Biden is winning Clayton County with like 85% of the vote right now. So keep that one in mind. DeKalb County, I'm trying to find the number on here. DeKalb County, where's on the list here? Okay, DeKalb County, we should be expecting, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000. Gwinnett County, Gwinnett County, put a pin on Gwinnett County because there may be a processing issue here. There's 7,338 ballots, but these are ballots that they already ran through the system in Gwinnett County, and it's this thing where they want to make sure that both ballot checkers sign off on them ahead of time, so they have to do a sort of a bureaucratic administrative step and run the ballots through again, but they may already be accounted for here. It's unlikely the vote count would change at all. It's sort of an administrative question. And then, let's see here. This is a Republican county, 4,713 votes to come from there. Floyd is a Republican county, as I say. You got about 684. So I'd say, look, the two Republican counties here in this area add up to about 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes in places where there's clear opportunities for Trump, and it's north of 10,000 in counties where there are clear opportunities for Biden. I've got to get an answer on Gwinnett, exactly what's happening, because we've had sort of an asterisk on that one all day, and now it's come to this where Gwinnett is actually going to really matter here, I think, potentially. So let me get an answer on that.
Well, just between DeKalb and Clayton, that seems like that's 13,000 votes alone in heavily Democratic counties, even if you set aside Gwinnett with whatever's going on there. I mean, that if in DeKalb and Clayton, the former vice president continues to win votes at the proportions that he has been thus far, 13,000 votes coming in those counties is going to get you.
He could net about 7,000 votes. Net.
I was going to, yeah.
Oh, so if you were, sorry.
No, I'm really glad that you did the math because nobody would believe it if I said it.
I'm using the phone calculator, but he would net about 7,000, and then if you got 5,000 here, just let's say Trump did something, very strong in these counties, but he could net 2,000. That would be a total. Then it'd be about a 5,000 vote gain overall for Biden. That is math that, we're ballparking this year, but that is math that would allow Biden to vault ahead in the statewide count.
Really quickly, Steve, if you could do a couple more. You did Clayton.
Yep.
Did you do Richmond and Bibb yet?
Bibb, I don't think we have any outstanding vote in.
Okay, and what about Richmond?
I don't think we have any outstanding vote there either. No.
Okay, so the bubbles that you can see there, that's the only outstanding vote.
Left. Because I guess what I'm trying to get at is the suburban counties that are around Atlanta, right? These are how much is total around just those, just excluding what there was for Trump? Are you saying those are about 13,000 votes?
No, that's just between DeKalb and Clayton.
But just between those two?
Yes, there's about 13,000 votes outstanding.
And then you've got, here's an example, Taylor County, and this is another Trump county. We think there's about 450 votes. You see, there's a very small dot right there. We think there's about 450 there. So there are a couple. I got to piece together where these are. We got a couple, a couple like that pop up too. And let me just, in fact, take a look here in Cobb County outside Atlanta. There might be 700 there. Again, Fulton is basically done, but there might be a couple hundred in Fulton as well. These, tiny bubbles relative to everything. So you could factor in a couple hundred potentially down here for Trump. You could factor in maybe 5,000 here for Trump. Cobb on the mail-in is definitely going to be Biden. Fulton certainly is going to be Biden. So, again, he could get a couple hundred there. In Gwinnett, I need to get an answer on because I think that's very significant.
Right. Yeah. If Gwinnett, so again, that was just over 7,000 votes, but there may be a processing issue there, so we shouldn't hang our hats either way.
And the reason I ask about those counties because I texted with a Georgia, person that's around the Biden campaign and asked them what are the major black counties that y'all are still waiting for, or the U.S. had hope in, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's interesting to me that and was texting also just about strategy. You talked about this a lot with Philadelphia. We're now seeing the results of strategy. The Biden campaign really laid in hard on mail, and they laid in hard on mail starting really even before the convention because of COVID, because they were taking COVID seriously. They particularly zeroed in on African-American voters and said, put that in the mail. And they did that all the way through the summer when they thought maybe it was going to ease up a little bit and you could get people, but people were still scared, right? They were really worried about COVID. And so you had on the other side, Donald Trump made a deliberate decision in the campaign to trash mail-in voting. He started doing this way early this year. Around May, he starts saying that it's corrupt, don't do it. Republicans were begging him not to do it. Republicans I know were saying, this is insane that we're doing this because Republicans typically do really well on mail-in. So what we're seeing now is that Donald Trump deliberately undermined the best strategy. Republican voters tend to be older, they tend to be whiter, and they tend to be consistent. And if you tell them, vote by mail, they generally do it. But if you tell them, wait until Election Day, we're now seeing the results of a deliberate strategy that Democrats were fixated on mail-in. And they were fixated on it and was just checked again with the campaign folks to say they did that all the way through the campaign. So think about that. People were geared to mail in. There were things like Party at the Mailbox that a group called Black Girls Vote was doing in Maryland. Not a state that matters, but they were like, do that. And then they started moving that to Philly. That's one of the places they did a huge Party at the Mailbox. So I think it is interesting that Donald Trump is now screaming about these late ballots. He decided not to have any mail-in ballots. He chose to do that.
And we're seeing it not only in terms of Republicans and Democrats both had big increases in turnout.
Absolutely.
That absolutely happened. But the way you're seeing it play out, particularly in Pennsylvania, where there's this huge partisan divide between people who voted by mail and people who voted day of, is that they got everything they could get out of Election Day votes.
Exactly.
And the mail-in votes, as they continue to come in.
And particularly in places like Detroit, where people were really worried about COVID. Particularly, think about Wisconsin. Think about how catastrophic COVID has been in that state. People were voting by mail, and now we're seeing the results.
Let's give it back to Brian.
Let's go down to Blaine Alexander at her post in Fulton County. And Blaine, this is critical because of the numbers Steve just ran through, this outstanding vote in the state of Georgia where all eyes are right now. What do you have?
Well, what this does with these latest numbers is this almost certainly puts us into recount territory, Brian. You know, under Georgia law, if a candidate is within 0.5% of another candidate, they can request a recount. And earlier today, an official with the Secretary of State's office said, essentially acknowledged that it's almost certain that there will be a recount in this. Now, he did add the caveat that in all likelihood it wouldn't make a difference. He didn't believe that there would be a change. But we are almost certainly looking at a recount when we look at a margin that's this thin. Now, I want to say something about timing. Of course, that is the big question here. And officials are not necessarily giving any sort of commitment to timing. He said, quote, that he is prayerful that it will be done tonight. They're pushing for tonight. But, Brian, he's not ruling out sometime tomorrow, possibly even later, saying that if that's what's necessary to get it right, then that's what it'll take. Now, I want to say a couple of words about those counties that you spoke of. You know, we talked about Clayton County, Chatham County that Steve was talking about. Yes, heavily Democratic areas, but also heavily African-American, a large African-American population. That's certainly important to point out. And Cobb and Gwinnett are becoming increasingly diverse. So that's another big reason for those shifts that you're seeing here in Georgia. Now, there's one more wild card to talk about that state officials said. There are about 8,900 or so military ballots, overseas ballots that could possibly come in, and they're looking to see whether those would be counted. They could come as late as tomorrow, guys.
All right. Blaine Alexander outside the counting location in Fulton County. We're going to check in with Nicole Wallace, but first to the other drama we're following. That is the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and correspondent Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. Chris.
Yeah, we were talking a little earlier, Brian, about why we heard the Secretary of State who thought that they would have some very near final results tonight, kind of back off on that. And what we're hearing is they actually had hoped to drop Philadelphia and the suburbs sometime this evening, but they had a series of issues, including that legal challenge that caused some delays. They actually stopped the count for a brief period of time. So here's where we are. They have about 37,000 votes in the suburbs. Those are places like Bucks County, Montgomery, Chester. They say those will drop sometime tonight. There's another perhaps 92,000 from Philadelphia County. Those are still being counted. The Secretary of State says they have the people, they have the equipment. They're just doing this carefully, methodically. And then we knew about the other 35,000 in Allegheny County. 29,000 of them, you'll remember, were votes that the ballots were misprinted, and so those got changed out tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. Those are going to be looked at. That's part of a court settlement, and another 6,000 where some questions were raised in Allegheny County. Ultimately, what we heard from the president is driving a lot of this as well, right? He said he believes that this is going to be an election that's decided by judges. And what one Democratic official told me is, look, you can delay the ultimate results. You can't change the ultimate results. We are approaching this in a way to make sure that any challenge to it can be withstood. Brian?
All right. Thank you, my friend. Chris Jansing in Harrisburg, PA. And now let's bring in Nicole Wallace. And Nicole, a word about our decision to dive out of the president's remarks. It was not done as a stunt or out of theatrics. We just can't have it. It was not rooted in reality. And at this point in where our country is, it's dangerous. However, having said that, you remained watching and listening, and you're going to be our briefer on just how deep it got and what we missed.
Well, I'm so glad that we kind of show our work, because I'm proud to work at a network that didn't contribute to what Trump just did. And I have the only show on the network named after the White House, so I felt it part of my job to watch it for all of our viewers. And it is a speech that represents one of the more dangerous acts that Donald Trump has undertaken as president. The country is a tinderbox, and a lot of people in this country went out and voted for Donald Trump on Tuesday. And we've heard militia groups and others say that they will not accept any result other than a Trump victory. Why?
because Trump has been telling them for many, many months that anything other than a victory is fraudulent. What Donald Trump did a few minutes ago is something that Fox News anchors Brett Baier and Martha McCallum are still right now, when I sat down, fact-checking. It's been over for more than 10 minutes with the assistance of Fox's White House correspondent. And I want to put a pin in that because I think it's going to be really important to cover Fox News. What their viewers see and hear about Trump's lies and disinformation is probably as important as anything happening right now in the media ecosystem. But Donald Trump basically went out and accused neutral polling companies not associated with any news organizations, the media, Democrats, and local election officials of all getting together in the same sort of, treehouse that he thinks law enforcement officials got together in to undermine him at the start of his presidency to fake a result. Now, it is worth pointing out that after he made this accusation and claimed there was widespread voter fraud, Martha McCallum, one of the Fox News political anchors, and Brett Baier came out and said there's no evidence as of yet of any voter fraud. But I think that taking the president's words for what they are, which is the most incendiary and the most dangerous and the most flagrantly false lies, among the most flagrantly false lies he's told as president at a moment when this country is in a fraught political state, is really serious stuff. And I'm really proud to work at a network that didn't further the propaganda, but it is really important to understand what he's doing and to what end he's doing it. And I think it's clear to the folks in the Biden campaign that what he's doing is sad and scary and dangerous, but I'll point out that they were watching too.
Let's bring Rachel into this discussion because I know you've been listening, Rachel.
Nicole, the decisions that media organizations are making in the middle of this, you're absolutely right, are fraught and difficult. And I guess I have to ask whether media organizations fact-checking the president and refusing to go along with the stuff, whether it's us not airing it unedited and not airing it unclipped and not letting them run off with it, or it's the nonpartisan, non-primetime anchors on Fox who are handling this political coverage, shooting it straight with their viewers, whether that turns Trump supporting Republicans off of mainstream media entirely, and they just go down, into, total Trump, Facebook rabbit hole land, and they abandon all relationship with even Trump-leaning mainstream media, or whether you think there might be some calming effect of media organizations trying to be more responsible with this stuff.
Look, I think that was the right question and the right debate years ago. I think that what Trump has done is he's off-ramped his supporters into a media system that doesn't even exist and consume and live in the gravitational pull of Fox News. It's way beyond that now. And when you look at and again, I watch Fox just to understand what the, 42% of Americans who support him, the 36% of Americans who think his COVID response is adequate, where they're getting their information. And it's alarming to me. But beyond Fox News are far more it's a genre that's far more in line with science fiction. And the problem that I think we're all going to have is sort of tracking the information loop. And I think Joe Biden's campaign, whether they like it or not, they work for a man whose first goal is to unite the country. That is what he says he wants to do. And so I think the reason they're keeping an eye on Trump and on this coverage over on Fox tonight is because if you want to unite the country, you have to understand what the other half thinks. And we're in this period now where Donald Trump just said on national television from the White House that he does not accept the results as he's seeing them come in. The results are coming in because of the kinds of things that Republicans did. In Pennsylvania, there's no one leading. It's just what's been counted. And what was counted was day of election day vote. And then what's being counted is absentee and mail-in vote. And that's the way the Republicans wanted it. No one's ahead or behind it. It's about what has been counted and what has not been counted. The voting is over. But Donald Trump has pushed a years-long stream of really dangerous propaganda. And, I monitor the Trump boys on Twitter, and they were raging against the machine today that no elected Republicans were at war with them. It strikes me that Joe Biden ran a campaign against Donald Trump. Donald Trump has run a war against the truth for 5 years. And that is sort of the battlefield that I think we're playing on in these days.
Real quick, to the very point, if I might. Sure. Earlier tonight, Lou Dobbs, to the point that Nicole just made, went on and said, Philadelphia looks like a cesspool electorally. Why in the world wouldn't Republicans surround that thing? And if you will, at least apply a little, what would you call it, some sort of scent, some sort of observation, and a real rigorous demanding presence in those counting rooms and the polls themselves, like sort of threatening that people need to go in there. And I don't know what murky thing he was calling for. You had Mike Levin, who's also very influential, because Nicole was talking about this other universe that's even beyond Fox, saying,
top radio guy?
The radio
yeah,
guy, right. He's very popular, and he says, reminder to the Republican state legislatures, you have the final say over choosing the electors, not any board of elections, secretary of state, governor, or even court. You have the final say, basically saying, be faithless electors. That's actually not legal. Like, Elie Mystal, thank God for him, tweeted out, hold on a second, the Supreme Court has already said that states can enforce that electors have to vote like the voters tell them. If they wanted to change that, they should have passed the law already. It's too late, ex post facto, to go and say, oh, you know what, do what you want. Yeah. It doesn't really work that way, but they're feeding people this fantasy that somehow either violent people or Republican state legislatures can change the outcome of this. But as Nicole said, the vote is the vote. Yeah. It can't be changed.
And the question no longer is going to be how extreme are they going to be in terms of trying to undercut the lawful the lawful completion of this election process. We know exactly how extreme they're going to be, including from the White House podium. Question is going to be whether anybody listens. Yeah. All right, but there is more vote to talk about since we have been talking about these other matters. We need to talk about what's going on in Gwinnett County, Georgia. We were talking about the fact that there's votes there and a potential processing issue there. Steve's been looking into how many further votes we can expect from Gwinnett now that we're getting so much more of the Georgia vote. Also in Pennsylvania, we've just seen the president's lead in Pennsylvania shrink by like 9,000 votes just in the last couple minutes. Let's talk about both those things, Steve. What's going on?
Yeah, Rachel, and also there's just this, literally in the last 60 seconds, Forsyth County, Georgia. This, I think, is very significant, what we just saw happen here, because we were talking about the outstanding vote in Georgia and how there were some Trump counties where there were significant chunks of outstanding vote. This is one of them. This is one of the biggest ones. And we just got a report from Forsyth County. They just reported out 2,771 ballots, and the split is Biden 1,460, Trump 1,311.
Whoa.
So this is what we're saying. The dynamic is a little different in Georgia from Pennsylvania in that Biden's not getting 70, 80% of the mail vote, but he is doing better. Better enough that in a county that overall Trump is winning by a better than 2-to-1 margin, and where I think there was some reason here to say maybe Trump's going to be okay in the mail ballots, Biden is winning the mail ballots. In Trump's best bet on this map to head off what is still to come for Biden from places like Clayton County. Biden just gained coming out of this county. So take a look here. Statewide, 3,486. That's Donald Trump's lead right now. Now, in terms of the other counties we're waiting on, so we mentioned Clayton County. Let me erase this. Clayton County is a big one here. We're expecting about 7,000 votes from Clayton County. Joe Biden's winning overall in Clayton County with 85% of the vote. There's no reason to think the mail ballots aren't going to look just like that, maybe even better for Joe Biden. So he can get a huge chunk of votes from there. We mentioned Gwinnett County. So there are, we believe, 4,000 uncounted votes from Gwinnett County.
Okay.
There's a huge technical issue here with a big chunk of ballots that are being rerun through the machines there. We don't expect that they were counted already. We don't expect it's going to change the result from those ballots. They're already in our system. We don't expect it's going to change that. If there are any changes, we'll let you know. But on top of that, there are, we believe, 4,000 uncounted ballots there. And so that's another opportunity for Joe Biden to cut into the lead. And again, I think the most significant thing here, though, is I've been balancing in my head all these obvious spots where Biden can make up big chunks of votes statewide with the possibility that Trump was going to be able to match him in a few places. We just saw Trump in his best shot at doing that, actually lose ground by a few hundred votes to Biden. So again, Biden's not getting the huge number in a Republican county on the mail that we're seeing in Pennsylvania, but he just got more mail votes in an extremely Republican county in Georgia than Trump did. So we'll keep an eye on that, but I do think that changes my perception of this a little bit as this lead ticks down to 3,486. And then the other update you just mentioned, Pennsylvania, where that lead now has ticked down further, that Trump lead, 64-66. What did we just get? We just got another bunch of votes from Philadelphia. We got about 12,000 from Philadelphia. Remember, we've had a couple updates from Philadelphia in the last 45 minutes or so. Now we think there are somewhere on the order of 65 to 70,000 ballots remaining in Philadelphia. There's Trump's lead, 64-66. Biden continues to get 90% plus of these mail-in votes as they are reported out in Philadelphia. 65 to 70,000 is a ballpark figure left to come from Philadelphia. 64,000 vote lead statewide for Donald Trump. There's the potential here for Biden to come pretty close to erasing all of Donald Trump's statewide lead just with the vote that's to come from Philadelphia. And then, even then, as I say, Philadelphia is the lion's share of the vote left to come in Pennsylvania, but it's not the only one. And Biden's winning it everywhere. So again, you have this suggests a possibility here, not just of Biden barely catching Trump and getting ahead of him by a few votes. This suggests the possibility of Biden overtaking Trump and then putting some distance between himself and Trump. If the trends that we've been talking about for the last couple of hours, the trends that have been established now in dozens of counties around Pennsylvania, where Biden, no matter the political sort of shade of the county, is dominating in the mail vote. If he's dominating everywhere, there are more than enough votes here for him to overtake Trump and take a sizable lead.
Steve Kornacki, those are very clear trends that we're seeing both in Georgia and in Pennsylvania. But we should reiterate to our viewers that while those trends that Steve is talking about are extrapolations from the data that we've seen come in thus far, you don't know what it is until you see it. And we really do not have advice from Georgia or from Pennsylvania as to when that vote is going to come in. And so the math is starting to point in Joe Biden's direction in both of those states. Clearly, the way that Steve just explained it, and I could run through it again, but he said it clearer than I ever could. But again, we don't know when we're going to get the actual votes that we're expecting from both of those places. It looks like the Biden campaign's enthusiasm and confidence in both of those states is backed up by what the forthcoming numbers of those states look like they're going to be. That leaves Arizona and Nevada still on the board, of course, and North Carolina. In Nevada, it's been some very interesting news in terms of when we are expecting vote totals out of there. We're going to be checking in with Nevada with John Ralston and other reporting when we come back. Stay with us. We have been watching numbers come in while we've been on the air tonight in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. It's exciting, and we are seeing the numbers of remaining votes there dwindle. But we've also got our eyes on both Arizona and in Nevada. In Nevada, there's 89% of the expected vote in. NBC's projection is that it's too close to call. Look at how narrow it is. 11,438 votes, a very, very slim lead for Joe Biden in Nevada, but with votes still to come in. The question is, which vote and when? I want to bring in the world's #1 expert on all things Nevada politics, the editor of the Nevada Independent, the one and only John Ralston. John, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Rachel.
So since we last spoke last night, what happened today, and why are we not expecting any numbers tonight?
Well, we did get some numbers this morning, but not enough to satisfy anybody. But there were some significant developments. You said that it's very close, and it is 11,400 votes. But when we woke up this morning, Rachel, it was 7,500 votes. And essentially the only significant amount of votes that were counted. We're in Clark County, which, as everyone knows now, is Las Vegas, and where the Democrats have dominated in mail voting. 14,000 ballots released from Clark County, and Biden won by 2-1, essentially added 4,500 votes to his lead. He actually added a little bit more than that, but the rural counties, which had a few hundred votes, subtracted from that. Rachel, there are about 190,000 ballots out there now. Now, there's going to be some more that come in because mail is still coming in. But 90% of those ballots are in Clark County. And if the Democrats have been winning 2-1 in mail ballots, there is just not a way that Trump is going to be able to catch up that way. In fact, when they release 51,000 more ballots tomorrow morning, at least that's the plan, Rachel, Biden's going to have a significantly larger lead. And there's no way for Trump to catch up.
How many ballots are they expecting to release tomorrow?
But 51,000 is what they've said. Clark County, as the Secretary of State, may release some stragglers from rural Nevada, but it is 51,000 is going to be the big dump. And if it's 2-1, you can see how big that's going to stretch Biden's margin.
That still leaves about 140,000 ballots outstanding. Is it your expectation, John, that we'll just get those in little bites, a few tens of thousands of ballots every morning?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, Rachel. There is tremendous pressure, and not just from Rachel and John, for them to release more of these numbers. A lot of people obviously say, "Why are you taking so long?" They say, "Listen, we're going to be meticulous. We're going to make sure we get this right, as opposed to getting it done fast." That's not going to satisfy very many people. They said they probably won't have it done until Saturday or Sunday, and I'm not even sure they'll have it done then. But I think, listen, I think we already know what's going to happen, Rachel. By tomorrow, when they release 51,000 of those ballots, I think that Biden's lead is going to expand quite a bit. I assure you that if that is not so, then something really strange went on in Clark County after the first batch of mail arrived, because the Democrats have been winning the mail 2-1 consistently for the 2-3 weeks that it's been coming in. There's no reason to believe it's going to change. Clark County is a Democratic county. Democrats have voted a lot by mail.
John, there's only one other thing I want to ask you about this right now, which is that while I understand and respect and indeed agree with the idea that you need to be meticulous and correct rather than fast and rushing it and potentially, doing things in a way that is more haphazard, I absolutely get that. And I know how much respect you have for, in particular, the Clark County registrar and his team and how they are handling this. The reason that I worry, though, is some of what we talked about last night, which was seeing that, forgive me, wingnut guy in the beer and barbecue shirt able to walk right up to the registrar in the middle of a press conference and, do his wingnut thing and get physically close there. You talked about how that made you worry about security. I also worry that a slow count just makes the Clark County Registrar's Office and wherever they're doing that counting a bullseye in terms of people turning out and getting weird, putting physical pressure, potentially bringing intimidation to bear on that as a site for their grievance. And the longer that it takes, the longer it seems like they're potentially going to be at risk for crazy behavior.
I agree with everything you said, Rachel. In fact, you're prescient, because there's going to be a big protest apparently outside the Clark County Election Department that have been organized by some of the same people, maybe wearing the barbecue and beer T-shirts and screaming crazy stuff. Rachel, we started the day with a press conference by the former Attorney General of Nevada, Adam Laxalt, and Rick Grinnell, a Trump campaign person, and Matt Schlapp of the American Conservative Union, calling a press conference right out in front of where Joe Gloria works and the ballots are being counted, to make all kinds of allegations of voter fraud without any evidence. They refused to take any questions. You may have seen the video of Jacob Soboroff chasing them down, trying to see if they had any evidence. This is what they're doing, and you're right. The longer that this drags out, the worse it's going to be. And I will say real quickly, Rachel, because I have to reiterate this, my respect for the election officials in this state and in this county remains undiminished. But I have to say the communication has not been good, and the explanations given for why it's taken so long have not been good. I just don't think they were prepared. I think it's a very simple explanation. They've been inundated by these mail ballots. They're terrified now that they're the focus of all this national, even international attention. They want to get it right. But it looks more like paralysis on the outside, which gives fuel to all kinds of rumors and mischief that you referred to. And so I get where everyone's coming from, but I don't think they're going to speed up the count, Rachel.
John Ralston, editor of the Nevada Independent. As always, absolutely invaluable, John. I'm sure we'll be back with you later on. Thanks for being with us. All right, at this hour, again, we are expecting more count out of Nevada tomorrow morning, but we are watching new count come in Georgia and Pennsylvania. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be joined by the governor of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. Plus, we've got more from Steve as these votes continue to come in. Stay with us.
America continues to count the legal vote this election day thus far without end. And on that road to 270, we're monitoring the vote one by one as they come into us. We are joined tonight by the governor of the great state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. Governor, thank you very much for being with us. I'd like to ask you for two things. Number one, a report from inside Team Biden on the degree of optimism and urgency. And number two, an acknowledgement of the danger of the president's remarks, tone, tenor, atmosphere, threatening the mistruths. And one of his assertions touched your state. It was that cities like Detroit and Philadelphia, not the first time we've heard this from him, are too corrupt to count the votes.
I think he's growing increasingly unstable and unpatriotic, and I think it's very troubling. The difference that you heard out of Joe Biden in the last couple of days is confidence and encouraging people to be patient. This is our system. It is not always easy. It is not always fast. But we ensure that every vote gets counted, and we abide by the will of the people, and that's what we need to do here as well.
Joy Reid has some questions, apparently. Joy?
Hey, how are you, Governor Whitmer? So, I'm sure that you're quite relieved to not be one of the states that's still outstanding at this point. Given the way that we've seen, Trump supporters behaving in places like Arizona, in places that are still counting and sort of converging, and with, sort of public figures on Fox and on the radio encouraging people to converge on these polling places. What does the campaign feel about how they manage this aftermath? Because at some point, there's going to be a call. The Biden campaign is very confident it will be for Joe Biden. But given what's happening around the country, given what you yourself have dealt with threats to kidnap you and death threats and what you've seen in your state, how is the campaign planning to manage the announcement whenever it comes and to, ensure that people are safe?
Well, I think that throughout this campaign, the rhetoric has been incredibly dangerous and volatile, and we see that to this moment. Joe Biden has been focused on really closing his campaign with a call to unity, that we can and must join forces. We have a virus that is raging out of control in the United States. We have posted over 100,000 new cases the last couple days in a row, the highest by far since the beginning of our experience with COVID-19. And instead of focusing on bringing us together and rallying against our common enemy, this White House has been focused on sowing the seeds of distrust and hate, American against American. And Joe Biden's task is large, there is no question. But if there's anyone who's up to it, I know that it's him and the group of people that he will surround himself with. It is going to be so important that we heal the divisions in this nation so that we can rise to this challenge that threatens every single one of us and our economy as well. And I know that he can do it, but we have got to get through these next couple of days, and we've got to give grace to our incredible clerks and all of the volunteers that are helping counting votes. These are tough jobs. I am glad Michigan's count is done and that Joe Biden had a convincing victory here, but we've got to extend patience and grace to those that are still counting.
I think Nicole's got
Governor, it's Nicole. Yeah, hi, Governor. It's Nicole Wallace. I want to ask you, you're governor of a swing state, which means there are Trump voters who live next door to Biden voters whose kids go to school in the same school bus. And there is some ability to put aside the rancor of our politics. What Donald Trump did tonight makes those efforts all the more difficult, basically accusing the media and the pollsters and Democrats of a conspiracy against him. What is the remedy for that belief system? How do you do it in Michigan, in a swing state?
Well, I do think that we are going to have to do a lot of healing, and we are going to have to seek to understand. It is something that real leaders put a lot of energy and time into, is to understanding what are the anxieties that are fueling some of this. There's certainly some of it that we'll never be able to mend, but I think by and large that there are a lot of good people in this country who are on opposite sides of this presidential election, but are willing and able and eager to find some common ground and to get the vitriol out of our dialogue. We recognize that as Americans, we are the strongest nation in the world when we stick together, when we seek to find that common ground and not scorched earth. And Joe Biden speaks to that. Joe Biden lives that. Joe Biden's whole experience has been about that. And I think he is the right man at this time and up to this challenge. But we got to get through these next couple of days. And it certainly is incumbent on all leaders on both sides of the aisle to call to our better angels to bring down the heat so we can get through this election and have confidence in the outcome.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Governor Whitmer, it's a real honor to have you with us tonight. Thank you so much for taking the time. Thanks.
Thank you.
We're going to go back diagonally across the country now to Nevada, because we have the opportunity tonight to bring into the conversation former U.S. Senator from Nevada, Harry Reid. Harry Reid, who is the living master of Nevada Democratic politics. He, of course, served as the Democratic Majority Leader in the United States Senate for 8 very consequential years, from 2007 to 2015. Senator Reid, it's great to see you, sir. Thanks for being here tonight.
So good to see you.
I want to get your top-line thoughts tonight, sir, on what we are seeing in Nevada. We, of course, don't know what the result will be. We're getting a few thousand votes here and there. It seems to be a slow counting process. But do you feel confident that the Biden campaign will ultimately pull out a win in Nevada?
The answer is yes. What your viewers need to understand is Nevada has changed a great deal. 80% of the people in Nevada live in Clark County. That's the Las Vegas metropolitan area. Another 10% live in the Reno metropolitan area. That's 90% of the voters in Nevada. And rural Nevada has not many people, but they turn out really high. But I'm convinced that the votes we have left to count are mostly from Clark County. And I think that without any question, Nevada will go for Biden.
I just spoke with John Ralston, who you know well as a political journalist in Nevada, about some of what's started to happen in the state. Nevada's not alone. It's happening in some other states, too. But we're starting to see a sort of circus atmosphere, and in some cases a sort of threatening atmosphere around counting locations, including some stuff happening in Clark County as the vote proceeds there in this very methodical, sort of slow way. Part of the circus atmosphere in Clark County was a press conference today in Las Vegas. Former acting director of national intelligence Rick Grenell said there, quote, "The Harry Reid machine recklessly threw ballots into the mail." I'm not even sure what Rick Grenell meant by that, but he did invoke you. And so I wanted to give you a chance to respond.
Here's my favorite line from the Trump folks today. Adam Laxalt said, Trump would be president except for we have mail-in ballots. Now, that's really an intelligent statement, isn't it? We know that Joe Gloria, who's the registrar of voters, has been in that job for a long time. We admire him. He does a good job. And they're trying to intimidate him, and they won't do it. He is a man who follows the law, and he doesn't favor Democrats. He doesn't favor Republicans. He does his job. And I think the Trump folks are simply trying to stir confusion. With their lawsuits are meaningless. I mean, I'm a former trial lawyer, and I think that every time one of those cases is filed, the judge that gets it must just shake their head.
Senator Reid, one last question for you. If Biden does end up winning the presidency and Republicans do end up maintaining control of the Senate, and both of those things seem more clearly possible tonight than they did this time 2 nights ago, how would you expect that relationship to work?
First of all, I think we need to wait till January because I think that runoffs we're going to have in Georgia could turn the Senate and could be 50 with the deciding vote being the vice president. So that would be Kamala Harris. But I think that Joe Biden has shown, I served in the Senate for many years. I was the leader when he was the vice president. He's a man who is a deal maker. Legislation is the art of compromise. Compromise is not a dirty word. And Joe Biden understands that. I have every confidence that Joe Biden, as President of the United States, will do everything he can with executive orders, but he will also do everything he can to work with Democrats and Republicans. He's made it very clear that he's not a president for Democrats or Republicans. He's going to be a president for all people in America.
Former Nevada Senator, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada. Sir, thank you very much for making time to us as we still await the results from Nevada tonight. Thanks. It's good to see you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right. We are continuing to watch votes come in Georgia and in Pennsylvania on an unpredictable schedule, which I'm sorry I can't be more specific about, but that's the idea. We are expecting a significant number of votes out of Arizona and not long from now. We'll be right back with Steve Kornacki right after this. Stay with us.
We are starting the 8 o'clock hour here in the East of what has become day 3 of Election Day, and we want to go to Steve Kornacki at the board. One of the major dramas tonight has been the state of Pennsylvania. People throughout the day thought there might be some movement. There might be reason to believe we would have a break in Pennsylvania. Of course, everyone watching knows if Joe Biden is awarded Pennsylvania, it's 270. It's ball game. So, Steve Kornacki, remind us first off how much outstanding vote there still is in Pennsylvania.
Right, Brian. So, again, there was just an update here a second ago. Donald Trump's lead statewide in Pennsylvania, 63,725. A very small update a minute ago from the county where Penn State University is. It brought that down a little bit. Now, what is left? We have some information here from the state of Pennsylvania on what they say is outstanding. They say there are roughly 250,000 outstanding votes in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, where are those votes? About 70,000 here are from Philadelphia itself. Then if you go immediately outside Philadelphia, Delaware County here, Bucks County here, between those two, you got about half of what you got in Philly. You got about 35,000 right there. So between Philadelphia and its suburbs, you got just over 100,000 votes remaining there. You also have, here's, one of the frustrating aspects of this, Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, they are sitting on 35,000 votes. They said they took an administrative work day today, and they will do those ballots tomorrow. So there are 35,000 ballots there in Allegheny County. We're not going to get anything on those tonight. And then you've got sort of a scattering. I think one of the bigger places also on the map, Lehigh County, where Allentown is, there's 25,000 there. And you've got a bunch of sort of counties like that around the state. Now, I put all of this out there because we have been watching all of these counties as they've come in, and we have talked about this tonight, and it has become very clear, and we've got a big enough sort of data set here from the counties that have reported to say clearly Biden is winning this mail vote overwhelmingly in Pennsylvania. He's winning it in Democratic areas. He's winning it in Republican areas. If you take all of the mail ballots that have been counted so far in Pennsylvania, whether you're talking about Philadelphia, the bluest city in Pennsylvania, whether you're talking about Carbon County, where Trump is winning overwhelmingly in the overall vote, if you take it all together, the mail vote in Pennsylvania right now is going 76% for Joe Biden. That is his statewide number in the mail-in vote. So you've got 250,000 votes remaining in Pennsylvania. You have a clear trend right here where Joe Biden is racking up votes in the mail-in. If Biden were to get 76% of the remaining votes, the remaining mail-in votes the state tells us they have of 250,000, Biden would get about 190,000 of those. Trump would get about 60,000 of those. The difference between those would be 130,000 votes. 130,000 votes for Biden, right? Minus the 63,000 that Trump currently leads by. That would give Biden a lead statewide of 67,000 votes, roughly. Now, again, I don't know why that's not doing. There are a lot of ifs here. As I said, we're extrapolating from the statewide trend. You know, we're not going to know Pittsburgh, we're not going to know Allegheny until Friday. We're extrapolating from the statewide trend. There could still be surprises in some of these votes. This is information the state is giving us in terms of where they say the outstanding votes are. We have seen in Pennsylvania and elsewhere sometimes, oh, wait, there's an adjustment in the numbers change. So there's a lot of ifs here. But the trend is also extremely clear in Pennsylvania. We've been showing you that tonight. We've been showing you deeply, deeply red counties where Joe Biden is still winning big in the mail-in vote. That trend of Biden winning the mail vote by 76% is pretty well established right now. So it gives you a sense, based on what the state is telling us is outstanding, and based on that trend of what the potential is here, at least the potential is for Joe Biden with these remaining votes.
And Steve, just one word about the kind of work that's going on. As you keep pointing out, this is the counting that involves slicing open envelopes and flattening out ballots that may have been folded that way for weeks, and then scanning them, going through, determining the votes. If there is some disagreement over whether which candidate is circled, representatives of both parties go over that ballot. This is the painstaking work. We should also point out the thankless work of everyone we've seen counting these ballots who, for the most part, skew public-minded and earnest and decent and hardworking.
Absolutely. And I mean, also to give you a measure of just the difficulty of the work they face, again, we say there's 70,000 or so ballots to come here from Philadelphia. About 12,000 an hour. About 13,000, working at just the scene you have right there. Yep. Everybody doing that work around the clock. What does that result in? You know, about 12,000 votes, ballots an hour get processed and reported out. And that's why, I mean, again, we keep giving you these updates from Philadelphia, and it's here's 8,000 more votes for Biden, here's 1,000 more for Trump. That's about what they can do each hour. So there's still, as we say, 70,000 to come from Philadelphia, 12,000 an hour. It may take a while to get those out. It doesn't seem like there's going to be one big drop of them. It seems like there's going to be a bunch of incremental. Here's the 12,000 we did this hour. Here's the new numbers.
Yep, standing on a concrete floor all the while. Steve Kornacki, thanks. Wave if you have anything new. Rachel, over to you.
Absolutely. And I think it's actually great to have that underscored at the end there. We don't have a schedule by which we will get votes out of Pennsylvania. We're getting them as we get them. But to give you what that back of the envelope math is there that Steve just laid out, there's about 250,000 ballots outstanding in the state right now. President Trump has just under 64,000 votes as his lead. If we extrapolate from what the ballots look like thus far and the way they've been trending thus far and where the ballots are coming from, the back of the envelope math shows potentially at the end of the day a 60,000 to 70,000 vote lead at the end of the day in Pennsylvania for former Vice President Joe Biden. Now,
can you just make a point, please, for the audience? Because I think when people hear a deeply red county and Biden wins the mail-in ballot, for people, I mean, there are probably not too many of them listening to us tonight, but for those who say, well, then there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it would be helpful to maybe walk back through that again, like how a county can be 79% for Trump and then the ballot be mostly for Biden.
It's just that the ballot that got mailed in was people who were motivated to vote for Biden.
Small numbers of people. I mean, I think the point that people should understand is that small numbers of Democrats even live in, like, the reddest part of Alabama.
Of course, that's
small numbers of Republicans don't like Trump. So for those who think, oh, this is a sign. Here's MSNBC saying, aha, we caught you because, you know, this deeply red county was returning mail-in ballots and they're overwhelmingly for Biden. It's because there might be a Republican or two or a few or small or 1,000 in a really, really conservative community who just preferred Biden. You have small numbers of Democrats who live everywhere.
Yeah.
So just keep in mind, that is not saying there's something weird.
We can quantify that now. As Steve was just saying, it's basically 3-1.
Exactly.
In Pennsylvania, and this is not true for every state, but in Pennsylvania, hard-fought Pennsylvania, which everybody knew from the very beginning was going to be right at the center of the fight here.
Yes.
3-1 is the proportion of mail-in ballots that are coming in for Biden, and that matches what we knew from public polling about the intentions of voters voting by different means.
Yeah.
So it is in keeping. It's just still hard to grok.
Yeah.
And it should also be noted, we had the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania on earlier this hour, or earlier in our coverage, who said, listen, one of the things that I'm really proud of in Pennsylvania right now is that we just taught ourselves mail-in balloting. This is not Colorado. This is not a state that's been mail-in balloting forever.
No.
This is their first real experience with it.
And they had a law in place that said you can't even start until the election is over.
Start counting.
So they kind of handicapped themselves, and that was the Republican legislature. So if Donald Trump is mad about what's happening in Pennsylvania right now, he ought to talk to the Republican state legislators who mandated that you can't even start counting early. Yeah. His own new home state of Florida, you can start counting as soon as they come in.
There is somebody who is waiting to talk to us who has a lot to say about these and other matters because he's right in the thick of it. Joining us now is the Attorney General of the great state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for being with us tonight. It's nice to see you.
Great to see you, Rachel. Thank you.
I know you are not here to talk about the likely outcomes in the state and the partisan cast of potential votes that we are expecting, but I do want to ask you about the legal landscape. As we have talked about in recent days, I think by my count there's like 5 different avenues of litigation that the Trump campaign is now pursuing in your state. Can you catch us up to speed as to whether any of those legal fights is likely to affect either the pace of the count or when we're likely to see results?
Yeah, Rachel, none of the litigation, none of the noise that's been coming has stopped the count. The count has gone forward. It may be a little bit slower than America would like, but as Joy said just a moment ago, part of that is because they weren't afforded the opportunity to begin this work prior to Election Day. That's obviously something that lawmakers need to go back and address. But nevertheless, you know, the law is being followed, and clerks from our communities are doing incredible work, and I want to give them a shout out. We really appreciate them. So in terms of the legal landscape, let me maybe begin, Rachel, with what the president described as a big win. I think those were his words just a few moments ago. That big win, let me break that down for you. The president's legal team asked for 2 things. Number one, they wanted to move their observers, and there were more than a dozen, I believe the number is 15, observers who had been in the room the whole time. They wanted to move them from 10 feet to 6 feet in order to observe. In addition to that, they wanted the count to be completely stopped. Well, they lost in one court, they appealed to another, and this is what they won. They were allowed to now move their observers from 10 feet to 6 feet, and the count continued. I must say, in the midst of a pandemic, where cases are rising, the idea that the president of the United States thinks it's a big win to be 4 feet closer and breathing down someone's neck as they open up an envelope and count these legal votes is pretty silly. But that's the legal landscape right now. That is what they are touting as a big win. The most important thing for people to know, Rachel, is the count's continuing. These are legal votes cast by eligible voters. And soon, as Kornacki sort of demonstrated before, you see it's going 12, 13,000 or so an hour. Soon we will know the results. But the bottom line is we're following the law. It's a legal process, and the will of the people will be respected here in Pennsylvania.
Let me ask you about another challenge, potential legal challenge that is more substantive than that 4-foot difference than you just described, which is the Republican effort, now the Trump campaign effort, to prohibit Pennsylvania from counting ballots that were legally cast on time and put in the mail before Election Day, but arrived after Election Day. And I know that this is an ongoing fight. We've talked about how the United States Supreme Court may or may not be involved there and how various justices may end up seeing that. I don't know how that's going to go, and I'm sure you don't either at this point because it's still in process. But give our viewers some sense of the scale of the number of ballots that might affect. Obviously, things are close in Pennsylvania. It's going to be close at the end of the day, regardless of who ends up getting called as winning the state. But if that is potentially the strongest legal challenge that the Republicans and the Trump campaign are going to bring, again, for ballots that were cast on time, postmarked before Election Day, but arrived thereafter, ballpark. And you can be as general as you want here, but how many ballots are we talking about there, roughly?
Yeah, sure. Again, the Department of State manages that aspect of the election, but my understanding is we're talking about a few thousand ballots. We're not talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. And again, this is a great time for us to just take a deep breath and look at this. You know, the Trump campaign, I believe, said they were going to go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting. Well, that's actually not what's happening. What's happened is they have asked the United States Supreme Court if they could intervene in a case that the justices haven't even indicated that they would take up over a matter of state law that has been settled by our state Supreme Court that says, as you correctly point out, Rachel, ballots that were cast by eligible voters and mailed prior to the close of the polls, but received within 3 days after the election, so up till tomorrow at 5 p.m., could be counted. And what they're seeking to do is intervene to say that those ballots shouldn't be counted. I will tell you that briefs are due in that case, not for another 2 weeks. So this is not an emergency issue. This is not something the Supreme Court has indicated they would even take up. That's what's really happening. That's the state of the legal play when it comes to those ballots.
Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of the great state of Pennsylvania. Thank you, sir. I know that's a busy time. Thank you for making time.
Good to be with you.
Again, just to underscore what the Attorney General just said there, what is, I think, widely viewed, I'm not a lawyer, I may be wrong, but I think my understanding, what is widely viewed as the only substantive challenge that the Trump campaign has brought in Pennsylvania is this issue about whether or not ballots postmarked before Election Day but received thereafter will be counted, and whether that will go to the Supreme Court. Worst case scenario for the Biden campaign and the Democrats, that would be a few thousand ballots. Again, they are mail-in ballots. As Steve just explained just moments ago, mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania right now are coming in 3-1 for Joe Biden. If the back of the envelope math that we're doing tonight suggesting at the end of the day it's going to be a 60 to 70,000 Joe Biden lead in Pennsylvania once all the ballots we know of are counted, that will be moot. And as the Attorney General just said there, briefs aren't even due in that case for 2 weeks. All right, Nicole Wallace, over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. I get to bring into our conversation former Obama campaign manager, our friend David Plouffe. So, David Plouffe, I've talked about this on TV, and anyone who covers the Biden campaign knows that this is a pretty disciplined campaign. They are not, there's no hubris there, and so they are in character, very cautiously optimistic. You can't get them to say they have anything in the bag, but I'm going to try to get you to say it. Does the Biden camp have Pennsylvania in the bag?
Listen, Nicole, if you look at the trend line, and it's not just Philadelphia. I mean, Biden now has taken the lead in Erie County. His leads in all the suburban counties outside of Philadelphia are much stronger than Hillary Clinton had in 2016. And he's obviously going to dominate in the mail vote. That's a trend we've seen all over the country. So I think where we know that's heading, I think where Nevada's heading, if you listen to John Ralston, he's extremely confident in that. And I never argue with John Ralston. My suspicion is the Arizona lead holds up. And, you know, Georgia's going to be close, but you'd rather be Biden than not. So I think one thing is we're talking about what Trump is up to and lawsuits. This is not going to be a close election. OK, the battleground states that delivered Trump the presidency in 2016 are going to be much closer than they are this time. George Bush's victory that you helped produce in 2004, much closer from the Electoral College in all likelihood. This is not 2000. It's not 1976. It's 1960. So I think we should be careful about ascribing too much time and attention to what Donald Trump and his campaign are saying. This is not somebody who, you know, the presidency is coming down to one state and it's a few hundred votes. He's going to lose this, I think, at the end of the day, pretty comfortably. And I think that's where things stand.
I think that's a great reality check. And I was admonished today to stop talking about leads, that no one is ahead of anyone else. It's just the order in which things are being counted. So the vote is the vote. And in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump isn't ahead of Joe Biden. They simply haven't counted all of the absentee vote, and so you haven't seen the tightening that everybody expects. I have another question for you about the polls. I've reached out to a lot of the same pollsters that you know, and they see things, they see numbers the way poli-sci and English nerds see words and speeches. But what is it about the numbers? What do the numbers tell you in the exit poll data about the way voters process the coronavirus pandemic? It would appear that Trump had some success in creating this false choice between protecting our health and reopening the economy. And I hear Joe Biden constantly work, and it's unclear whether it's been successful yet, but I imagine this will be a focus in a transition to knit those things together. What do you think that task looks like, and how important do you think that is to Biden?
Yeah, well, I think we should be careful about, drawing too many conclusions from the exit polls because, I'm not sure how accurate they were. But here's just my sense, like yours of having worked in politics. I think that clearly, the way Trump mishandled the coronavirus hurt him in the suburbs. And I think Joe Biden helped himself by the way he talked about. By the way, the CDC's in Atlanta. I'm sure Joe Biden overperformed there even more because people are concerned about the way that Trump has waved the white flag. But I think Trump's messaging about, and it seemed crazy at the end, but, Joe Biden's going to, we won't have Christmas and we won't have Thanksgiving and no one will ever go back to school and no one will ever work again. He's going to shut down America. Even though Joe Biden was saying, I'm not going to shut down the economy, I'm going to shut down the virus. That might have worked with some people who are kind of at the end of their rope here. So I am eager that one of the nice things about elections is really for the next year or two, we're going to learn about what just happened this week and we'll get new revelations, every month or so. But I think that's probably a smart analysis. So I think that's job number one is Joe Biden's got to continue to give people confidence that he's going to lead us out of this in a responsible way, in a way that will allow our businesses to continue to grow, people get back to work, but in a responsible way. And I think at the end of the day, that's one thing that maybe wasn't as clear as possible, which is, even though Joe Biden said it, I don't think it necessarily got through Donald Trump's bluster, that we are simply not going to heal ourselves economically. Kids won't go back to the school until we get on the other side of the virus. And again, I think in some suburban areas for sure that helped Joe Biden. I'm sure it helped with some urban turnout. But, some of the reason Trump may have been able to hold on to those 16 margins, in rural and urban areas is that message might have been resonant.
Yeah, and I think as you're right, we'll continue to unpack it. But you make a great point. I mean, for the first time, we'll have an American president who is trying to get rid of the virus and kill the virus. So that'll be good for everybody. David Plouffe, it's always fun to talk about all of these things and more with you. Brian?
Nicole, before I lose you, we are reminded, and probably don't say enough, that people are voting by mail because of an uncontrolled pandemic. We've learned today we've set yet another one-day record, 109,000 new cases. We actually have it higher than that at 111. And, Nicole, this Associated Press piece of work that is circulating, they took the 376 counties that were most loyal to Trump in 93 of them had the highest rate of virus. They all went to Donald Trump. For folks on the political left who can't process that, you want to take a swing at it?
Well, and look, I revealed this during my 2 hours on the air today, that whenever it was that we ran into each other in the hallway at 3, 4 in the morning on election night, I worried out loud to you that perhaps we weren't covering some of the pain and suffering of the pandemic, that even if in the head part of a human, they understand that the shutdowns and all the measures were the right thing to do, in their gut, they were grieving for their old lives. And it was all a lie. I mean, what Donald Trump was feeding them was a lie. But cynical politicians with no shame who are willing to lie and admit to Bob Woodward that that's what it was a lie, do end up reaching some people who are in pain and who are suffering. And I think David Plouffe's absolutely right. We're going to have to peel this onion and really try to understand just all of the injury that all of this suffering and all of this illness and all of this economic insecurity has caused our friends and neighbors. And I think Joe Biden, look, we're not saying that Joe Biden's going to unite the country. Joe Biden ran on a message of wanting to unite the country. And in his statements every day since Tuesday, he has said that he's going to be an American president, not a red state president or blue state president. So I think he will be one way to, I think he will be trying to understand what you just articulated as well.
Terrific point, well made. Nicole Wallace, thank you. A break for our coverage. When we come back, two things. Some of the legal challenges that the White House is mounting in states all across this country where they're counting the legal vote. And number two, Steve Kornacki going to dive into some of those Philadelphia suburbs that are so critical with the numbers they are holding right now, as we are holding at 253, 214. A tally, we've been told, might just change in the next couple of hours, and if not, days, certainly.
It is coming up on 8:30 p.m. on the East Coast. We have been watching numbers trickle in all evening in both Georgia and in Pennsylvania. Now, when we last checked in, 94% of the vote in Pennsylvania is in the difference between the two candidates. President Trump's still in the lead, but his lead has been shrinking all night long. It has now dropped below 60,000 votes. When we started at the top of the night, we were at 78,000 votes lead for the president. Then it dropped to 75,000. Then it dropped to 73,000. Then 64,000. Now it's down to 58,000. Steve Kornacki, are you prepared to tell us what's been going on most recently in Pennsylvania and where this vote's coming from?
Yes, we got two counties that we just got more of the vote from in Pennsylvania. So again, as you see it tick down, it's under 60,000. The two counties we just got reports from are Bucks County and Delaware County. Okay, so right outside Philadelphia here. Now, you see in Delaware County, this is already a Democratic county. This is already a place where Biden's doing well. We said this is one of the bigger outstanding sources of votes in Pennsylvania. We got about 1/3 of all the votes they have left to come in Delaware County. And you can see Biden gained there from this report. He gained there about 3,000, he gained about 1,500 votes. Biden winning, though, 80% of what was just reported. 80% of what was just reported in Delaware County. So again, remember, we talked about that. On average, as these mail ballots are being reported across the state, 76% of them are going for Biden. The trend continues. Here's a very Democratic county above the statewide average. Biden getting 80% of the mail ballots. Cuts into Trump's lead with an incremental report from that county. Where basically, when we get these, we're just making sure every time that trend that we think is established, that's holding. If it starts changing, then we have to adjust our thinking here. But the trend, that's what we want to just keep checking. Is it holding up? Because if it is, you can see where that can lead. I took you through the math a few minutes ago. Now take a look up at Bucks County. Now, this is not as Democratic a county. Biden's winning the county, but much more narrowly. Different than what I just showed you. In the mail ballots we just got in here, Biden's not doing quite as well, but he's doing well. He's getting 67% of them. So you see, in a swing county, Biden's getting 67% of the mail-in ballots. In a Democratic county, a pretty solidly Democratic county, he's getting 80% of them in Delaware County. And in Philadelphia, an overwhelmingly Democratic city, he's picking up 92% of the mail-in ballots. So again, these things are tracking. If you just take a look at the gap that Biden faces statewide right now, 58,000. And if you look at the number of ballots that are left to be counted in the statewide, factoring in Philadelphia, factoring in Biden just needs to average statewide about 63%. He basically needs to get 63% of every outstanding vote in the state of Pennsylvania to overtake Trump. 63%. He just got 80, he got 67, and in the biggest city and the biggest outstanding source of votes, he's been getting 90.
So, Steve, it feels like, although that's a lot of individual integers, the math is pretty simple here in terms of understanding what it's likely to be at the end of the day for Vice President Biden.
The two variables here, are number one, every time we get one of these reports from a county, I'm going through the math we just went through there, and I want to see, has there been any change? Has there been any sudden shift, new pattern here, where suddenly Trump's winning the mail vote somewhere? Something like that changes the expectation that we have, which is that Biden's going to be winning big in the mail vote everywhere. So far, I haven't seen that anywhere, but I check every time. It remains a variable with what's outstanding. And the only other thing besides that is, again, these expected vote numbers we're getting here, we are getting them from the state. And we have seen in the last couple of days, whether it's Pennsylvania or other states, sometimes we'll get estimates from states, and then the estimate is changed, and then, oh, wait, this county actually has this many. There's always a possibility of something like that happening. So I'm working off the estimate. What the state says is its belief of the votes that are out in each one of these counties. If that is correct, if the information from the state is correct on what's outstanding from them, and if the pattern we're going through just continues to hold, then yes, it is that simple.
And I should note that the other potential externality here could be legal challenges to anything going on there. But as we just discussed with the Attorney General from the state of Pennsylvania, obviously he's the one who's defending Pennsylvania's voting procedures and laws from what's happening from the Republicans in the Trump campaign. But from his perspective, there's absolutely nothing substantive or potentially significant in terms of affecting any significant number of ballots in any of the legal challenges that the Trump campaign and the Republicans have thus far brought. So we're starting to get a clearer picture of the whole story in Pennsylvania. Back over to you, Brian.
I heard you say legal challenges, which brings to mind our chief legal correspondent, Ari Melber, who is covering nothing but. Ari?
Thank you, Brian. I want to hit 2 points in this update. One, underscoring exactly what Rachel was just discussing in that newsworthy interview with the Attorney General. The key point there is not only whether or not the challenge is valid, he suggested it's not in Pennsylvania, but that even if the Trump campaign won and got some of those mail ballots tossed out, it wouldn't be enough. It would be, as he put it, several thousand or less. And we heard from the Secretary of State it would be under 1,000 in her update this morning. So that's really important. Is the case any good? And then even if the Trump campaign won, would it spread the kind of margin that Kornacki's been showing at the big board for Pennsylvania? The answer being no. In other words, you lose on the law or you lose on the facts. That's bad news for the Trump campaign in Pennsylvania, one of the last places that, as Rachel's reporting emphasizes, where they think they have a path. The second update I want to do relates to what happened earlier tonight. The president spoke. Brian Williams cut away. We didn't air parts of what the president said. But I do want to update viewers on the legal facts from that, because something really interesting happened at the White House. For all the weeks and months of talk about voter fraud and Donald Trump's threats and warnings and claims, what we saw tonight was lacking in any specific legal plan to affect anything in the election. So the president spoke, but he didn't have the White House counsel or the Attorney General or a private legal team there. He did not outline any specific way that they would either use cases to defend states where they're winning or change the results in states where they're losing. Again, going back to Rachel's interview, we heard from the Attorney General of Pennsylvania explaining, well, in one of those cases today, it was about where people stand in the room. Fine. That's not moving any results. The other thing in my notes I wanted to mention is the president here didn't really seem to have a firm grasp on how courts are involved in American elections. Not my place to get into why, but I'll tell you this. The president spoke tonight and seemed to assume, he said, oh, well, he's claiming states, so is Joe Biden, the courts will have the last word. That's not the case. Under state law and federal precedent, courts do not tend to get involved in these results once they are certified and go through the lawful process. They're more of a last resort. And I think that's a really important point in the days ahead. The president can say what he says. The lower courts can hear something. But the idea that any person, a candidate or otherwise, goes and makes claims, that doesn't mean that the appeals courts, let alone the Supreme Court, want to get involved. They typically defer to what happens in a state unless there's overwhelming evidence of a problem or it's super close. And so I would leave everyone with this, because the president spoke tonight. We may hear him again in the days ahead. The federal courts of the United States, which have been dealing with elections for literally hundreds of years, they're not Twitter. You can't just post anything and then have them spend their time on it. They have high bars. And so there's no evidence we have, as of tonight. It could change, and if it does, I'll report it. But there's no legal evidence we have tonight that suggests there would be the kind of cases that would go up the federal courts and to the Supreme Court to deal with or change what we're seeing so far on the big board. Brian?
Ari Melber at our Los Angeles studios. Ari, thank you very much. Another break for our coverage. We are continuing to watch the board, the raw numbers coming in from several states. In some cases, one at a time. In some cases, by the dozen, by the hundreds. That and more when we come back. Welcome back. We have ongoing news here. Georgia tightening, Pennsylvania tightening, and we're expecting another round of vote out of the state of Arizona in around 20 minutes. Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what do you got?
Yeah, we got news first. We'll get you to Arizona. Let's start in Pennsylvania because I got it teed up here and just keep you posted as we get the vote in. Here's more cutting Trump's statewide lead to 53,221 votes. Where did this vote come from? Comes from Lehigh County. That's where Allentown is. We've talked about this as one of the big outstanding areas of vote. There are still mail-in ballots to come from this county, but we just got a bunch more. And by the way, what was the percentage of the vote that Biden's getting from them? Remember, we want to see if he is still in every one of these reports winning it overwhelmingly. 75%. He's getting 75% of this new batch of mail-in votes that were reported out, and therefore it helps him cut down that statewide lead that Donald Trump has to just 53,000. And by the way, at 53,000 now, you know, if we've watched this thing come down significantly since we've been on the air, at 53,000, we're clearly past the point here where if the votes that are left in Philadelphia are what we are being told they are, just in terms of the size, and Biden wins them by anything approaching what he's been winning those mail votes in Philadelphia, Philadelphia itself would be more than enough now to vault Biden over Trump in that statewide lead. So one thing to keep in mind as that continues to dwindle, now just 53,000. In terms of Arizona, that's where about 20 minutes, half an hour from now, 18 minutes according to that thing, we get some news, I think. We're going to get Maricopa County. We're going to get another big batch of votes from Maricopa County. This is like 60%, maybe a little bit more of the state population, Phoenix metro area. And this is where hundreds of thousands of votes remain here. That's the clear majority of the votes that are to come statewide. We have seen, as we wait this Maricopa report, which we think will come about 9 Eastern, a lot of the other counties in Arizona have released reports of their own, and the net effect has been to Trump's benefit. He has brought down Joe Biden's lead another 11,000 votes in Arizona. So Biden now leads statewide in Arizona by 56,000 votes. And so, again, that trend, the key here had been, we said, with the votes remaining statewide, okay, Trump needed to be winning those at roughly a 59% rate if he was going to have a chance to erase all of Joe Biden's lead. The net effect, I can tell you, of the votes that we've gotten this evening from all of the other Maricopa counties, the net effect has not been to change that. Trump is still on that same pace that we're talking about, that 59% pace. So it makes it even more critical when we get the Maricopa results here at 9 o'clock, we think, when we get more of the Maricopa County results. That's the question we're asking. Is Trump still sitting there getting about 59% of these new votes? Is he getting more than 59% of these new votes? If the answer to that is yes, then Donald Trump continues to have a realistic chance of overtaking Joe Biden in Arizona. If the number comes in lower, significantly lower than 59%, then we could change our thinking about the possibility of Trump overtaking Biden. So it's going to be a big moment. Again, biggest county, by far the biggest share of the outstanding votes in Arizona. And that's what we're looking for, is Trump getting around 59%. That's the number we're going to be looking for Trump when those numbers are released. Again, pretty soon, we think.
All right, Steve, I want to do another round on Georgia as well. The Perdue race is now down to he's below 50%, but I want to complete this thought on Arizona, and Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale. Vaughn, you heard all that from Steve. What can you add from there?
Steve is absolutely right, Brian. We are going to be getting these results from Maricopa County. I just got off the phone with an elections official here in the county, and they said that roughly 70,000 votes are expected to drop here at the top of this hour. But also the new news is that an additional batch is slated to drop tomorrow morning around 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. local time here. And the big question that Steve just outlined is the Trump campaign has consistently hit their marks. What they have needed to accomplish with the ballots that have come in, they've hit those marks. Essentially, the metaphor we could use is the Trump train has moved right along here. But as these ballots come down to the Tuesday early ballots that have to be processed by the county, will those maintain the pace that the Trump campaign has seen here? Or will Democratic and independent voters have come in at a higher rate on that Tuesday and turned them in to dilute that Trump number down from that 59% number that Steve just outlined? I think, Brian, your next guest will help make that case.
Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona. Thank you for that. Rachel?
Our next guest is Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego, whose Arizona district includes Maricopa County. Congressman Gallego, you should know, is a Marine Corps combat veteran. He's an Iraq War veteran. Sir, thank you for your time tonight. It's good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
So right now, with the count that we've got in Arizona, with about 88% of the vote in, Joe Biden leads by just under 57,000 votes. But as we've been discussing with what's expected from your county, from Maricopa County tonight and in coming days as that vote comes in, it looks like the president is on track to sort of tie it up with Vice President Biden. We think that's our best guess in terms of the math and our extrapolations. I want to ask if that best guess here comports with what you're expecting in your state.
I don't. He's been hitting the marks to keep up and essentially tread water. But I know, for example, my very Democratic district, my very blue district, is still has about 30,000 outstanding ballots. I think there is another Democratic district next to me, Congressman Stan, who also has another 30,000 ballots minimum outstanding. That is in the mix that's still left. And we have a lot of drop-off ballots that favor Democrats and independents. So this is the best batch that they have. It's going to be difficult for them to, I think, to fully come back. At the end of the day, the Democrats did the right thing to win this race here in Arizona.
I was struck, sir, by your own race this year. Every member of the House is up every 2 years. You were no exception. You beat your Republican challenger by, I believe, in excess of 50 points. In your district. Congratulations, and congratulations on the lack of drama there. But I wanted to know what you thought, based on your own experience, your own knowledge of Maricopa County, your own experience of Democratic Party's efforts in that state, what people should understand about how the two sides did contesting this race. It's still so close. It sounds like you believe that Vice President Biden's going to pull it out in the end. We will wait and see as the numbers come in. But how do you feel the two candidates did just in trying to woo the voters in your district and in your state?
Well, I think the right thing that Vice President Biden did and his amazing staff here in Arizona is that they realized that in order for Democrats to win in Arizona, we have to actually catch a wider net. Republicans actually have a higher voting registration than we do. So in order for us to win, we both have to motivate Democrats. We have to motivate independents to come out. And our base is very young. So you can't just go operate and try to turn out the vote in swing districts. That's why my race was always going to be for sure. I was always going to be my opponent by a lot. But the reason why I put a lot of time and money and effort into my district is that we needed to have higher turnout in order for us to make sure that we could compensate for some of the Republican turnout. So, that's what I think happened here correctly. I think the Biden campaign did an amazing effort and investment in the Latino community that really swung it back, where we are producing higher returns from Latinos than we did with Secretary Clinton in terms of both percentage, but also just in raw votes, because there are now more registered Latinos.
Around this time last night, Congressman, we had some footage from Maricopa County from the office where votes are being counted there. And we saw Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies outside protecting the building itself, but they weren't maintaining any sort of perimeter. And we saw Trump supporters who were boisterous, in some accounts characterized as intimidating, both trying to get inside that building and having having quite a raucous protest outside. As the vote stretches on in Maricopa County, and it's so important as to the overall resolution of this race, are you worried about physical security and intimidation factors as the count continues?
Well, look, I'm worried about physical security. I'm not worried about intimidation. We're Arizonans. We're tough. We were the people that were getting chased around by Sheriff Joe Arpaio years ago with his, a lot of his, deputies that he tried to use for political purposes. The county recorder of Maricopa County is a Marine. He's not going to be afraid. And we're Arizona tough. So we're going to finish these votes. We count every ballot. And I don't know what the arguments are from that crowd. Some of them are arguing that we should count every ballot, which we will. Some of them are arguing that we should only count the legal ballots, which that's all we do. And then there's just wild conspiracy theories spread by Republicans and the president themselves about different types of nefarious things that just aren't occurring. But more importantly, the reason they're doing this is because they know they're losing. Deep down, they know that they're losing Arizona and that there's really not much they can do to turn this around. So this is a lash out by a lot of the same people we see all the time in Arizona, the QAnon crowd, the militia, patriot militias people, the kind of black helicopter crowd, all getting together on one issue that really doesn't make any sense.
Congressman Ruben Gallego, thank you so much for being with us tonight. As I mentioned, we're expecting more vote out of your county, out of Maricopa County, within the next 10 minutes or so. Appreciate you being here to help us understand it. Again, it does look in Arizona right now as things are tightening. The Biden lead is at about 56,800 votes right now. But as we see that vote come in, the Trump campaign is hoping there'll be enough to catch Biden from behind. But we shall see. It's interesting, Joy, Congressman Gallego there, who knows his district very well, right? Who, like I said, just won by more than 50 points in his district in Maricopa County, expressing confidence that he doesn't think that Trump's going to be able to catch Biden there. I mean, I'm looking at the math. I honestly don't know.
No, well, I mean, and the thing is, I'm glad that he also mentioned the Latino vote, because I think there has been a skewed narrative about the Latino vote based on Miami-Dade County. One county in Florida does not represent the Latino vote, but I think it is psychologically sort of skewed people into not really understanding where the vast majority of the Latino vote went. States like Nevada and Arizona are highly likely to fall into Biden's camp. And even the campaign feels this way as well, because they had a huge surge of Latino voters, of new Latino voters, of young Latino voters. There's always been this question. Maria Teresa Kumar, who we both have had on, our friend, has been on our shows. There's always been this question of when does that vote actually pop? Because it is the youngest vote in the United States. Of all of the populations, the Latino vote is the youngest. And so, like all young people, it's hard to get them to vote, right? When they're in their 20s, they don't vote. But as that vote matures, it's one of the fastest growing populations and will become a juggernaut for the Democratic Party. It's starting to kick in now. Yeah. And the non-Cuban vote, which is all of the West, set aside Miami-Dade, that's Biden country.
NBC's Gotti Schwartz joins us now from Phoenix, Arizona, from the Maricopa County Elections Department, which was the scene of much drama last night when we joined Gotti live. Gotti, it's good to see you. Tell us what you're seeing on the ground there now.
Hey, Rachel, so we've got our light on today. It's a much different vibe. In fact, we've got a pretty sizable crowd, but so far we've seen them praying. We've seen them talking a lot about pretty much sharing information. A lot of them are confused as to how the election process worked, especially when it came to Sharpies. We've had some people come out and try to explain why the Sharpies are fine to use on those ballots. We've had some people here talking about how they don't want to hear about the conspiracies. They don't want to hear from QAnon speakers, which is what we were hearing earlier today. They want to talk about making sure that the focus is on the election and the focus is on making sure all of these votes are counted and counted quickly. There's a lot of frustration now here that it's taking so long. They feel that it should have already been done. They should already have an answer. Meanwhile, inside that building, that's the building over there, there are a team of poll workers. They are counting those ballots ballots. We're expecting not a huge batch, probably another batch within 70, 80,000 to drop tonight. We know that the lead between Biden and Trump, Biden in front, is starting to narrow every single time one of these batches comes out. The last two times it's narrowed down to about 68, 69,000 votes. But again, it's about 6 minutes, 7 minutes until we should get that batch. It should give us a little bit of an idea of how this is going. But the latest from the election officials inside is that we're probably not going to know the final results tomorrow. It could be this weekend before we have the final tally here in Arizona.
Gotti, real quickly, I'm sort of doing the geometry as I'm talking to you. One of the things I was concerned about talking with you last night is it felt like that crowd, a somewhat volatile crowd, was really close to the building. And indeed, you described how some members of the crowd had tried to get into the building earlier and had gotten through the doors. Am I right in surmising right now that the crowd's actually being kept a little further away from the building tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So let me show you, actually. We're going to walk this way. This is where things get a little, you saw how dicey things were yesterday. So today they've set up this barrier. This right here, this is a fence that they've installed. That is a media staging area on the other side. And then this right here, you can see the sign. It says freedom of speech zone. So that's where everyone is allowed to congregate here. They say they're doing that just to keep the crowds managed and to try to keep the poll workers in a safe place where they can concentrate on what's most important right now, and that's getting that vote counted. Rachel?
Gotti Schwartz for us in Maricopa County. Gotti, great reporting. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're expecting, as Gotti just said there, 70,000 votes out of Arizona. You will want to see this when we come back. Stay with us. Good evening. So glad to have you with us tonight. 9 p.m. in the East right now, night 3 of our ongoing election coverage. We don't know how long it's going to go on. Neither do you. That's fine. 5 battleground states are now still too close to call. Say it with me now. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. But that long list of 5 states belies just how close we potentially are to a declared winner if one of these states gets to the point where it can be called, one or more of these states. Any minute now, we are expecting new votes to be reported in Arizona out of Maricopa County, votes that are expected to further close the gap in Arizona between Trump and Biden. Biden's lead, as you see there, currently under 60,000 votes in Arizona. We'll be checking in with Steve about those new Maricopa County votes in just a moment. We're also awaiting results from Pennsylvania, a state with enough electoral votes at stake that Pennsylvania alone could get Joe Biden to 270 votes and would make him the next president of the United States. The vast majority of the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania is mail-in ballots. And mail-in ballots have been breaking dramatically for Joe Biden, even in the reddest of counties, including what we've seen just over the course of the last hour. The president's slim remaining lead in Pennsylvania at this point seems to be further endangered with each new Pennsylvania vote delivery, but those vote deliveries arrive at unexpected and irregular times. We're also watching Georgia. New numbers showing that race separated by 0.1%. Look at that, under 2,500 votes between them right now in Georgia. If it ends up less than 0.5%, that race is in recount territory. Multiple states now, not just hurtling toward a final vote, but increasingly showing former Vice President Joe Biden with what appears to be the momentum. And that means the pressure is building on President Trump. President Trump did speak from the White House briefing room a short time ago. During his remarks, he made several, frankly, ridiculous and stunningly unfounded allegations, saying, quote, if you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. None of that is true. And it is, of course, undermining to democracy in a profound sense for the president to claim those things. The president also, among other things, railed against polling organizations for suppressing the vote. You're mad at the pollsters? This is the first time we have seen the president since roughly 3 a.m. on election night. If his comments tonight are any indication, the pressure appears to be getting to him. It's also fair to say that if the comments we heard from the president tonight had instead been in a tweet, they would have been labeled by Twitter as misinformation. That's where we stand right now. But again, it's just after 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and that means that we are expecting a bunch of new numbers, potentially tens of thousands of new vote out of Arizona. Let's go to Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what did we get out of Maricopa County?
And we just got it. A batch of about 60,000 votes just came in. And again, it favors President Trump. And you can see the difference here now. It was about 56,000. Now it is down to 46,000. Joe Biden, this is his statewide lead here. Joe Biden's lead over Donald Trump is down to 46,000. So what just happened? Again, this is Maricopa County. This is the big one. And it just, I just went into Maricopa County. That's why the numbers changed. I confused myself there. So here's what happened. We got 60,000, about 60,000 new votes. 35,000 of them, 991 went for 911 went for the president, and 25,128 went for Joe Biden. Now, the key here, we've been saying the number for Trump of the outstanding vote in Arizona, his target is to keep winning at least 59% of it. If he's at that number above, he's got a real chance of overtaking Biden ultimately statewide. What did he get in this giant batch of votes? He got 59%. So he continues to be right at that line. That doesn't mean, if he's at 59, it doesn't automatically mean he's going to get it. It's going to be very tight. But it suggests, certainly, we said last night that initial report raised the possibility that when all was said and done, Trump would overtake Biden in Arizona. 24 hours later, we get the latest report. That possibility is very much alive. 24 hours ago, we were looking at a statewide total in Arizona that was basically exactly twice what it is right now. It was 93,000 votes at this time last night, and it's come down to 46,000 votes, and there are still many votes to come in Maricopa County, and there are some as well from elsewhere around the state. But the headline from Arizona is that Trump remains in contention to win that state. Of course, if he wins Arizona and loses Pennsylvania, the other possibility we're talking about tonight from an electoral college perspective, be a Pyrrhic victory for the president.
Let me ask you, Steve, that 59% threshold, which we started talking about last night, as you understand it, if the president is able to keep those votes to roughly that 59% threshold that it looks like he's doing so far, does that put him on track to overtake Joe Biden in terms of his lead, or does that put him on track essentially to even the thing out and put us somewhere where it looks basically neck and neck?
Yeah, I mean, that's roughly, I'm saying 59% is where he could pass him by a few hundred votes, pass him by a few thousand, perhaps fall a little bit short. I mean, it gets into like, is it 58.872? Is it 59.163? Yeah, so 59% is basically the ballpark that would get that down to somewhere in the neighborhood of zero and just make it an extremely competitive election. 61, 62%, that's where you know Trump would clearly be ahead. At 59%, I'd say there's a shot.
And, Steve, we are, as far as I understand this, and I now may be conflating my states, but we are expecting further Maricopa County vote tomorrow morning, right? We won't be, this isn't like Nevada where we're getting basically one batch of vote per day. In Arizona, we've just got this now. Are we expecting any more tonight, and are we expecting more tomorrow morning?
No, we had not been that was news from Vaughn Hilliard, and that was, from a vote counting standpoint, that was great news that tomorrow morning, I think he said 10 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Eastern, something like that. Okay. We'll get another batch then, probably comparably sized. Last night, they did one, at about midnight, 12:30. That's not happening tonight, but early tomorrow morning, we will get another one of these batches.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Exciting to watch this stuff come in. Brian.
Thank you. Let's bring in former Democratic Senator from the great state of Missouri, Claire McCaskill, former RNC Chairman Michael Steele, both of them still alert and awake and taking nourishment. Michael, I'd like to begin with you. We have a lit stage and podium set up in Wilmington, Delaware. We have vote coming in Pennsylvania that we are told in its margin favors Joe Biden. If that one's called, it's ball game. We've got a race in Georgia that's under 3,000 votes different now. We have vote coming in Arizona. We have vote coming in Nevada. What are you watching?
I'm watching Pennsylvania because that's the play. we've turned the corner in that race, where now the margin for the president is very much done. He's not going to enjoy much more after what's left to come in. So Pennsylvania's the play, which is why you're probably seeing the stagecraft being put in play for Joe Biden, because once you hit that number, you turn that corner, those 20 electoral votes, it's over. And to Steve's point, Nevada and Arizona, Georgia, all of it becomes, nice, but it's over at that point.
Claire, I'm coming to you, except I'm going to take a turn off the road to go to Steve Kornacki, because we just got some raw out of Pennsylvania. Steve?
We got more votes coming in from Pennsylvania here. And again, we talked about Delaware County, right outside of Philadelphia, big Democratic area. Biden is just dominating in the mail vote, too. They reported out more of their mail vote. It just came in. And now the statewide lead for Donald Trump has fallen inside of 50,000 votes. It's 48,854. You can see it. Every one of these updates, this thing keeps falling by a couple thousand votes. Now inside of 50,000. Now clearly at a point where, if anything remotely like the number of votes we think there are outstanding in Philadelphia are in fact there, Biden, just on those Philadelphia votes, will not just erase the Trump lead statewide, but will take a significant lead of his own.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thanks. Keep watching it. We'll keep coming back to you. And now, Senator McCaskill, from the briefing room at the White House today, it's hard to sum up what we saw. It was dark. It was false. It was so totally unlike anything the two of us have seen over the course of our lifetime. It remains so totally unlike the way any president has ever spoken in our lifetime. Chiefly dangerous, though, because this president is trying to undermine this election in progress.
We all know he was lying. But the saddest part about this, Brian, is there are millions of Americans that are going to believe him. And him tarnishing and, frankly, really taking a pickaxe to our democracy in such a brazen and ugly fashion. I really think journalists should swarm Republican senators and Republican congressmen and make them say one way or the other whether they are down for this tearing apart of one of the sturdiest democracies in the world. And, the thing that kills me about him saying about these votes magically appearing, remember, he told Republicans not to use mail-in ballots, that they were not reliable. So is it any wonder that the Democrats are using them and Republicans aren't? Now, you say, what about Arizona? Let me take a stab at explaining this. I don't want to go too far into Carnegie land there, but in Arizona, they've been using mail-in ballots for many years. And they know that mail-in ballots are safe and fraud-free. And so the Republicans in Arizona really didn't listen to Trump about not using mail-in ballots because they're used to using mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania, not so much. So the reason these ballots are appearing in Pennsylvania is so heavily weighted towards Donald Trump is because Donald Trump said that's what he wanted them to do.
And Claire, about these Republicans, devil's advocate, who are they and where are they going to come from? I noted in the last 24 hours, Rob Portman of Ohio exited the witness protection program, stuck his head up and just put out a statement saying we should count all the votes. We won't hear from him now for a while. Where are they? Who's going to speak up?
Well, they all should be held to account if they don't. This is a speech that tonight that was given that will be taught in history class. It will be taught for years about the lowest point in the American democracy. And if they don't weigh in, then they ought to have a couple of lines in that chapter in the history books about how they stood by and patted him on the back when he did this kind of damage to something that we should consider sacred.
Michael Steele, they don't seem to care.
Well, that's it. You just summed it up, my friend. That's it. They haven't for a while. I mean, we've had so many examples, Brian, from the very beginning. You just go back to that, that moment after Charlottesville, and there's moment after moment, silence, crickets, nothing. And then, like you appropriately put it, they'll put out a press release, stick their head around the corner, say something, and dart back away from the cameras. That is not a profile in courage. It's not a profile in leadership. And it's certainly not the profile we would want from a senator or a United States congressman or woman. You represent us, and you know how the American people feel about this democracy. Why can't you speak to that in an honest, open way? It's not partisan or political or ugly to call out bad, unconstitutional, demoralizing behavior of the president. I mean, I don't understand when did we take that off the list of things that we should be concerned about? So Claire's right. The history books written about Republicans in this period of our history, it's gonna have just like a black thread that runs right through the pages, because it's a dark moment, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these folks, I know they're not like this. I don't know what they're afraid of. I just don't understand what they're afraid of.
Claire, a dicey question is, how does this end? Let's, for the sake of this conversation, for the sake of argument, let's say that the kind of quants and the computers and all of it comes up with a call for Pennsylvania for Joe Biden. That's 270. What happens next? What happens then, do you think, if that's the president we have as of today?
Well, that will be a really, really incredibly important moment to see if Republican leaders stand up at that point in time, if the president continues to live in an alternative universe in terms of the facts. I'm hoping former presidents, I'm hoping President Bush makes a very public display of congratulating President-elect Joe Biden. I'm hoping that, people that are respected in the Republican Party, current and former office holders, people like Bob Dole, who's been loyal to Donald Trump, call the president-elect and say congratulations and let us all know about it. If more Republicans step up and do what is the norm in terms of the peaceful transfer of power, he's going to get more and more isolated, and hopefully then he just goes away. He won't, but that's what we would hope.
No, he won't. No, he won't.
To our friends and returning veterans, former Senator Claire McCaskill, former RNC Chairman Michael Steele, thank you both for coming on, and thank you for your patience. Rachel, back over to you.
Since we have been on the air since the top of the hour, just in the last 15 minutes, we've been getting some new reporting out of the Biden campaign in terms of their intentions for tonight. I don't think anybody's going to be so bold as to say the writing is on the wall. But trends in Pennsylvania and Georgia are such that a lot of people are starting to talk about whether we might be hearing from former Vice President Joe Biden tonight, whether we should be expecting some sort of statement from the campaign or appearance by him. To try to nail this down, we're joined now by NBC's Mike Memoli. He has been following the Biden campaign, and he is in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, what are you hearing at this hour?
Yeah, Rachel, as you know, we've been keeping our vigil here in the parking lot where we would expect to see Joe Biden speak as he did on Tuesday night. But I'm now hearing from multiple Biden campaign officials that we will not see the former vice president deliver remarks here tonight. He continues to watch results come in. They like what they're seeing, especially some new data coming in from Arizona that you've been talking about. But at this point, given the slower than hoped for pace of returns coming in, it's unlikely he will come here this evening. But this is a long-time office holder who, in his first election for the U.S. Senate 48 years ago, his first election came down to a margin of 3,162 votes. So the idea of a very close outcome is not new territory for Joe Biden, and they continue just to watch these results come in and communicate with their allies. But again, not expected to see him this evening, Rachel.
And Mike, let me just clarify with you. One of the things that we've been talking about tonight is the timing about when we're getting data from various states. It doesn't seem like anybody, even at the statewide leadership level in Pennsylvania, knows exactly when we should expect the various counties in Pennsylvania to report. But if trends stay as they are in Pennsylvania tonight, if hypothetically Pennsylvania were called for Vice President Biden tonight, even if Arizona is still up in the air, that would put him in a pretty strong position in terms of thinking that he was going to be the next president. Even in the event of a Pennsylvania call tonight, we still wouldn't hear from Vice President Biden?
Yeah, they're saying it's very unlikely. Obviously, they're in the mood to celebrate as quickly as you can. Earlier tonight, I heard from a Democrat in Pennsylvania who said that was the message they were getting from the campaign: be ready to celebrate, but also get ready to do the hard work. But this is a campaign that's also pacing itself at this point, and they want to make sure they have as full a picture of these returns as possible. So they're not going to be quick. This is a campaign that's never been quick to lurch on any news event or any quick development. It's always been about slow and steady. And so simply seeing the margin flip from narrow Trump to narrow Biden in Pennsylvania would not be enough to rush him down here to speak to the country at this point.
Mike, let me just ask you to follow up on one thing that you mentioned almost sort of in passing, at least you mentioned it quickly, was that the campaign is happy, in particular with the new data that they are seeing out of Arizona. We did just get this new bolus of several tens of thousands of votes out of Maricopa County. Vice President Biden does still at this hour hold on to a very, very narrow lead, less than 50,000 votes in Arizona. And none of us know if these votes as they come in will be enough for President Trump to catch him. But you said that the Biden campaign is actually happy with how things are in Arizona. They feel confident there?
Yeah, in fact, this morning, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, the Biden campaign manager, was warning reporters that as we were expecting new batches of voters to come in throughout the day, that some of those votes were going to come from Trump-friendly counties. And yes, indeed, we might see the margin narrow just a bit. But the number they were focused on was 59%. They said that was the number that President Trump needed to be getting in some of these counties in order for him to really have a chance of overtaking Joe Biden's lead. They're not seeing that, and we're still expecting to see more Biden-friendly votes still come in. So they're very confident in that picture of Arizona at this stage, Rachel.
Fascinating. NBC's Mike Memoli with the Biden campaign in Delaware. Mike, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, there's more to come tonight, including an update on the tightening race in Georgia. The back of the envelope math in Georgia has been somewhat tantalizing for Democrats and Biden supporters tonight. We're going to look at that and where that stands, where the margin right now is currently under 2,500 votes between the two candidates. Stay with us.
Welcome back. And among the races we are watching is a tightening race in the state of Georgia. Steve Kornacki back at the big board. Steve, what do you have?
We got another update in Georgia, overwhelmingly Democratic, Clayton County, outside Atlanta there. We got a small number of votes from them. Biden won the clear majority of them, and it brings Donald Trump's lead now in Georgia inside of 2,500 votes. Joe Biden now trails 2,497. Clayton County, you can see it here. This is the county where we just got the votes from. There are more. There are many more mail ballots to come. Many, I say many relative to the outstanding number of votes in the state right now, which we think is about 15,000. But Clayton still with more to report. It just reported some, and it brought that Trump lead statewide to under 2,500. And, if Biden does get over the top here, obviously there's that issue of, is there going to be a recount? The loser could request one inside half a point. But if Biden were to get over the top and win the state, it'd be the first time in 28 years, Bill Clinton in 92, that a Democrat wins Georgia. And in Arizona, just check in again. That lead, 46,000 for Joe Biden statewide. We mentioned we got that big drop of votes from Maricopa County throughout the night. The counties elsewhere around the state have been reporting out numbers as well. That puts Biden's, again, to bring Biden's lead to 46,000. I think the next big event in this Arizona county, it looks like it's going to be 9 a.m. local time out there, 11 a.m. on the East Coast tomorrow, and that's when Maricopa will again release a big batch of votes. There might be some small ones from some of these other counties, we're not sure, but Maricopa, 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, 9 a.m. local time. Big batch, it sounds like.
Okay, Steve, I'm glad you mentioned Maricopa County. Gotti Schwartz has made his way inside the municipal building there, the elections department. Gotti, what's going on behind you?
Hey, Brian, those ballots came out of this room right here. You can see there was a mad dash to get to that 7 o'clock mark, and then you've got things starting to settle down here. People are taking a break, then they're going to get back at it because, again, tomorrow morning we've got another deadline, more of those coming here in Arizona. There are still about 300,000 ballots outstanding. There is a crowd outside. They're a little bit more subdued right now. You can kind of hear them chanting, but they've been keeping things pretty mellow. We actually had somebody come in or go into the crowd and try to explain to a lot of people Sharpie Gate. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Sharpie Gate, but here in Arizona, it is something that has been gathering a lot of steam. It's a conspiracy theory that's now been debunked, and the conspiracy theory goes a little bit like this, if you forgive me. Some Trump supporters believe that they were given Sharpies on purpose, and they were given these Sharpies to invalidate their votes when they were filling out their ballots. But from what we understand from poll officials, everybody was given Sharpies. And in fact, when you're talking about these tabulators right here that can punch out 6,000 to 8,000 of those ballots every hour, precision is key. Now, here is why those like Sharpies more than they like pens. All right, so here's a Sharpie. So you fill in a Sharpie, right? We're filling in the Sharpie, and then it dries extremely quickly, and it doesn't leave any streaks. This is your normal ballpoint pen. These are also usable. However, the Sharpie is preferred because we'll give it a second here, and then, oops. You can see that smudge. That smudge, sometimes if it's bad enough, if it's a new pen or if it's leaking ink, it can gunk up the mirrors and gunk up the sensors. It can also spread onto other ballots, and it can take one of these machines down for quite some time. Time is of the essence, obviously, here. So they prefer Sharpies. It is just in Maricopa County, from what we can tell. We're not talking about other counties, and other counties may not allow Sharpies. Now, the conspiracy theory goes like this. If you use a Sharpie, it bleeds through, right? And this does not bleed through. So what Maricopa County has done, obviously this is not an official ballot, this is my poor penmanship here, but what the official ballots look like is they're offset on the backside. So when you do have those bubbles on the back, they are not exactly where the bubbles are on the front, so that the intention of the voter is very clear. That's something that has caused a lot of confusion because there are so many different systems around Arizona, and not just around Arizona, but all over the country. It's something that officials here, poll officials, are trying really hard to debunk because they've got an important job to do. They've got to get these ballots out, and those protests outside can be a distraction, especially when poll workers have to be escorted to their cars by armed security.
You are right to explain it because it's been mentioned. It's out there. You're also right that it's a conspiracy theory. Gadi Schwartz, who came armed with not one but two pens for this segment. Rachel, back over to you.
I have to say, that was sort of beautifully done. I kind of read in on Sharpie Gate, and I had, thought that I understood it or whatever, but when he did the smudge, and the smudge worked perfectly, and then he held it up to the light, and you could see it did bleed through, that was like Mr. Wizard territory. That was... Anyway, sorry, I'm containing myself now. Joining us now is the top elections official in the great state of Arizona, Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. Secretary Hobbs, thank you so much for being back with us at this busy time. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. And I very much enjoyed watching that Sharpie Gate demonstration.
I wanted to ask for your critique of it from an accuracy perspective. In terms of understanding it, I actually feel like I have a stronger understanding of what people might have misunderstood or what people might have been scaring each other about when it came to the Sharpie conspiracy theory. Is what Gadi explained actually lining up with what people have misunderstood in your state?
Yeah, I think so. And, honestly, the Sharpies are the pens recommended by the manufacturer of those particular tabulators. And they were issued by poll workers who would probably get in a lot of trouble if they deliberately tried to invalidate ballots. And so this whole thing is just sort of ridiculous.
Yes, well, it's ridiculous, but also clearly ridiculous, which is actually better than it being fuzzy and ridiculous. Madam Secretary of State, let me just ask, I'm going to run by you some of what we understand as the state of play right now in Arizona, to ask you to confirm it and to update us if our reporting is behind the times. As far as I understand it right now, about 90% of the expected vote has been tabulated in Arizona. There are perhaps about 300,000 votes that remain to be tallied. The vote difference between the two candidates that we have right now has a Joe Biden lead of just over 46,000 votes. And the next group of ballots that we're expecting will be some number of tens of thousands of ballots from Maricopa County at 9 a.m. local time tomorrow, which is 11 a.m. Eastern. That's what we understand is the state of play. Is that accurate as far as you know?
Yeah, that sounds right. And our estimate of the ballots left is closer to 285,000, so less than 300 statewide, and 200 of those are in Maricopa County.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. 200 of the 285 in Maricopa?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of your expectations and the smooth running of the vote counting process in Arizona, at this point in the process on Thursday night, 9:30 p.m. in the East Coast, is this basically where you expected to be? Are you ahead or behind your schedule?
I think we're exactly where we expected to be. We've said all along, this is going to take time. We want to make sure every valid ballot gets counted. And we knew the number we didn't know coming into Election Day was how many of those late, early ballots, the ballots that voters bring and drop off on Monday or Tuesday, would there be? And with unprecedented turnout in this election, there was a lot of those, and that's what we're counting right now. And we're actually well ahead of where we were at this point in 2018, 2 years ago, when that process, my race took 10 days to call because of those ballots.
And I heard you talk about this earlier, and I'm struck by the fact that when in the race that you won, that made you Arizona's Secretary of State, in fact, media organizations, the Associated Press specifically, miscalled that race and called it for your opponent, and it turns out they were wrong, and now you're Secretary of State. I imagine that has to make you sort of acutely aware of the balance between the real vote count and what media organizations think about it. It has been an unusual thing for a couple of days now that Fox News and the Associated Press have called Arizona for one of the candidates. The rest of the news organizations in the country haven't. Has that created any additional pressure or friction or frustration from your point of view in terms of you getting this stuff done?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the issue is that when the race was called, then people blamed me for that. Like, you know, you're committing fraud because you called the race or whatever. I don't call races. It's not my job. And so it just makes it a little bit harder in terms of the misinformation and the accusations that are already out there. But, you know what, all of that aside, we're going to continue doing our jobs. We're going to make sure every vote is counted, regardless of who's called what race for who.
I spoke not too long ago with Congressman Ruben Gallego, who represents parts of Maricopa County, and I asked him about some of the protests that we've seen, including outside the voting location, the vote counting location in Maricopa County. And I asked him if he's worried that that has crossed over into intimidation territory. Now, this footage, I should tell you right now, I should be clear, this is footage from yesterday. The crowd outside this location tonight, Gotti Schwartz was just there and reporting for us that it's a more subdued crowd and a quieter crowd, and it's been a crowd, although they're Trump supporters, they have been been vocalizing the fact that they don't want to hear from some of the right-wing conspiracy theorist type speakers who were there yesterday. So I don't want to overstate the sort of menacing nature of the crowd or anything, but there is a question as to whether or not the process is susceptible to intimidation or to physical danger. And I just want to ask your confidence in the protection of the vote process as it does get closer and closer and later and later.
Yeah, well, what I know is that the building is secure. So I'm not worried about, access into the building. They're right by the sheriff's office. I know the sheriff's office was involved yesterday in assuring the safety of the workers. When I look at that video, they are literally, those steps go up and the door to the building is right there. And that's how most of the employees come out and walk to their cars. They're right there in the parking lot. And so I think that a lot of the folks who were leaving had to be escorted to their cars by sheriff's deputies. I read somewhere that protesters were there until 6 in the morning, probably not all of them, but I'm glad to hear that they've calmed down, because quite honestly, what they're asking for is for all the votes to be counted, which is what we're going to do. We're going to do it regardless if they're asking us to do it or not. And their presence there is more of a distraction that has the potential to cause delays which is counterproductive to what they're asking for. They're also asking for transparency, and we have transparency. Besides the fact that there are observers allowed in, a limited number of observers for logistical purposes, but there's also cameras. And the tabulation process is streamed online. Anyone can go to the county elections department, any county in Arizona, click on the link and watch the tabulation while it's happening.
Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, very much in the middle of it. Thank you very much for being with us tonight. I really appreciate you helping us understand the process.
Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, let's go back to Steve Kornacki. Now, Steve, I believe that we're looking at numbers in Georgia, Pennsylvania.
We can look at both. Pennsylvania, we just got a pretty big size update here. You can see it has brought Donald Trump's lead even lower. Now he's barely above 40,000. It's 42,142. What we got was a big batch of votes from Monroe County, Pennsylvania. This is where Stroudsburg is. It actually has lifted Joe Biden into the lead in that county. Trump had been leading the vote tally in this county, and the margin here, again, this is much better. This is a 2-to-1, better than 2-to-1 lead for Biden in the mail ballots that were just reported from Monroe County, Pennsylvania. So again, mail ballots, a good chunk of them here. There were about 15,000 total that were just reported out from Monroe County, and it has brought Donald Trump's lead even lower, only 42,000 right now. In terms of Georgia, an incremental update here. We got some votes here, about 1,000, I think it is, from Rockdale County, again, outside Atlanta here. Mail ballots, they favor Biden. What does it do? It brings that Trump lead statewide. Now it's under 2,000. Now it's 1,902 votes.
Wow.
That is Donald Trump's lead. It's so close that when you do it to the 10th of a decimal point, it is now a tie, 49.4 to 49.4. You'd have to go to the hundredths of a decimal point at this point to see the Trump lead.
Since we have been on the air tonight, just looking at my notes, and my notes are an absolute disaster here. I mean, this is ridiculous. But reading my own handwriting, going from 9,500 votes as the vote tally, the vote lead for Donald Trump at the beginning of the night, 9,500 to 9,400 to 3,400 to 2,400 to now under 2,000 votes for the president as the vote continues to sort of irregularly and on a surprising non-schedule roll in from Georgia. It just seems like it's inexorable at this point, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just looking at the list of, what we think is to come. There are votes, as I said, to come in Forsyth County, Republican County. But again, the mail ballots we've gotten from there so far, Biden was leading it very close. It's not like Pennsylvania where Biden's getting 70%, 80% with the mail, but Biden was even leading those. So, yeah, I mean, the big thing here, I think this is now the biggest outstanding source of votes in Georgia is Clayton County. We had a small update there from there a few minutes ago, and that was what brought Biden within 2,500. Many more, again, many relative to what's left statewide to come from Clayton County, where Biden is 85% of the vote right now. So, yes, you can clearly see a path here for Joe Biden to get into the lead in Georgia. Now, again, if he does get into the lead, you're at such a point here with the votes that are left that it seems, very likely that the leader at the end of the night is going to be well within that 0.5 point range where the loser could, if they want, request a recount. So you've got that issue in Georgia. But, yes, you could see Biden. You could very much see Biden moving ahead in this. And if we get another report, if we get a big report from Clayton sometime soon, that would be a moment when I think it would happen.
Steve, I'm going to ask you a blasphemous question, and I know you're not going to answer, but I'm just going to ask you anyway. Are we, as vote continues to come in tonight in Georgia, are we conceivably coming to a point where the decision desk, which is not you and is not me, where the decision desk could be starting to talk about an apparent winner in Georgia?
Well, so I can explain the term apparent winner, and you could decide if you think it might apply. It's basically when we think, we, as a network, the decision desk thinks, that every vote in the state has been accounted for and there's no other source of it that could even theoretically change the outcome. If it's very, very close and a candidate is a recount possibility, something like that, that's when you'll get the term apparent winner. Like the term apparent winner was thrown on Wisconsin the other day. Wisconsin, when all the votes in the state were tallied up and Joe Biden was ahead by 20,000 in Wisconsin, and you couldn't look at the map and say, oh, wait, County X still has 21,000 votes. But it was within the recount parameter. The decision desk said, OK, that is the apparent win there that Joe Biden's just put on the board. So, yeah, Georgia, it's similar in terms of what the recount situation would be in Georgia to Wisconsin. So, you know, yeah, if you could get all, again, in any state, I don't want to. You're right. It's like being in church. You don't want to offend the church elders here, but it's like, but yes, in general, that's what the decision desk will always tell you, that if they get them all accounted for and somebody's ahead and there is still something like a possible recount looming over it, that's when they'll use that term, apparent winner.
If you burst into flames, both Joy and I will put you out.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We got much more on the latest out of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We are watching that vote come in Georgia. Again, unpredictable vote delivery times at this point, but we are seeing the leads there get telling. All right, stay with us. We'll be right back.
We got to see Steve Kornacki actually walking there for a second. With so many eyes on Pennsylvania, we want to head back there now, especially to the Capitol in Harrisburg, where our correspondent Chris Jansing remains on station. Chris, what can you add to the conversation?
Well, I've been keeping in touch tonight with Democratic electeds, and they tell me that they're expecting poll workers to continue the vote count into the night. In fact, we're told they are working like crazy. One of them told me that they were expecting a drop of ballots in the 9 o'clock hour. I think that's what Steve just reported before the break. But here's what's really interesting. They've been taking a look at the pace at which they're counting the ballots and the percentage that's going to Joe Biden. And they're telling Democrats that they have calculated that Joe Biden will go ahead of Donald Trump in the vote count sometime around 4 or 5 a.m. That does not mean he's going to win. It's exactly what it says, that at that point they believe the number of votes that he has will surpass that of the president, and they are going to continue to do that count. The way they put it to me is they want to get this done. Not necessarily part of that calculation, but a consequence, Brian, would be that they won't run into what they had today, which was that they had to pause the vote in that Philly vote center because of some legal maneuverings that was going on, and that delayed, at least for some time, the resumption of the counting of the vote. So if you're not counting votes, if it's done, you're not going to have a legal problem that's going to stop it. Finally, I would just say that in talking to these Democratic electeds this morning, they all sounded good. They felt positive. That has changed into this evening. They are sounding very, very confident about Joe Biden's prospects here in Pennsylvania, Brian.
So, Chris, quick follow-up to what you just reported. With people listening right now on a razor's edge and looking for any partisan difference that may be seeping in, is what you're describing, that kind of projection, casual as it is, that Biden could go ahead between the 3 and 4 a.m. hours, that's a math extrapolation, like a weather forecast, absent partisanship?
Yeah, I would say actually what I said was that sounds very Kornacki-esque, that you take the pace at which they're counting the ballots, the percentage, which Steve has been doing so brilliantly, at which the vote is going to Biden over Trump. And when you do that math, they're saying, and let me just double check this, yes, between 4 and 5 a.m. is what they're telling Democratic electeds now is when they expect Joe Biden to go ahead. But remember, these are Democrats reporting to Democrats.
All right. Thank you for pointing all that out. Chris Jansing in Harrisburg. We are happy to be joined once again by John Mysick, editor-in-chief of the Pennsylvania Capital Star. John, thank you very much for your time. We realize there are other people and interest tugging at it. What can you fill in about speed of tabulation as we look at the map of the state? Do you have a pet precinct? Do you have a pet county that you like to follow in this situation?
So, Brian, it's the speed with which Joe Biden, pardon me, has closed this gap this evening is pretty extraordinary and does speak to sort of the industry of the poll workers out there. The two counties I've been looking at tonight are 2 of the 4 that flipped for Donald Trump in 2016. That's Northampton County in the Lehigh Valley, out in the eastern part of the state, and then Erie County up there in the far left-hand corner of the state along Lake Erie, which flipped for Trump in 2016, but surprisingly flipped blue this evening. It was pretty tight in 2016. Was not sure if that was going to go back this way for Joe Biden, but the early trends are going that way. That was a surprising one for me.
Hey, John, it's Joy. Quick question. Given the fact that we've had people like Lou Dobbs go on television and say that, people should go and watch what's happening in Philadelphia and sort of implying that there's some sort of fraud taking place. We've now had Tucker Carlson go on television and say there's going to be no way to know if there's been a free and fair election in the United States, and stoking that kind of thing. And given what we've seen in some other states about the response that Trump supporters have had to that, what can you report about the preparations that, particularly in Philadelphia, are being made to really kind of protect, both the people who are counting the votes and who are doing this work and just the general public? And I think, given particularly the fact of the demographics of Philadelphia, you get the sense that that puts African Americans in particular jeopardy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, well, Joy, we had another big day of COVID infections here in Pennsylvania. We're in the midst of a fall surge. The Trump campaign was in federal court here in Philadelphia just this evening, trying to close the distance that their observers could be from the ballot counters there, and they're now within about 6 feet, which doesn't seem really great if you're having a sort of a super spreader ballot counting operation going on. Not great, but saw President Trump in the briefing room tonight claiming that observers had been kept out of the ballot counting operation in Philadelphia, which was patently untrue. There have been Democratic and Republican observers in the ballot counting room in Philadelphia. I've been talking to one who's been out there in Allegheny County for a couple of days now watching this operation go on. So the idea that this Republican idea that there hasn't been transparency in the ballot counting, it doesn't pass the basic smell test.
Hey, John, it's Brian again. Just a question as we look at some of these live pictures of the tabulators. Again, standing on a concrete floor, thankless work. It can be mentally exhausting work. We talked to the lieutenant governor in the last couple of hours, who expressed great pride on the part of the state, as did the Secretary of State tonight, saying that they, in a pandemic, were given a crash lesson in how to vote, largely by mail, but how to get this in and done and counted. And I suppose they deserve some degree of congratulations for that. It's a big, very diverse state.
Absolutely, Brian. The fact that these folks are in there doing what they're doing under these circumstances is pretty extraordinary. And you have to give it up to the voters of Pennsylvania as well. 3.2 million who chose to participate by mail-in ballot. We had extraordinary turnout from all corners of the state. People going out in the middle of a pandemic, voting in person, voting by mail, making their voices heard. And I can't disagree with Secretary Bookvar or with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman. These folks are working really hard under very difficult circumstances.
Thank you, John Mysick, for always stopping by and spending some time with us. Few people understand the layout of the state as well as you do. We greatly appreciate it. Just to review, as we head to a break here, as we come up on the crest of the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time, we've got tight races all over the place. Starting right there, Pennsylvania separated by just over 40,000. Georgia's even wilder. 1,902 is the current difference between the two candidates. Go out west, you got Arizona, you got Nevada. We've got a lot still to talk about and cover. And, of course, you never know when the computer is going to alert us that they've got the vote in that they need to make a call, a determination from the decision desk. It's a lot. We're back with more at the top of the hour.
We are just coming up on 10 o'clock on the East Coast. And here we are, continuing night 3 of election night. Night 3 of our 2020 election night coverage. It will end at some point, we think. We just don't yet know exactly when, as votes continue to be counted and tabulated across the country. Those votes are arriving here in our studio just as whenever they're ready, not according to any schedule that anybody external can set. All eyes on a few uncalled battleground states tonight, just since we've been on the air. Joe Biden has cut significantly into President Trump's lead in the great state of Pennsylvania. Just about 42,000 votes now separate the two. In Georgia, the margin is considerably tighter. The president's lead now in Georgia is less than 2,000 votes. In both Pennsylvania and Georgia, Joe Biden appears to be narrowing the president's lead more and more with each new slice of votes that gets reported, again, on an unpredictable time frame. In the West, Joe Biden leads in both Arizona and Nevada, with most of the outstanding votes coming from Democratic-leaning counties. That said, the incoming vote in Arizona, including some just this past hour, has seen President Trump narrow the Biden-Arizona lead. That said, the Biden campaign expresses confidence tonight that they will end up winning in that state. We're watching it all unfold just as you are. We don't have any secret information. You're seeing everything that we see. All of this is live. This is live. There are no reruns in this part of our coverage. Let's head over to MSNBC's Steve Kornacki. Steve, I feel like even though this is really 5 states yet to be called, and 1, North Carolina, we're not talking about much because they haven't been producing new vote totals, and neither campaign seems to be as focused on North Carolina. So it's really 4 states. Even with only 4 states on the board, I do feel like the potentialities in terms of what these potential results might mean toward who's going to be the next president sometimes get conflated in my mind. Maybe I've just been on the air too many hours.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's true. All this talk about Arizona and, Trump could overtake Biden there plausibly, and we'll get an update tomorrow morning, and it may continue to take time after that. And Georgia, Biden may overtake Trump, and it might land in that zone where there's a recount in this state, in Nevada tomorrow. But here's the ball game at the moment. It's Pennsylvania, and you just mentioned it. Donald Trump leading by 42,000, dwindling with every update. We set it up a couple hours ago and said Biden's winning about 3/4 of the mail votes on average. That remains the average. We've had tens of thousands of mail votes counted since then. He continues to win them at that rate. If you just look at the outstanding vote, if that rate continues, Biden would more than cut that deficit to 0. He would go ahead himself by tens of thousands of votes. And so it raises the question, if that happens, if Biden passes Trump, if Biden pulls away in Pennsylvania, if Biden wins Pennsylvania, from the road to 270 standpoint, that's a Biden win. And that's what it does to the electoral math. Joe Biden goes over 270. If Biden is declared the winner in Pennsylvania, Biden becomes president-elect. Trump could still get the win in Arizona. Trump could still hold off Biden and get the win in Georgia. Trump could get North Carolina. At this point, the Trump campaign probably feels good about North Carolina. We could get into the details on that, but put that aside for a minute. Trump could get everything else that's out there right now. If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he doesn't get to 270, period. So Pennsylvania's the ball game. We're getting the most vote out of there. You heard that Chris Jansing report. They're going to be counting the vote overnight, it sounds like, in Pennsylvania. You do see, since we've been on the air, you keeping track of the numbers, where we started to where we are now, there's been significant erosion. So we can expect, if what Chris is saying is right, they're going to count through the night, we can expect this to continue to erode through the night. Meanwhile, we're not hearing anything till the morning from Arizona. We'll see what happens in Georgia. We're not hearing anything till tomorrow in Nevada. We're not hearing anything, as you say, till next week in North Carolina. But we're going to learn a lot about Pennsylvania, I think, in the next 2 hours and overnight.
Now, Steve, let's talk about this, turning the telescope around the other direction. If the Pennsylvania numbers come in sort of wildly differently than expected, let's say President Trump wins Pennsylvania. It's not then an open and shut case for him. Pennsylvania, while winning Pennsylvania is enough for Joe Biden to put it away, winning Pennsylvania isn't enough for President Trump to put it away, correct?
Yeah, necessary for Trump, but not sufficient. So, right, it's a good way to think about it, I think. Right now we say the ball game is Pennsylvania, in that Biden wins the ball game if he wins Pennsylvania. Trump stays in the ball game if he wins Pennsylvania. And then you start looking at the rest of the electoral map and what it would take for Donald Trump. If you gave him Pennsylvania, he'd be sitting at 234. Again, his campaign feels good about North Carolina. I think there may be good reason for that. That would put him at 249. If he holds off Biden in Georgia, That's a huge if, given what we're seeing there. But if he does, that would put him at 265. Then you'd be looking at, okay, Alaska, that's not called. Remember that one? If Trump gets Alaska 268, that would leave a Nevada or in Arizona. He'd have to pull off one of those. And certainly you see and you've heard tonight about what we can expect in Nevada tomorrow. That really probably means Arizona. Arizona's the one there where Trump seems to have a shot. So he'd need Arizona. He'd need Georgia. He'd need North Carolina, Alaska, and he'd need Pennsylvania. It's interesting because you could look at these states right now, certainly Alaska, certainly North Carolina. I think you could still make a case Trump could pull out Georgia somehow, and you could certainly make a case he could pull out Arizona. But Pennsylvania is the one, when you start looking at these votes, you're right. Something dramatic would have to change in these remaining results in Pennsylvania, because the trajectory right now is not one the Trump campaign wants to be on in that ballot counting.
One more scenario, Steve, and I'm sorry to do this to you like you are my human calculator,
No.
but give Georgia to Biden.
Yep.
And then if Georgia goes to Biden,
right,
and Trump gets Pennsylvania,
right,
then what happens?
Then, well, so we've got, and we're giving Trump Arizona too, and then if Biden does get Nevada,
I got it. Then Nevada would be actually...
There it is.
It would be
Yeah.
for either one of them.
Exactly.
All
and
right.
that would be, and if Trump got Nevada, that would be...
Oh, that's the tie.
Yes,
oh, that's the thing we don't speak of.
Welcome to the House of Representatives election for president. What a great way to end 2020.
I keep running us into that brick wall. I do not, and it's not like a trick that I'm trying to do.
Now it's you bursting into flames.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Please put me out. All right, Steve, thank you very much. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you. And if those viewers who were watching earlier tonight saw a uniquely 2020 moment, the President of the United States entered the briefing room at the White House, started to speak, and we chose to cut away because he wasn't telling the truth. And more than that, he was attacking the veracity and integrity of the electoral system in his country. This is all the way of bringing in our friend Lawrence O'Donnell, whose hour this normally is. Lawrence has a special guest who might speak to the moment we witnessed earlier tonight. Lawrence?
That's right, Brian. Joining us now is Mary Trump, President Trump's niece. She is the author of Too Much and Never Enough, How My Family Created the World's Most Dangerous Man. And Mary, when I was watching the president make his statement this afternoon, I was thinking of you, as I so often do, wondering what was going through your mind. What were you seeing?
Well, we're seeing a man who is in a unique position. Donald has never been in this place before where there's nobody to bail him out. There's nobody to buy him out. He's desperate. He's flailing. And there's literally nothing he can do legitimately except to watch this play out helplessly. And I think based on what he said, that's a pretty good indication of what we could potentially be in for, especially if Republican leadership continues to do nothing. This wasn't just Donald, obfuscating or lying. This was Donald talking about an attempted coup. The leader of a country trying desperately to delegitimize an election. It's obscene, and somebody's got to step in and stop him.
We have reporting in the Washington Post tonight describing your uncle's condition in the White House as a downward spiral. It is strikingly similar to the kind of reporting that Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein did on the final days of Richard Nixon in the White House, when Nixon was literally wandering the halls late at night with Henry Kissinger, some of that time drunk. Very detailed kind of downward spiral for Nixon is already in our history books. What would be your imagined view of what your uncle's going through in the White House now?
Oh, he's in an uncontrollable rage, I would imagine. The difference, however, is that privately, Nixon, Donald, it's bad. I mean, it's never good to know that the person in the Oval Office is decompensating. However, it's Donald's public statements that we really need to be worried about. The damage that he just did is incalculable. And we're going to be dealing with it for a very long time, especially, again, as I said, nobody in the Republican Party steps in because Democrats can't do anything about this. Only the Republicans, only the people in his administration could do something about this. So I think that the public statements is a pretty good indication of how bad things are privately.
I have to ask you quickly about one word, and that's the word loser, and how it will fit in Donald Trump's life and in his psyche as Joe Biden approaches 75 million votes. Those are votes against your uncle, rejecting your uncle, firing your uncle, to use his term. It's going to be the largest number of votes against a president running for re-election in history. How will your uncle live with the word loser if this trend continues and Joe Biden closes in and finishes it off in the Electoral College?
You know, it's interesting. Unfortunately, and again, I think this is a terrible indictment about where we are as a country. Donald also will have been the person who received the second most votes in American history in a presidential election. But that will not comfort him, because what is going to exacerbate his loss is the fact that the Republicans, at least it looks like, they may keep the Senate and they gain seats in the House. So essentially, he cannot avoid but experience this as a repudiation of him, as a rejection of him. And he is not going to get beyond that. And it's going to be a very dangerous couple of months.
Mary Trump, thank you very much for joining us once again tonight. We always appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thank you, Lawrence.
And Brian, back to you.
Lawrence O'Donnell, Mary Trump, our thanks. Again, the states we're concentrating on, we all know them by heart by now. The race that has tightened dramatically in the last 60 minutes is Georgia, but that's Pennsylvania, where the difference is 42,000, where we're watching the remaining blocks of votes. There's Georgia, 1,700 souls differentiate those two candidates. Arizona, 46,000 vote difference. They're still counting. Nevada, they're still counting as well. It's a lot. Our live coverage continues right after this.
Since we have been on the air tonight, we have been watching votes roll in both Pennsylvania and in Georgia. Not on any time frame that we can discern. They just come in when they're ready. Over the course of the night in Georgia, that has meant a dramatic narrowing of the race. My notes show that when I sat down here this evening at 6 p.m. Eastern, the president's lead in Georgia was over 9,500 votes. It's now under 1,800 votes. 99% of Georgia's votes are in. With each new slice of the vote that comes in, Vice President Biden closes in on that lead, and it is hard to see where the votes might come in from Georgia that might turn it around for President Trump or allow him to hold on to what he's got already. Let's bring into the conversation now Greg Bluestein. He's a political reporter at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Greg, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for making time to be here tonight.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
So give us your take as a Georgia politics expert as to what has happened today and tonight, where it looks like things are heading in Georgia for the presidential.
Well, things are obviously extremely tight, and I think things are heading towards Biden surpassing President Trump. We're looking at a trove of about 4,000 votes still to come in from Clayton County, which is Georgia's most Democratic county. It's not the biggest Democratic county, but it's the most Democratic county by vote share in Georgia. And so if he gets, and local reports show that tallying is just wrapping up, so we expect those before midnight. And if those go the way that historically Clayton County's votes go, then you could see Joe Biden surpassing President Trump tonight. It's still too close to call, in my view, because you've got thousands of other ballots, like provisional ballots, overseas ballots, and perhaps as many as 8,000 military ballots to come in. But it looks like Joe Biden will probably stake a lead later on tonight or early tomorrow morning.
And Greg, when you look around the map in terms of what is still outstanding, I'm no Georgia politics expert, but I've been looking at the tilt of various counties and looking at the ratio of Democratic to Republican votes in various counties. And it feels to me like the Republican counties, the Republican-leaning counties that are still to report are just reporting such smaller numbers of votes still outstanding that it's hard for me to see any place on the map where the president might have a potential lifeline, however unlikely. Is there any spot for him among Georgia counties where you think that there might be a sort of hidden treasure of votes for the president?
Yeah, that's a tough one because, as you mentioned, and Kornacki mentioned it too earlier tonight, those Republican-leaning counties, you're still seeing Democratic votes come out of them. And if Republicans are getting a net gain, it's not a big net gain. And I think part of that reason is because Democrats in Georgia and elsewhere so aggressively encourage their supporters to vote by mail. And that's what you're seeing. So even in overwhelmingly Republican counties, the smaller vote share of Democrats are voting by mail, and that's paying dividends right now.
And Greg, you mentioned provisional and overseas and military ballots. We don't know exactly how many of those there are. Do you have an expectation in terms of when those might be counted, how many there are, when they might be counted, and what their lean might be in terms of President Trump versus Vice President Biden?
Yeah, we've been told thousands. We don't have an exact number on that right now. We expect some of them to continue to be counted. Some of them are already being counted, but some of them to continue being counted tomorrow and maybe into the weekend. In terms of the military ballots, we've been told as many as about 8,900 or so. But that is that's the maximum. There could be 50. There could be as many as 8,900. But we're looking at a pretty wide range there.
And what's your expectation in terms of how those votes might turn out?
That's a tough call. I did talk to a state elections official earlier today who suggested it was not going to be a game changer. They didn't think there was going to be a big, they didn't think it would be a maximum turnout. They thought it would be on the lower end of that spectrum. But it's kind of all bets are off because usually you could assume that military votes tend to be more Republican. But I think in this election cycle, even some surveys showed that military members are more split than usual.
Greg, let me also just ask you before I let you go about the Senate races in Georgia. Georgia alone among the states had 2 Senate seats on which people were voting this cycle. It looks like both of them are going to a January 5th runoff. That'll be Jon Ossoff and David Perdue, and it'll be Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler. Those 2 Senate seats coming up, both having runoffs the first week in January. Was that on your bingo card? Did you think that's how that was going to go?
Actually, believe it or not, yes, I did. I didn't know if Senate control would be up for grabs by that, but I definitely was expecting 2 runoffs in Georgia. You saw poll after poll after poll show David Perdue and Jon Ossoff both below the 50% benchmark they needed to clear. So we've got campaigning here through Christmas, Hanukkah, and Thanksgiving, and New Year's, so get ready.
Wow. Well, and all of us are probably moving there in order to cover, which is going to be very uncomfortable and very awkward for all of us. All right. Very good. Greg Bluestein, political reporter for Atlanta Journal-Constitution. The night is yet young in Georgia. Sir, thanks for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to go now to the state of Delaware, where U.S. Senator Chris Coons is standing by. He just won re-election on Tuesday night. Senator Coons, let me start by congratulating you on that fact and the fact that you'll be going back to the Senate.
Thank you, Rachel.
Let me also ask you, I know that you are close to the Biden campaign and to Vice President Biden himself. Let me ask you for the mood of the campaign or even the mood of the candidate tonight, if you're able to speak to that.
Optimistic, hopeful that when all the votes are counted, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will be on their way to being the next president and vice president. It is striking, given what you were just talking about in terms of Georgia, just how close Georgia has come. It is likely that later tonight, Clayton County, which I'll remind you was represented by Congressman John Lewis, will be the county that puts Joe Biden over the top and makes Georgia blue. And I think that's going to be an important historic moment for Joe. He was so close to and grateful for the support of Congressman Lewis. I've also just talked to Attorney General Shapiro, Congressman Boyle, Senator Casey in Pennsylvania, and I'm optimistic that we will get final numbers by early tomorrow in Pennsylvania that'll put Joe over the top in the state of his birth. You know, Joe's never forgotten where he's from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware. He's never stopped fighting for the middle class, for the hard-scrabble manufacturing towns that he grew up in, and I'm excited for him, and he's optimistic. One thing that really struck me today, Rachel, yesterday and today we had the all-time high number of COVID cases, yet when President Trump spoke, we heard nothing about that. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris went to get a briefing about the pandemic and their pandemic response plan today. We have someone in the White House who is acting like he's president, and then Joe Biden getting ready to actually be president.
Those numbers that you just described, Senator, I don't want to brush past that too soon. I mean, 120,000 new cases in the past 24 hours is not only a new record for our country, but the previous record was set yesterday. And was the first time that we had crossed 100,000 cases. And so for us to blow past that by 20%, it is terrifying. And I remember in 2008 when President Obama and Vice President Biden were first elected, when the economy was going off what at that point was the highest cliff that we could imagine. The cliff that it's gone off this year turns out an even higher cliff. But it does seem like, you know, you win this election, and what you win is the worst job in the world, at least the job that is the hardest work in the world. But it sounds like you think that Joe Biden's the man for that job.
Very much so. I've supported Joe from the day he announced. I've always believed he's the person with the character and the capability to lead us forward. It's going to be harder if we don't win these two runoffs in Georgia. But I think Joe's exactly the right leader for our moment.
Tell me about those two runoffs in Georgia. I know the campaign has been such a sprint. And it's been so strange to do it in the era of the pandemic with all the accommodation needed for that. Nobody knows what the behavior of President Trump is going to be like if, in fact, he loses the White House and is in a lame duck position, if he's going to continue with defying the results of the election and trying to rile up some sort of, I don't know, in terms of trying to get the American people to reject the results of the election. It seems like it's going to be a handful. And on top of that, 2 Georgia Senate seats up at once within 5 days of New Year's Eve. Has the campaign and the Democratic Party started thinking already about what it might take to mobilize Georgia again in very short order to try to win those 2 seats?
Well, Rachel, I'm just reminded of how grateful I am for Stacey Abrams. She first brought to me a plan that she was working on for how to turn Georgia blue years ago. I think this was 6 years ago, where she's been tirelessly working before and after her race for governor on voter registration, on pushing back on voter suppression. We've got a very strong ground game in Georgia because of the leadership of Stacey Abrams and many others she's brought along with her. And so I'm optimistic that every Democrat in the country will contribute to those races, will be engaged in those races, because control of the Senate will likely hang on the outcome. I also think that means there is some chance we'll get a COVID relief package done in the lame duck, because we're going to both be in such a mess nationally. Donald Trump's failed leadership, his bungled mishandling of this pandemic, as you just noted, 120,000 new cases today, is going to put a lot of pressure on the Republican majority in the Senate and the Democratic majority in the House to get something done. But then all eyes will turn to Georgia right after New Year's, and we'll see what the outcome is. But I'm hopeful we're going to have a fully engaged Democratic community from all over the country focused on helping John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock.
Senator Chris Coons joining us from Wilmington, Delaware, the center of the Democratic political universe right now. All eyes on the Biden campaign as these results continue to come in. Sir, thank you for your time tonight, and enjoy this night. It looks like it's going well for the Biden campaign. We'll stay on it till the bitter end.
Thanks, Rachel.
All right, we have got some new votes just in from Pennsylvania. We're going to take a quick break so that Steve can get his magic going in terms of the board. But we'll be right back with Steve Kornacki. New numbers again from Pennsylvania right after this. Stay with us. Bottom line, if Joe Biden manages to win Pennsylvania tonight, the race to the White House is over because he has hit 270 electoral votes. That said, Pennsylvania still too close to call. Since roughly dinner time on the East Coast, President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania has been cut from roughly 80,000 to roughly 40,000. That is just over the course of the last 4.5 hours or so. And the vote has continued to come in, including just in the last few minutes. Steve, what do we have from Pennsylvania now?
We got another update here, a relatively small one, but Bucks County, it's one of those counties that has a lot of these votes left in it. And you can see here, Biden winning overwhelmingly. Biden picks up another 1,000 votes or so, nets another 1,000 votes or so. And so now 41,305 votes. That is the lead for Donald Trump statewide over Joe Biden. We continue to get updates like this. I'll tell you just one to keep an eye on here, too. We haven't gotten one in a while out of Philadelphia, where we know they are sitting on, about 70,000 votes they got to get through and report out. So, Philadelphia, again, if we get a big batch from Philadelphia. Oh, we just had another update. And my producer, Adam, where did that come from? I'm going to get an answer here. Oh, Delaware. Okay, so Delaware County, which we've also been keeping a close eye on. Delaware and Bucks, outside of Philadelphia, the two Philly metro area counties, have been reporting out a lot of early vote, too. We just got, sounds like that was a pretty big batch there from Delaware to get that down to 36,572 votes to draw Biden within 0.5%. You can see, again, the progress that Biden has made here in the last several hours, and Rachel, you've been tracking these, you can come up with a number. Keep in mind, it's been a long time, as I was saying, since a Philadelphia update, and yet Biden has managed to continue to slice into this Trump lead, now down to 36,000. And again, 70,000 votes, we think, in Philadelphia, 35,000 votes, we think, in Pittsburgh. Still, significant number of votes in Allentown, in Lehigh County. Those are just some of the big ones. Some smaller counties around the state sitting on piles of a couple thousand absentee votes that they're working through and then reporting the results out to. So just all sorts of possibilities there for Joe Biden. And again, continuing to hit that number. We said 76% of the early vote. He's been winning, of the absentee vote. He's been winning 76% of it as it's been processed. And that's why I think you've seen it. Every single update we've had tonight, every time we've had new votes reported, it has meant Biden chipping away at the Trump lead. Every update of the absentee vote has favored Biden. So we gave you the math earlier. If he keeps on that pace with the vote that we are told is left, he would be well past that breaking even point and ahead of Donald Trump at that point.
Two quick questions for you on that, Steve. Again, you described roughly 70,000 votes in Philadelphia County still outstanding. You said the way you put it was that Philadelphia is still sitting on about 70,000 votes. Again, with the proportion, the partisan proportions that we're seeing out of that Philadelphia vote, that would be enough to potentially put Vice President Biden quite healthily in the lead. When you say they are sitting on those votes, and that we haven't received any numbers from Philadelphia in a long time, what are the odds that we're not going to get any more tonight? They went to bed and they're coming in the morning.
Well, hopefully we got that report from Chris Jansing a little while ago that they were planning, around the state to stay up and through the night and process these through the night. So hopefully, just from the standpoint of getting all these ballots reported out, that's what's happening in Philadelphia. I do remember last night, somewhere around this time, we were told, hey, stand by around midnight. We're going to have a big batch of votes coming out from Philadelphia.
And then
8 a.m., I think we got it. 9 a.m. we got it. So these are the empty promises of election night and election night extended.
My last very quick question. We just talked with Greg Bluestein, really good political reporter in Georgia, about that super narrow margin right now in Georgia, although things are looking strong for Vice President Biden there. And he was highlighting the fact that overseas and military and provisional ballots are still due to come in and due to be tallied as part of the Georgia race. Are we also expecting overseas and military and provisional ballots to potentially play part of the to be part of the story in Pennsylvania at the end of the day?
So provisional ballots in particular, I should say, provisional ballots, it's in the 2016 election. And I'll ask my producer to check me on this, but the number that's in my head for Philadelphia is 24,000. Is that, Adam, is that right? Okay, let me get confirmation on that. I should have got confirmation before I said it out loud, but I do remember that there were a fair number of provisional ballots that came out of Philadelphia and Pennsylvania statewide in 2016, and that after the election had established Trump as the winner of the state, Clinton did erode the Trump lead a little bit on provisional ballots. So, yes, if you got into a situation where this was razor thin, right around the line, provisional ballots come into play. But again,
likely to cut against Trump.
Likely to cut against Trump, and the pace that Biden's on here is not an I need provisional ballots pace.
Got it. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Back with us now, beloved Lawrence O'Donnell, the host of The Last Word. Lawrence.
Thank you, Rachel. And joining our discussion now, Jon Ossoff, Georgia Democratic candidate for United States Senate. Thank you very much for joining us once again tonight. When we talked last week, you said you were prepared to keep running to January 5th if it came to a runoff situation. It looks like that's where it is. But can you tell us, do you have any information about the vote outstanding in Georgia tonight that could possibly close this gap that we're seeing on the screen right now and that could possibly get you to 50%?
Well, my understanding is that the outstanding ballots could very well push Vice President Biden over the top here. We're expecting a runoff in the Senate race. And I don't know if you remember, Lawrence, when I came on the show over a year ago to tell you that I was running, and I said Georgia is the most competitive state in the country. And I know you didn't doubt me, Lawrence, but some people did. And I think that what's happening tonight demonstrates that Georgia is indeed the most competitive state in the country now. We have progressively built political power here. The state has become younger and more diverse day by day. The organizing effort led by people like Stacey Abrams to protect ballot access, and now potentially the presidency hanging in the balance. And I understand that at the latest count, it's something like a 2,000 vote gap.
Yeah, you started as a candidate in Georgia in 2017, special election for congressional seat. You saw it then. You saw the possibility then. The next year, Stacey Abrams ran for governor, and she really showed us. She really showed the national media in the way that your, single congressional district race couldn't. What the statewide possibilities were in Georgia. What did you learn from the Stacey Abrams campaign for governor?
Well, even before her gubernatorial run, Stacey was deeply engaged in the work of voter registration, organizing and training volunteers to mobilize and reach out to communities that hadn't heard from candidates or campaigns in a very long time. Then, of course, my 2017 special election, which really woke up the nation to the changes that were occurring in this state, a state, as I mentioned, that's been getting younger and more diverse year by year. Then Stacey's historic run in 2018. Each of these huge battles, win or lose, has been worth what we have built in the process. And now here in Georgia, we stand poised to deliver the Senate majority with 2 U.S. Senate runoffs. Remember, it's 2 runoffs here, Lawrence, that will determine the balance of power in the United States Senate. And we need everybody to help us equip ourselves and resource ourselves for this fight. They can go to electjon.com, because the election day may be behind us, but January 5th, 2021, the fate of the U.S. Senate will be decided.
Jon Ossoff, thank you very much for joining us once again, and we will probably see you next week on The Last Word. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lawrence,
Rachel,
it's going to be fascinating. It's going to be fascinating to see the way the Democratic Party switches gears from trying to elect Joe Biden, trying to elect Senate candidates and House candidates all around the country, with all of that entails around all of the drama around this election, to then see them focus like a laser on Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock in Georgia with so much at stake. That's just going to be a remarkable thing to see.
Everything's riding on it, Rachel. Everything about the future of a Biden presidency in domestic policy will turn on what happens in Georgia. They either get 50 senators, Democratic senators out of Georgia, or they don't. And it's a different world one way or the other.
Exactly. It is if you want a Biden presidency that can have policy, then you need those 2 senators. Otherwise, you don't get policy. You get stasis at best. Remarkable. Good interview, Lawrence, too. I'm going to jump across the studio now to Steve Kornacki. Steve, do you have Philadelphia numbers?
Yeah, here's the situation. I'm staring at our screen because I want to see if this updates. We have our own internal system that gets the reports and puts them in, but we're also checking the official websites, a lot of these major counties, major cities. And Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia's official election website has just reported out new results, and they're not yet in our screen, but I can tell you, again, remember we say they do about 13,000 ballots an hour. It looks like an hour's worth of ballots were just reported out, and the net gain for Joe Biden was 10,253, and that would bring the statewide lead for Donald Trump down to 26,319. That looks like, I'm just going on their website here, that's what we have in terms of finding these numbers. My guess would be that it would be an hour's worth of ballots that were processed, because remember, they've said 13,000 ballots an hour is about what they can process. There it is, 26,319. It just came up.
You got the math exactly right.
I'm doing all this tap dancing, trying to get it, and there it is in our system. The system works, 26,319. So, yes, we just got about 13,000 new votes out of Philadelphia. So to refresh the situation, we get a Philly update. Trump's lead now down to 26,319 statewide. If you deduct those 13,000 from what we think are the remaining pool of Philadelphia votes, there should be still approximately 57,000 votes in Philadelphia still to come. Once again, this most recent update goes about 9-1 for Biden. So that ratio is holding. He is still winning the mail ballots at the rate we've been talking about. And again, 57,000 votes remaining in Philadelphia. Just seems clearly on track to be enough to, overtake Trump in that statewide lead. And then, again, the question would be, if Philadelphia helps Biden get ahead of Trump, is there anywhere else in the state where Trump could fight back and get some ballots of his own? But we have been talking about and showing you for hours every single county that we have been getting mail-in vote from, absentee vote from, has been helping Joe Biden, whether it's red, whether it's blue, whether it's a swing county in Pennsylvania. And there are lots of votes still left in those places as well, including, by the way, Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is. And there are 35,000 absentee ballots that they are going to be reporting out, we believe, tomorrow. So all sorts of opportunities on this math. And again, when I laid out, I don't know when it was, 3 hours ago, whatever, we did all that math and we said, if Joe Biden is winning the remaining votes in Pennsylvania at this rate, he would erase Trump's lead and he would go tens of thousands. He is still on track for that. He is still on track for that with what he's been hitting in these counties and with what we are told is remaining in Pennsylvania.
And what this means, in addition to that math that you just did, and let's just not blow past the fact that you were like, here, this totally not memorable 5-digit number is about to appear in our system, and then kaboom, it did. That was a miracle. What you've just described there, Steve, in terms of the math, is important enough, but it also means that Philadelphia is awake and alive and counting. It means that Chris Jansing's reporting from earlier tonight that there would be additional vote reported out of Philly tonight is true, at least now at 10:45 p.m. on the East Coast. In terms of what that means for when we might have a number out of Pennsylvania sufficient to call the race one way or the other, it changes the time horizon in terms of when we might know who the next president of the United States is.
I mean, if you look at it this way, the update we just got, again, it was about 10,500 vote net gain for Joe Biden in that statewide vote. If you got 2 more of those, right, and again, we think that's about an hour's capacity, just in terms of if they're at maximum capacity, they can do about 13,000 votes an hour. So if you got 2 more updates like we just saw, then Trump's lead would be sitting around 5,000 votes statewide. So really probably 3 more updates of the same size from Philadelphia would be enough to put Biden ahead. 2 more at an extreme level might really have him dancing right at the line, but 3 more would put him over. Now, like you say, this has not been on a very neat, even, and tidy schedule, but the capacity exists for 13,000 ballots an hour to be processed. The will, according to Chris Jansen, exists to count these all night. So the potential, therefore, is there for a few more updates like the one we just had to happen and to put Biden over the top. And by the way, it's not just Philadelphia, apparently. So again, you see these updates of 1,000 votes here, too. That's the other thing. If you're getting a couple updates of much smaller, if you get one Philadelphia update that brings this down to 16,000 or so, then you get 3 or 4 smaller updates from around the state that bring it down to about 10,000. Then it only takes one more update from Philadelphia after that of the same size, and Biden would be ahead statewide. So again, we're doing this timeline. I feel like it was, maybe 20 minutes ago, Trump's lead was 42,000. Mm-hmm. So 16,000 votes have just been shaved off this thing in about 20 minutes. It's going fast.
It is going fast, and it means in the schedule that you're describing there, you'd be talking about the president's lead in Pennsylvania being gone within 2 to 3 hours, conservatively, the way things are going.
If they keep doing it, yeah.
If things continue to go the way they're going, and if they continue to count at the pace that they're counting, and at that point there would be tens of thousands of more ballots that would lean heavily blue that would still be due to come in. Sorry, Joy, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, I guess either one of you, with what Steve just said, at what point do the probabilities disappear for Donald Trump to be able to come back? If we're talking about within 2 or 3 hours, Biden then goes ahead. Mm-hmm. And if what Steve is saying, from what I'm hearing, whether it's a red county, a blue county, a purple county, doesn't matter, the same thing is happening all night. Mm-hmm. I guess my question would be, at what point does Donald Trump lose any possibility of being able to come back?
In Pennsylvania.
In Pennsylvania. And when it becomes a foregone conclusion. Right. And so I guess that would be the question. At a certain point, what do you think the margin is for Biden at which Donald Trump cannot come back, mathematically?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to determine the number of votes left. It's not even a question of margin, I think, at this point. It's a question of there has to be some kind of we find out, oh, wait, the state had Philadelphia all wrong. What we just saw from them were the last votes out of Philadelphia. Even then, as I say, there's all these votes. It has to be something, I think, on that realm right now. We've said at the start of the night, we're looking to see, are there any of these counties where we get absentee vote? And, oh, okay, it is possible that absentee vote could come out and Donald Trump is actually gaining votes somewhere. We haven't seen that happen in a single county that's reported out. We've seen some very red counties report out, but Biden is winning the absentee vote. And it's just, this was in the polls. I think you mentioned this earlier. We were looking at polls of Pennsylvania voters in October asking, by voting method, are you voting by mail or are you voting on election day? And we were seeing results in these polls that were like, 79 to 17 Biden voters, male voters were Biden. People voting by mail were for Biden. I was seeing those numbers and I said, there's margin of error in poll. Is that wrong? But that is what we are seeing.
Exactly.
We're seeing margins like that. So it just seems like in Pennsylvania, one difference, here's one thing I think when we say there's this extreme difference between the mail vote and the same-day vote in Pennsylvania, and we don't see it quite on that scale in a lot of other states. I think one of the reasons why is this. In a lot of other states, like a Florida, for instance, like a Georgia, we conflate, I think, in our understanding of this, that there's the mail vote. There's also in those states early voting. People can go out. It's like Election Day. You go to a polling place, you check in, you get your ballot, you go to the booth. You're just doing it 2 weeks ahead of time. And we have seen in places like Georgia and Florida and Texas, Republican voters were very willing to do that. It was just mail-in voting. State after state, you have not seen, and again, this is tied to, the president was telling his supporters, don't trust the mail, don't do mail voting. So Republican voters seem to listen to that, because in state after state, they were not voting by mail. In the states that allowed in-person early voting, we certainly saw Republicans participating in that. So in Florida, I remember being here on 7 o'clock on election night in Florida, and we said, here's the early vote, and it wasn't great for Trump in some cases, but he had plenty of support in it. The early vote in Florida means mail plus in-person early. In Pennsylvania, there is no in-person early. Yeah. Your choice is mail or same day. And Republicans chose same day. They chose it in Republican counties. They chose it in Democratic counties. And the people who chose mail, whether you're in a Republican county or a Democratic county, or Democrats?
And Joy, I think what you're asking, if I'm gonna tell me if I'm wrong, is when's this going to be called? And we should just remind. I know you know this, and Steve knows this. I will just remind our viewers: we do not make the call. We have nothing to do with making the call. We have so much nothing to do with the call that the people making the call do not listen to us. That's right. They are not monitoring our coverage. They do not know anything that we are saying. It is a totally separate entity from us. And so they will make the call when they feel like it meets their standards, which are rigorous standards. And we can lobby and complain and question and all these things, but they're not going to listen.
It's not even that, but I think what happens is that everything Steve is saying is the reason that I'm texting these folks in the campaign, and they are so confident they're going to win. And they're so confident about Arizona the same way because they feel there's a certain point at which, at least in they've got somebody doing math for them internally, and they're seeing the same things.
One of the states in which we are not hearing this kinds of expressions of confidence either way is a state where the vote count has been very slow coming in, the great state of Nevada. Joining us now is Nevada Democratic Congresswoman Dina Titus. She represents the 1st Congressional District in Nevada, which does include parts of Clark County. Congresswoman Titus, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for making time tonight.
Well, thank you for having me back. It's nice to see you, too.
So we have been talking with John Ralston. We have been talking with Ruben Gallego. We have talked with your, we've been talking with people in the Southwest all night about what's going on in Nevada and what's going on in Arizona. And Nevada is telling us to be patient. We don't feel patient. Do you feel either patient or confident about what is going to be released in terms of numbers from Nevada tomorrow?
I feel confident, but I'm losing my patience. I'm like you. I'd like to see the vote counted so we can put Biden over the top as president. Our 6 votes are important. But the main thing is we want it counted right, counted carefully, counted so everybody's vote feels like it was a voice and it was part of the process.
Congresswoman, as we start to think about what those votes are going to look like tomorrow when they do get released from Clark County, one of the things I spoke with John Ralston about was the worry that even though the state is being meticulous and clear and not being pushed in terms of their timing, we're worried that, at least I'm a little worried, that by taking a long time and by having it stretch out day after day after day, Clark County may be putting a little bit of volatility into the mix in terms of them being targeted by some of the crazies, in terms of them being targeted by some of the people who are just trying to create chaos and trying to create an intimidating atmosphere. Are you worried about that at all?
Well, we've seen some of that already down at the registrar's office. Some people have turned out to protest. But where we've also seen it is with the lawsuits. You know, Donald Trump has sued the state of Nevada 3 times. Those were all thrown out. Now there's a 4th suit. But they're just being seen as frivolous, even by our Republican Secretary of State. I believe when they come with the numbers tomorrow, and remember, 90% of the numbers that are still right down here in Las Vegas, that's my district. I hope you've all visited here. You've seen the people who are casting these votes, working in the casinos, working back of the house. They're the ones who want to have a say in this. And I believe the count tomorrow morning will be enough to let whoever calls it call it.
In terms of the campaign, are you hearing similar confidence from the Democratic Party in the state and also from the Biden folks?
We are. We feel like if you look at where the votes are and what kind of votes still need to be counted, that they tend very strongly towards the Democratic Party. Certainly that's true here in southern Nevada and in my district, which is strongly Democratic.
Democratic Congresswoman Dina Titus. Thank you so much for your time tonight, Congresswoman. It's great to see you. You're one of my favorite members of Congress to talk to on any subject. I really appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you. Please have me back.
I will do. Thank you. All right. Again, we are watching North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. We are not expecting numbers from North Carolina and Nevada tonight. Pennsylvania and Georgia, though, we keep getting numbers, and they seem to be important in terms of what they're pointing out towards the potential results at the end of the night. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage continues with a special edition of the 11th Hour with Brian Williams right after this.